Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Okay, so we're looking for the court to go live at 9 o'clock. It's a quarter till, no, it's 8:15. So we've got 45 minutes. Now, Perry and Damien are down at the courthouse. They are saying it's very dead. Nobody's there. So I'm going to cover this case today. If no one shows up for this case today, I will put this trial on my backup channel. I have a crime channel. So we're going to air it no matter what. But I'll take it off the main channel, especially when you got us going viral this weekend. Thanks to Blueface and Krishan, we got over 2 million views. That was unbelievable. So, we're going to keep them on the main channel. But if nobody comes, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just beginning, but there's no lines, there's no other bloggers. They're saying it's completely dead. So if no one comes, then we're going to put this on the backup channel and continue to cover Blueface and Krishan, because as you guys probably already know, we got off air yesterday so I can finish. I was in the middle of a pool party, so I can finish my party. And I guess Krishan showed up anyway, just like she said, a mess. But anyway, back to this Keefe D trial. I'm going to play you a clip in a minute. Let me see if I can get it. I really think, and it sounds crazy, but I really honestly believe Tupac, not Tupac, what's the name? Keefe D is the reason. I mean, no, what's his name? Suge Knight is the reason that Tupac's dead. That's just what I really, really believe. And I am tired. I had that pool party. I am in a daze. I'm in a daze, you guys. I wanted to go over this week. I did make a video this weekend about the Tupac Shakur case. I wanted to show that for a little bit. How many minutes is it? Because I really believe, no one's going to believe me. I believe Suge Knight is behind all of this. I believe that all the undercover detectives that are going to testify today are biased. I think that they don't want to let you guys know that the LAPD was corrupted and is corrupt. I'm telling you guys, know I lived in LA. They're corrupt. I feel like they didn't have any evidence then, and they don't have any evidence now. I feel like they're really trying to go after Diddy. If you want to go after Diddy, you're going to have to do something else. This is not going to work. Not going to. That's no. Listen, I've covered a lot of other trials. Can't remember the last trial I covered, but there's always been lines. No one's interested in this trial. It's 30 years old. I feel that the alcohol company Diageo is behind it. Y'all can call me crazy all day, but that's just what I believe. I wanted to play this video that I made for you guys this weekend. Let's see if I can pull it up to really go into detail why I feel the way that I feel. I think no one's going to get arrested for this case. Nobody. I feel that it's just a waste of time. Not that his life was a waste, but how do I put it? I it's too old. That's what I'm thinking. I think the case is too old. But somebody's gonna pick up. It's gonna pick up. We'll see. But if it doesn't pick up today, I'm not gonna stop talking about it. I'll just put it on my backup channel. So the case is gonna get covered no matter what. Let me play this video that I posted this weekend so we can listen to this and have a better understanding before we go into the trial. All right, listen to this, you guys. Who ran the most ruthless gang in the 1990s in Los Angeles? It wasn't the Bloods and it wasn't the Crips. It was an entire elite unit of active duty LAPD cops moonlighting as triggermen for Death Row Records. On March 18th, 1997, Studio City, Los Angeles. Studio Cities is a really nice area in LA. An undercover narcotics detective named Frank Liga is sitting at a red light in a beat up Buick. He glances at the car next to him, a custom metallic green SUV. The driver is staring him down. Words were exchanged. The SUV cuts off Liga. A high-speed chase through the valley begins. Finally, at another red light, the driver of the SUV pulls out a 45 caliber hand GUN. Frank Liga draws his own weapon, fires twice, and unalives the driver. Liga radios it in, saying, "I just pow-powed a guy." When LAPD investigators arrive and search the unalive man's SUV, they find a badge. It wasn't stolen. The man bleeding out in the driver's seat was Kevin Gaines, a highly decorated LA police officer. So essentially, you had two cops shooting at each other, and Liga doesn't know why. But that wasn't even the biggest problem. When investigators ran the plates on the green SUV, it didn't belong to the Officer Gaines. It was registered to Sharitha Knight, the estranged wife of Death Row Records CEO Suge Knight. Why was a cop driving a car that belonged to Suge Knight's wife? Immediately, they realized this wasn't just a tragic case of road rage. This was the exact moment the LAPD realized a terrifying truth. The most ruthless gang in Los Angeles had infiltrated the police department. While the world thought Death Row Records was just a music label, Suge Knight was secretly employing a private army of active duty LA police cops. Officers like Kevin Gaines, Dave Mack, and Rafael Perez were moonlighting as armed enforcers to the mob Piru Bloods. And everybody knew Piru Bloods was Suge Knight's group. He ran around town in these bright red suits representing Piru. And the man allegedly coordinating this crossover between the badge and the streets, Death Row's head of security, a Compton police officer named Reggie Wright Jr. For decades, this massive web of dirty cops, missing evidence, and gang warfare buried the truth about the unaliving of Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls. But right now, in a Las Vegas courtroom, a man named Keefe D is on trial for Tupac's unaliving. And his defense strategy? Point the finger directly back at Reggie Wright Jr. and the most corrupt era in law enforcement history. And this explains why Suge Knight called into TMZ basically threatening the hell out of Keefe D. He kept saying, "Make this right for all of us." I was thinking, who the hell is all of us? But now I know the answer: the corrupt cops that was on Suge Knight's payroll. And if you know about the crooked cops, then you have to ask yourself, are the police finally trying to solve one of the biggest cases in hip hop, or are they trying to bury their own secrets for one last time? To understand how a trial in 2026 connects to an LAPD shooting in 1997, you have to understand the sheer power of Death Row Records. In the mid-90s, Death Row wasn't just a record label, it was an empire. Suge Knight was generating hundreds of millions of dollars with stars like Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, and of course his number one seller, Tupac Shakur. But Suge Knight had a problem. He was openly affiliated with the mob Piru Bloods, which meant his artists and executives were constantly targeted by rival gangs, specifically the Southside Compton Crips. Suge needed security, but he didn't want mall security. He wanted men with tactical training, legal immunity, and most importantly, badges. Now let's talk about Reggie Wright Jr., the man that's supposed to be taking the stand during this trial. Reggie was a sworn in police officer for the Compton Police Department, but off the clock, he served as the head security of Death Row Records, a massive, glaring conflict of interest. As a cop, Wright had access to police intelligence, gang databases, and the authority of the law. As Suge's security chief, he used those resources to protect a label ran by admitted gang members. And get this, Reggie realized that Death Row needed more muscle, so he allegedly began recruiting. But he didn't just look for tough guys, he looked for LAPD officers, specifically officers from specialized elite anti-gang unit known as Crash. Now, is he crazy or is he brilliant? I'm going to get the guys responsible for getting gangs off the streets. I'm going to get them, recruit them, and make them bad guys. Let's just be real. We want to protect Suge Knight and his drug-based organization. And something tells me that these guys weren't recruited willingly. Maybe there was some blackmail involved, because how do you flip the script that dramatically to let's get rid of all the gangs to let's be a gang for Suge Knight? And this wasn't just a few cops working the door at a nightclub. These officers were deeply embedded in the criminal underworld. Let's look at the roster. Now, we already know about Kevin Gaines. That was the cop unalived in the road rage incident driving Suge Knight's wife's car. Then there was David Mack. Mack was a respected Crash officer and a former track star. But in November 1997, Mack orchestrated a brazen daylight armed robbery of Bank of America in LA, stealing $722,000. When the federal investigation finally caught him, they discovered Mack had deep ties to the mob Piru Bloods. Where did he spend the weekend after the bank heist? In Las Vegas, gambling away the stolen money with another police officer. And that other officer's name was Rafael Perez. Perez is the man who eventually exposed the entire LAPD Rampart scandal wide open. After being caught stealing 6 pounds of cocaine from an LAPD evidence locker, Perez cut a deal. He confessed to planting evidence on people, framing innocent people, unprovoked pow-pows, and perjury. Over 70 cops were implicated. Over 100 criminal convictions were overturned. It remains one of the worst police corruption scandals in American history. And sitting right at the center of this rotting department was Death Row Records. These were men guarding Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. They were gangsters carrying LA badges. While the LAPD was dealing with the Rampart fallout, and Rampart was the name of their division, the rot was spreading south to the city of Compton. Remember, Reggie Wright Jr., Death Row's head security, while he was managing this private army of dirty LA cops, his father, Reggie Wright Sr., was the lieutenant in charge of the Compton Police Department's gang unit. I couldn't make this up if you paid me to. I mean, let's just stop for a minute and think about what I just said. The son is running security for a Bloods affiliated record label, employing corrupt LAPD cops. The father is running the gang unit in the city where the Bloods and Crips are fighting a vicious WAR. So if your name was Keefe D and you were a Southside Compton Crip, the opposing side, how are you supposed to believe the police? You might end up doing whatever they ask you to do, like wear a wire to frame P. Diddy. Now, this doesn't mean I'm an enthusiast for Keefe D. Keefe D is Keefe D is a loser, okay? He really, really is. And I don't feel sorry for him, but I'm saying this could have been his position. And it might be a defense that they bring into this trial. Now, let's fast forward and talk about a robbery homicide detective named Russell Poole. He was assigned to investigate the Biggie's unaliving. As he dug into the case, he didn't find a trail of rival rappers. He found a trail of LAPD badges. He discovered the deep ties between Death Row Records, Reggie Wright Jr., and the corrupt Crash Unit cops. Poole theorized that Suge Knight orchestrated the hit on Biggie Smalls as retaliation for Tupac, and that Knight used his network of corrupt LAPD cops, specifically Rafael Perez and David Mack, to help arrange the unaliving of the notorious B.I.G. But when Poole brought his evidence to his superiors, he wasn't commended. He was shut down. The LAPD brass dismissed his claims. The department, already bleeding from the Rampart scandal, could not afford the PR nightmare of admitting their officers helped unalive a global superstar. Poole was eventually forced to resign in protest, and he passed away 2015 fighting to prove his theory. The waters were so muddied by dirty cops, missing evidence, and conflicts of interest that both cases went entirely cold. And this is why Keefe D's defense team is going to use the strategy that they are using the LAPD's dirty history against them. Not only that, this strategy just might work, because I've been saying since the very beginning, nobody, and I mean nobody in this case, hands are clean. And the jury just might think that these dirty cops are despicable, because we're taught not to trust drug dealers. We're taught not to believe gang members, but we're also taught trust the law. Trust our police officers. I remember my mom saying, if you get lost in the store, find a cop. I mean, it was just a real letdown reading what these cops were doing, stealing the drug dealers' drugs, bullying people. It was just a mess. And I would say this is why I'm not going to count Keefe D out. I don't know Keefe D from a bag of marbles. I don't support him. But when I tell you guys cops that he might get off, you guys lose your mind. Basically, you have two. There might be more to this case than what we know. So don't prejudge. Sit back and let's see what happens. Now, before Reggie Wright Jr. takes the stand, I think it's very important that you guys know this. In 2017, both Reggie Wright Jr. and Reggie Wright Sr. were federally indicted as part of a massive multi-agency investigation into a Los Angeles to Memphis drug trafficking and money laundering pipeline. As a result, the entire Compton Police Department, that part was just shut down. They just closed it. They didn't want to answer any questions. They didn't want to have to go to court and embarrass the police department more than they already did. But now they feel that he's qualified enough to take the stand in this Tupac trial. What? And to make matters even worse, you have two opposing officers. You've got Russell Poole, who said basically it was Suge Knight and the dirty cops that unalived Tupac Shakur. And then there's Greg Kading, and he's saying, no, it was P. Diddy that put the hit out on Tupac Shakur. In all honesty, this might be a perfect case of the blind leading the blind. I just don't see how this is going to work, okay? As I keep saying, nobody's hands are clean. None of them. However, this is what I think you guys should have known before he takes the stand. You guys needed to know about Reggie Wright Jr. So we could have that in the back of our mind as he testifies. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments section. Until next time, bye for now. I did that little thing this weekend for you guys. Reggie Wright is supposed to be the star witness. First of all, they can't get any civilian to testify. They asked, what's her name? Foxy Brown this weekend. That was a no-go. They are trying to get regular people to place Keefe D at the scene of the crime because now he's saying he wasn't there. They can't do it. The only people they can get to testify are cops. But these cops, like Reggie Wright, got indicted for drug trafficking. He worked out a plea deal with the state. But now you're the star witness? It's not funny. I don't know why I'm laughing. This is a mess. It's not going to work. I really do believe that Diageo, the alcohol company, called in some favors for Diddy. And that's why we're at trial now. They didn't know who did it 30 years ago. They don't know who did it now. If anybody did it, it could have been them dirty cops. I mean, think about it. These cops were stealing drug dealers' drugs, using the drugs, and then selling the drugs. These cops were acting like bullies. These cops were red on the weekend, throwing up gang signs, Pyru, whatever the hell the sign is. And now they're the star witnesses. Greg Kading is there to dispute what Russell Poole has said. This is a mess. No wonder nobody's watching this case. Nobody's hands are clean. Nobody. You didn't have any evidence against Diddy then. You don't have any evidence against him now. It's a mess. Keefe D is a liar, all over the place, scared for his own safety. You got Suge Knight coming on, interviewing with TMZ, with a podcast. I'm still not going to get over the fact that there's a podcast and you're in prison, threatening people. That's what he was doing. He has a history of threatening people. Now he has a history of employing cops. If you saw the Carver case, the reason why Suge Knight is in jail right now for running over a man, not once, but twice, this man is capable of anything. So you want me to sit up here and disregard Suge Knight and his involvement? You want me to think, well, Suge Knight doesn't want to testify because he doesn't want to snitch. Now, he don't want to snitch on himself. By the way, they were talking about putting charges on Suge Knight, hold him in contempt of court for not willing to participate, even though he was subpoenaed. How am I going to put a man, slap on him that you got to stay in jail for a certain amount of days for not talking, when jail is his home? He's already there. He already has a life sentence. No one's going to testify on the behalf of the civilians. They don't have a case. And somebody said to me, Sherelle, the state is smarter than that. They wouldn't put on a case that they couldn't win. I got one name for you. Diddy. Did they win? Absolutely not. So this case is going nowhere quick. And plus, the younger generation, they don't give a damn about Tupac. They don't give a damn about none of this. My son sat up here on this platform and said, I don't care about any of them because they're old. That's what he said. He said they're old. So my son, he's going to abandon this case. He's going down to the Little Dirk case that starts in 3 days. It's just not looking good. It's not looking good. Suge Knight just blatantly saying, I'm not testifying. There's no repercussions for that. He's not like a civilian that doesn't want to go to jail. Jail is his home. He'll be there for the rest of his life. It's a mess. He was openly threatening Snoop Dogg. He is a menace to society. Suge Knight is a menace to society. And I just think he did it. If he didn't do it himself, if someone says, well, he sat in the car and he got powed in the head himself. No, he did not. He got grazed. Then he made up this whole story about how Tupac was talking to him on the way to the hospital, talking about, if something happened to me, I already live. You're lying. And every time I can't prove something, I'm going to consider it a lie because of who it's coming from. This whole group, not just Suge Knight is dirty. Who else? Anybody involved? The detectives, dirty. How you gonna put Reggie Wright on the stand and he got indicted for drug trafficking? Lion Gene, he don't want nothing to do with it now because now he knows that whatever he says, people are gonna back up. Gene Deal is a liar. We already proved that. He's a liar. Reggie Wright, convicted drug trafficker. Are you really gonna put a drug trafficker on the stand to testify and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? No, this is a mess. This is a mess. And probably no one's watching it. One, it's a long time ago. So a lot of older people our age, we're interested. We want to know what happened, but this is not a good setup from the beginning. You're gonna put crooked cops on the stand. And listen, when they tell you that LAPD was/is the worst, I got family from LA, Inglewood. I got family from Compton. I got family from the hoods of LA. It's not a joke. These cops are the worst. When a cop steals somebody's drug supply, they stole the white powder and sell it for themselves. Now you want me to believe that he's telling the truth in this Keefe D case? A mess. The whole thing is a mess. And unfortunately, I feel bad because I really, really liked, back in the day, Tupac Shakur. He was a talent. He's very, very talented. He was the Michael Jackson of the rap world. Everybody loved him. And I believe he was trying to get out. He was trying to get away. I believe that. I believe Suge Knight didn't want that. Suge Knight is a monster. And if you guys don't believe it, then that's on you. Suge Knight is probably, and I've been doing this channel for 8 years, probably the worst crook I ever covered. Because you could call him a bully, but is he a bully when he actually acts out and does what he says he's going to do? Hanging somebody over a balcony is insane. And someone said, I forgot to tell you guys this. Someone sent me a anonymous DM telling me that if I don't stop covering this case, that I am putting my life in danger. But who gonna come after a blogger? Okay, some old ass man that I'm gonna turn in right away. I'm not scared. Like, what? If I keep covering it, I'm gonna put my life in danger. It's just a mess. That can only come from an old person that thinks that threats still work. Y'all heard my son sit up here and say, I'm not scared of Suge Knight. Old man. He's probably in his 60s. He's old. If they have to go after a blogger, that just amplifies the fact that you have no case. And I live in a house full of men. My sons, my male cousins, like Sherelle not scared of nothing. That's just ridiculous. Please. My life is going, I put myself in danger. You're talking about me. I don't give a damn. I'm a journalist and I'm going to talk about whatever I want to talk about, and I'm going to expose whoever I want to expose. And a group of old men do not scare me. The new generation has come in and you guys are out. You're just a bunch of old men now that's arguing and have to live out your past, Suge Knight, in prison because you deserve it. And you probably did worse than that than we know of. But I'm convinced it's Tupac. Am I scared of Diddy? Oh, what? He puts his hands on women because there's certain women you can get away with that shit with, and then there's other ones you can't. I'm not trying to down Cassie, but it would have been a different result, most definitely, if I was dating Diddy. I'm like Carisha, like you hit me, you got one damn chance to hit me, and then you better pray I don't retaliate, because I'm going to. That's just how I am. If before I get to my cousins and my family, I'm gonna deal with you myself, because Nobody knows how I used to be. I'm telling you, I'm hood. I'm hood all the way. I've turned into an old lady now. I clean up real nice. But you don't grow up in the hood and not know how to protect yourself. What? He would have hit me one time. I'm telling you, this is how it went. He would have hit me. I would have been on tape. Then y'all would have seen me go downstairs and come back up with a weapon and some people to help me. I'm not playing with Diddy. No shade. I don't. I mean, Cassie. A lot of times, bullying starts in the mind. So you have to be physically scared before you even let things get that far in the relationship. I mean, she had a whole bunch of things she could have did. But it's I guess it's part of the cycle of abuse. And those women that suffer from the cycle of abuse feel helpless to begin with. They feel helpless to begin with. Me, on the other hand, you got, like I said, you got one time to hit me, and you're gonna regret it for the rest of your life. You're not putting your hands on me. So the whole thing is crazy. You got Daphne now, who they tried to make angelic. She's straight out porn star. It's just crazy. So I don't know if this case is going to draw any attention. I don't even think Keefe D might not go to prison. It's not like I love Diddy. I love Keefe D. No, I don't. I don't like them either. But there's no evidence. It's just no evidence. So that's how I feel about what's going on. What time is it now? Okay, we got 6 minutes. That's how I feel about what's going on. And I'm really shocked that no one's interested. I don't know if people aren't. I don't know why people aren't interested. It's an interesting case that you're dealing with these gutter rats. And Tupac, he was talented. He was no angel. He went to jail for hiring somebody. This is Perry. Let me see what he wants. Hey, babe, I got you on speaker. What's going on down there? I can't hear you.
I said, can you send me a link?
Oh, you're gonna call in? Okay, I'm gonna do it right now. Perry wants to call in. Let's see what he wants to talk about. But yeah, I just don't see a conviction in this case. That doesn't mean I like criminals. I just don't see a conviction in this case because no matter what you think, lying is not a crime. It's despicable, but it's not a crime. And I'm real big on, just like I was in the Diddy trial, you don't send people to prison for long amounts of time without any proof. We got to have proof. We're in a country of laws. Now, I do understand that my thinking is not the majority and it's not popular at all. Perry and my son straight out don't believe what I'm talking about. Feel that there's a conviction. I don't know. I just don't see it. D, they're going to send AARP after. Look, we're old people. I don't have a problem telling you I'm old. I accept that I'm old. I don't want to be young. The only reason I don't want to be young is because young people have a lot to learn. They might look better. Their skin might be softer, but a lot of them are green. Let's see what my son. Why are they texting me at different times? I think they broke up. Let's see. Nobody. They're still. My son's still saying nobody's there. Perry's supposed to call in. So that's how I feel about the situation. But I will see this process out to the end. If nobody shows up, I'm going to put my you guys. I do have a backup channel, a crime backup channel. I've had it for a while for things like this. So I will just shift everything over there. I will still go live every day over there. And I'm going to leave my main channel for my popular stories because, this weekend, we had 22,000 people in our chat. over that Blueface mess, and which is a mess, but I gotta give the people what they want. If they want mess is what they're going to get. So for some reason we can't grow our numbers over here. But I'm not going to abandon the case. I never am going to do that. And also on my backup channel, I'm going to start covering other cases. I don't know about Little Dirk. I don't have time to do that. My son is abandoning me, and he's going down to the Little Dirk case. He's claiming that Little Dirk has a built-in audience, and he's right. Like Keefe D, nobody really knows who he is. I did send the link. Let me drop it now, Perry. Let's see what Perry got to say. I don't know. In some of those cases, I'm interested in the Pusheisty case way more than I am Little Dirk. But because I don't listen to modern day rap music. I don't know them like that. Like my son knows them. Both my sons. No, half my family. I'm a family full of boys. They all listen to rap music. And I like rap. I just never came across Little Dirk. I guess someone unalived his brother, and he hired a hit out on on the person that did it. I'm sure it'll be an interesting case. I'm into cases. I'm not into the people. So I don't know about that case, but we'll see what happens. There's another case coming. Oh, the Pusheisty case. Not in the rap like that where I know who Pusheisty is, but I know that you don't rob your boss and expect not to get in trouble, not to get called out. Hold on. Gary?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Still no lines.
No. Actually, no. Me and Dane been walking around, and my grandson's been walking around, just seeing that it's not really bad whatsoever. Like, I guess because it's televised, and people just don't care.
Gary, I can't hear. What are you saying? You're muffled. You covering something?
I said, I guess people just don't care. You know, maybe it's
Yeah.
a bad signal. You know.
Yeah.
So nobody's doing.
You keep covering the mic.
I don't put covering like. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I guess I got to hold it up to my mouth. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm saying there's not that really many people out here whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think either people don't care anymore
Mhm.
about this, or they might just think the prosecution don't have enough, or really just lost interest. Yeah, you know, after 30 years of waiting to find out if somebody murdered somebody or not, I guess some people say, well, fuck it. It's been 30 years ago. They moved on with their life 25 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So,
Uh, You should come home. It's gonna start in 3 minutes. I should come
Yeah.
home, and then sometimes Vegas looks like California, doesn't it?
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna get Dame, and me and the baby probably just head back.
Okay. Come on home.
Okay. All right then.
Love you.
All right. Love you too. Bye.
So there you have it. But we live close. If something happened, it takes Perry less than 5 minutes to get over here. So but it's supposed to go live in 3 minutes. Let me see. Okay. And I hope they give us a good opening statement. Someone says it's so long ago. That could be it, but I'm still watching it. I don't abandon cases, especially this one. I did a lot of work, a lot of research on this case. So Kirk Burroughs, former Bad Boy CEO, is testifying against Diddy in the Tupac trial. Well, maybe he's more reliable than these other cops that they're bringing on. I heard the name Kirk Burroughs. I'm going to dig into it because these other cops, all these they're not even cops anymore. They're ex-cops. All these ex-detectives that was around, especially from LA. So what's going to happen is the cops from LA is going to say the cops from from Las Vegas didn't do their job. Well, really, it's the other way around. When I find out that you're stealing white powder and selling it, when your number one ex-detective was indicted on drug trafficking, I'm not believing nothing the LAPD say, nothing. And they're still that way, by the way. Instead of doing anything about it, when Reggie Wright Jr. got indicted, they just shut down the Compton division. They just shut it down. No one had to take the stand, nothing. That's guilt. And maybe you shut down because, hell, maybe the head guy is dirty. I don't know, but I'm telling you guys, do not believe the LAPD. And they wasn't shit then, and they're not shit now. I don't care what nobody said. Like, whenever I see the cops coming, it's like, not, Las Vegas is a little different. Let me tell you why they got a problem. Because they were slow then, and they're slow now. The Las Vegas Police Department, which they call them Metro, takes an act of Congress to come to your house. It has to be blood or somebody's life in danger or whatever. Like, I can't remember, somebody stole my son's bike and I called the cops and they came 3 hours later. 3 hours? And they're always begging for help because they don't have enough cops. And the people that come to Vegas, they get drunk a lot. That's where they go. They go to the Strip. They're not helping the innocent bystanders. Child, no. Hold on. Oh, no. I'm not saying all cops are bad, but the ones on this case, kind of the ones in Vegas. Let's see, supposed to be coming on in 2 minutes. Let me see how many people in their chat. Yeah, they only got 400 people in their chat. So we'll see. Maybe it'll pick up. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. Just because. Hi, Bobby. I think the prosecution just wants to know about the $1 million check. If Zip didn't pay, Keefe D is mad because he didn't get paid. Probably. We cannot even go down the road of investigating that Diddy give you $1 million check because Zip is dead. And Keefe D is now claiming he was forced. He's saying he had to wear the wire to trap Diddy. So earlier, I believe it was 2014, maybe 2016, Greg Kading, the detective that I'm telling you about, he says, Keefe D says, forced him. You can't force anybody to do anything, but told him he had immunity and asked him to wear a wire. He wore a wire. He flew to New York to go talk to Zip. Zip claimed he didn't know what Keefe D was talking about, but Keefe D is so shady. He could have pointed to his chest or anything. I just don't trust anybody in this case. Nobody. But he didn't get anything, and so there was no indictment on Diddy. That's when he was alive. You didn't have anything to prove that Diddy did that. Now Zip is dead. Keefe D is proven to be a liar. Like I said, liars are despicable, but it's not illegal. And everybody takes that to mean I like Diddy or I'm team the opposite side of Keefe D. I'm not. I'm just covering a court case. Nothing is not too old for God. He moves on his own time and terms. Well, that's true, but no one's at the courthouse. We'll see what happens. But anyway, I'm sticking this case out till the very end. If Perry wants to go to LA, him and Damien, they can do that. I'm going to stay on this case just in case, or just I still am interested. I'm interested to see how it's going to play out. Maybe there's some hidden evidence that they never talked about and now they're bringing it out now, and that would change everything. If not, it's not unheard of for the DA, for the state's attorney to assume that they have a case. People say, oh, these lawyers are smart. They are, but they're not perfect. And some of them go to court prematurely because you have to have evidence. And if you put a lying cop on the stand, I'm sure that when Reggie Wright gets on the stand, we want to know about your history, sir. Your drug dealing across state lines? I guess your headquarters was in Memphis. You're a drug dealer. Ex-cop slash, I don't know if you're ex-dealer. You could be a dealer now, but all I know is you deal in the shady world. Okay, I'm not trusting no damn cop that's a drug dealer. It's unbelievable. How do you even get to be a cop? Okay, I know your father was a cop, Reggie, which is an honorable job when you do it right. It's an honorable job. How do you go from cop to drug dealer? I'm not trusting you at all, period. That's just how I am. Now, he could be a great guy because some drug dealers got good personalities. And, I keep saying my favorite ex-drug dealer is Big Meech. I think he threw a party this weekend. I love watching Big Meech's channel. He has a YouTube channel now. Big Meech has a YouTube channel, and he has like his brother over there and people coming over. Remember, he used to love to party, child. He's still partying. He said, I've been gone 20 years. Let me get it in. You guys should go check it out. Yeah, so I don't know. Oh, they're 6 minutes late. We'll see what happens. Hi, Bobby. Hit those thumbs up. Thank you, guys. I don't think there's just much interest in this case. And there's another case going on now. Let's see. I don't know how they're going to do this. Associate Press, 200 people in their chat. Yes, this is not a big case. The Associate Press only has 200 people. That's weird. Or they're late. I don't think I've covered a lot of trials at this point. A lot. We did Anthony. We did Diddy. I know I did. What's the guy that faked his own? He used to work for a real popular show called Empire. I can't think of his name. He's very light skinned, and his sister's name is Journey Smollett. What's his name? Journey Smollett. Jesse. We did Jesse Smollett. We've been doing a lot of cases. I even did Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. We did Tory Lanez. We covered a lot of cases, and I have not come across a drug dealer slash cop. It's first time. And I don't believe nothing that comes out of Suge Knight's mouth. He's the most horrible person I've ever covered. He's horrible. Did you guys see the tape when he unalived that guy? He's a monster. He broke Michelle's jaw. You're putting your hands on women when you're about 350 pounds. I believe he's 6'8". He's disgusting. That's who y'all should hate. Like, Suge Knight just can't be trusted. All of them can't be trusted. No, none of these people that have anything to do with this case cannot be trusted. They just can't be trusted. That doesn't mean that I hate them. That doesn't mean that they're bad people. But they just don't trust them. Okay, now we're 9 minutes late. We'll see what's going to happen. So anyway, so what I heard that the defense is, so today's opening statements, what I heard that the defense is going to do, that's Keefe D's side, is blame Reggie Wright for being a dirty cop, which they should. You cannot put a dirty cop on the stand. And call him a liar. But we all know that Keefe D is lying himself. We know that you were in um, Vegas. You can lie all day. Like you've just said too many times you were in Vegas. Now you're gonna say you never stepped foot in Vegas. That's a weak defense right there. This is gonna be a mess, y'all. A mess. So I heard. So somebody's telling me that Krishan showed up last night at Blueface's house. That's a different topic, but I heard about that. That's crazy. Yeah, they're bad people. I mean, oh my God, I mean, I really have more disdain for the dirty cops because we count on the cops. We need the cops to be honest. We need the cops to care. We need the cops to uphold the law. We need cops that despise drug dealers, that despise unalivers. Like, I think unaliving somebody, and this is just my own morals, and I know I have people in my family that's unalive people, but I can't help how I feel. I definitely believe in the D penalty. Something wrong with me. Like, some people do crimes that's so bad. Get the hell out of here. Do not come back to the planet Earth ever. That's how I feel. I feel like unaliving somebody is one of the worst crimes you can ever commit because you're not God. You're not God. You're playing God when you end somebody's life. You need to pay for that. Whoever you are, you can be my own son. And it just takes on a different meaning for me. It's one of the worst crimes. It's worse than drug dealing. If you ask me, you know, but I still love people who, you know, go on the opposite side of the law, but that doesn't mean I'm going to mimic what you did, and that doesn't mean I'm going to respect what you did. It's two different things. Because when you love somebody, you love them. Like, I love my family. Love. Y'all can try to tear my family down all day, and that's on you, but those kind of bonds don't break. I don't like what you did, and I'm not going to come out and act blind and act like you didn't commit a crime. I'm not going to do that either. Like, I won't testify against my family, and I won't go blind for my family either, which means, like, if I know you did something bad, I'm going to admit to it. Like, you know, he wasn't that way before or whatever. I'm not going to be these people that just go into denial. I know I'm a different breed. I just don't, I have to live by my own morals than anybody else's. Even if my whole family thinks a certain way about something, I don't care. If the audience thinks about a way about something and I feel opposite, I'm going to let you know that I don't agree with that. And that doesn't mean I stop loving them, but I don't have to be an idiot either and try to act like I don't know what's going on. So we'll see. Yeah, it's 13 minutes late. Let me call Perry. I'm not doing it. But I told you guys the story about when I was in high school and I liked this guy, and we shared a locker together. Hold on, let me see if I can see what's going on. Hold on. So I was dating this guy in high school. I had the biggest crush on him. We used to share lockers and everything. We weren't like really dating. I guess I was like hoping for dating. But and he put me in the friend category. We were cool. And so in between classes, we had an open area. They called it the quad. So in between classes, the bell rang. In between classes, it's like all these cops in the school premises. And we were like, something's going down. And they were in the quad. It was like a lot of cops. I don't know. And the news was there. The news was there. And I'm like, what's going on? And one of the guys that I shared a locker with got arrested for dealing drugs. Child, that was a mess. I also used to hang around this guy. I think he's dead. His name was blank Penn. His brother's name was Sagan Penn. Do you guys remember this story? And he got pulled over for something. He claims he was being racially profiled, and he beat up the cop. This happened in San Diego, California. You guys look it up. He beat up the cop because he was doing, I believe it was just jujitsu, some kind of karate shit, right? And he beat up two cops. It's not funny because he ended up taking his own life. But I've been around a lot of corrupt people my whole life. Now, I feel bad for Sagan because he said that they were racially profiling him, but he beat them up bad. Okay, my phone just went dead. That's not gonna work. But most are because money has a big influence in it. I mean, depending on where you live, all cops aren't bad. They're not bad, Bobby. You are right. All anything is bad. So I can't say all women, all men, but I can say this. It puts an extra sauce on of disgust for me when cops turn bad. Like, cause you have just taken advantage of your privilege. There's no excuse for a cop to steal a drug dealer's drugs and then you go sell it. How are you any better? So something about dirty cops piss me off. Now, good cops save lives. And I just hope the LAPD got better. But they didn't get better when I moved out of LA. I believe that was in 2016. They're terrible. And I don't know if the cops are bad here. I think we don't have enough cops in Vegas, but they're slow then. That's what they're complaining about. Vegas was slow then. They're slow now. Like, it takes an act of Congress because they take up all their time on the strip and catering to tourists. Like, if you do anything on the strip, you're getting caught 2 minutes later. But if you live here, you better have your own protection. Now we're 17 minutes late. Hold on, let me see what's going on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, guys. See what's going on. No, no, we don't know why they're running late. There's a delay. What does that mean? Hold on. What does the delay mean? Hold on, guys. She said that nobody was in line for the. Hmm. They don't know. They don't know. Hmm. They don't know why. The district attorney, Mark DiGiano. Well, what's going on? Listen, this happens before. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but they're not. They're late. It starts at 12:30. Let me see. Listen, you guys, if that's true, I will stay live. So you guys could like go do something else and check back in. I'm not going to stop streaming because I also want to talk to Perry. He's on his way. Hold on. Hmm. That's really weird. Didn't they say? Didn't they say one time before that there was missing evidence? Anybody in the chat? Do you know that? Didn't they say before there was missing evidence and that it was found and now it's missing again? What is the missing evidence? Let me find out. Hold on. What missing? And what kind of evidence is it? Because y'all don't have nobody to testify but them crooked ass cops. Let's see what they say. Hold on. They're not saying what it is. I swear before that they said that there was missing evidence. I'm not crazy. I heard that. What kind of evidence is it? Because the investigation went cold for decades, they might not have physical proof. What kind of I don't know what kind of missing proof, physical proof could be missing. So they have the pow pow white Cadillac with they have the white Cadillac with the pow pow in it. Oh, okay. Scene footage scene. What the fuck is that? There is no footage scene. It's what is footage scene? Since the physical trial 30 years ago, prosecution. I don't know what kind of footage they need. They are attempting to arguing that this story is sensationalized. I don't know. Let's take a vote, you guys. Do you guys think that how long is the trial supposed to last? It's supposed to last 4 weeks. That's a long time. Yeah, it's supposed to last a month. We can't hear. Look at all those empty seats, you guys. Look at all those empty seats. Can you guys see that? I cannot hear. Let me see. So I'm looking, you guys, on Long Crime. Can't hear there. Looking at Court TV. Can't hear there. Associate Press. They're not even in the courtroom yet. Okay. It might start at 12:30, like the girl told me in the chat. Hi, lady. Michi, you don't want to move to Vegas. Oh, that's 9:30. 12:30, yeah. Well, if that's true, then we've got 5 minutes. Michi. Michi. Hi, lady. Hi, Leah. Girl, thank you for showing up because you were here all weekend and we would just go live just when what's the name was acting crazy. Why don't you want to move to Vegas? First of all, it's hot, like unbelievably hot. But today, it's only going to be 103 degrees, and we've been so abused. I don't think that's bad. Yes, 103. We've been hitting like 116, 117. And my son drives he drives a stupid car. What's it called? The one that Elon Musk makes. And my son's car overheated because it was so hot. It was 114 degrees. And he spent a lot of money on this car. Like it's the kind that drives itself. That stupid car that Elon Musk made. You're not late. It looks like they're getting ready to gear up. Hopefully, something will happen soon. Yeah, that's one reason you don't want to move to Vegas. It gets so hot. So my son drives it's not a Lexus. I can't think of the name of this car. What's the name of that car? Tesla. My son drives a Tesla. And it's Tesla. He drives a Tesla. And you don't need gas. You go to some stupid pump, you go to some stupid station and you charge it. I just think it's the dumbest car ever. And I think it's untrustworthy. I'm not letting a car drive itself. I'm just not there yet. I'm old fashioned. But my car still ran. He spent all that money on that car and then it doesn't run. I drive a minivan. Remember, I told y'all I am not a I'm not weak to what's the names like name brands. I don't care. I drive a minivan. I used to drive an expensive car. I will never drive an expensive car again, ever. I think it's a ripoff. And my car is so bad. When we go places, they're like, let's not take mom's car. Yeah, it's hot. Also, too, there's not a lot of jobs in Vegas. It's a tourist town, and so you can get if you are in a career like maybe hospitality or stuff like that. Perry's back. You can get a job, but it's not like when I lived in San Diego, they had a lot of jobs like at the shipyard and stuff like that. Vegas doesn't have a lot of jobs. So you got to come with the job. And you have to watch what schools you go to in Vegas because the school system sucks. Healthcare sucks really bad in Vegas. Healthcare. So I mean, it's really bad. They're claiming that there's not enough doctors, and you can go to the emergency room and wait 5, 6 hours before you get seen. That's what's bad. What else is bad in Vegas? I mean, we have our problems. They don't, this is another thing about Vegas. If something happens, they try not to put it on the news. They think it will ruin tourism. I'm not lying. So, but I mean, the good thing in Vegas is it's always something to do. Always. 24-hour city, if that's what you want. Sometimes it gets annoying, very crowded. Vegas is overcrowded because it's small. It's like this big with all these people crammed in. Still not a lot of people. Do you guys see the other side? It's just not a lot of people there. It's weird. Yeah, I see them coming in. Still not a lot of people. Where are you going? Hold on, guys. I'm going to talk to Perry real quick. So that's Perry. He says he's going back. So I don't even know why he came home. They want Jeffrey to do the Pledge of Allegiance. He's trying to remember it. That's Bobby. He's a mess. Now, also too, all that I said this morning, that I don't think that this case is going to. I don't think Keefe D is going to get sentenced. But I'm open. Okay, you guys, I'm open. And if I see something that'll change my mind, I'll let you know. I wonder why we call the police here Metro. I don't know. It's supposed to be LVPD, but that's not what they call it. Leah, you have insomnia? I suffer from insomnia really, really bad. I have to take sleeping pills. If not, I would be up for days. I think it's hormonal because I'm old. I don't know, but I suffer from insomnia. I see Perry. He's trying to sign in. I don't know what's going on. I see you, but then you keep cutting out. Girl, I'm not trying to understand this heat. The heat is insane. Your insomnia is bad, Leah? You're not old. I'm 62, so it must be ancient. No, I'm 55. We're both senior citizens. I don't know if that has anything to do. It has something to do with the older you get, the harder it is to sleep for women. I think it's hormonal. It's really weird. And I'm tired. I want to sleep. This is the worst thing for me. The house is quiet. Everybody's asleep. And I'm laying there going, why am I not asleep? So I just said, forget it. So I have to take sleeping pills now. This is going to be a mess because I'm hearing that Keefe D changed the story again. You already said you were there, then you weren't there. Now you were there again. This is just a mess. One thing I will say about this, they put him in a suit, you guys.
We now have Mr. Davis. He's present in custody with Mr. Stamp. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury from either party?
Nothing from the state.
I just want to make sure I have that issue with regard to the Discovery Commissioner. I just want to make sure. I think it's at 12:30.
We had moved it for that, so we'll plan on stopping in time for you to get to that.
Thank you, Honor.
Okay, and you were able to talk to Commissioner Gans and get that all straightened out?
Not directly, but through my office, yes.
Okay, excellent, perfect.
Thank you.
And I guess, Your Honor, I think it was mentioned during jury selection, but at this point, I think both parties would be invoking the exclusionary rule.
Okay, so if we have anyone present in the courtroom who's on the witness list, you do need to step out at this time until you're allowed to come back in. For everybody who's here as in the audience, obviously we're in court, so I expect that there'll be no outbursts or speaking on the jury can hear. Otherwise, we might have to remove you. Additionally, if you guys could all check and make sure that your cell phones are turned off or are at least on silent so that we don't have any distractions while we get going.
Yeah, with regard to the exclusionary order, because of the fact that this is being broadcast, are we instructing as well witnesses to not be watching the broadcast prior to their testimony as well?
Great point. Yes.
Okay.
Anything further? All right. Let's bring in the jury.
And he looked like that guy from Sister Wife,
Yeah, Echo.
the attorney.
Cody Brown.
Yeah, Cody. Yeah.
It's a really small courtroom. Look at that. It's not a lot of people.
No, I mean not even outside, just news networks. Like everybody got their tent set up, and they sort of just, it's gonna be 105 today. I think it's 95 now though, but
Oh, look at PPD. He's in a little suit. It's a little tight, but you're not in, you don't have your blue rag on with it.
so what we waiting on?
The jury, they're entering now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're about an hour. They're late. Hey, did you hear anything about this missing evidence?
No. When I was driving back, I heard you talking about it though. I had your channel on. I heard you talking. But
Find out
nope.
about that. Can you believe they put PPD in the suit?
Yeah.
He don't even look right. It's like, what?
He got to represent himself.
Just,
I
he's
mean, you can't come in looking like a thug. That's straight time.
he just looked funny in a suit. Like, boy, you know you don't wear no suit. You'd have borrowed your father's suit.
I went out and brought one because shit, when you go to court, you better have on one.
Yeah.
You on trial.
I like that attorney's hair. I cannot pronounce his last name. DiGio. Yeah. Tell him.
Stand for the jury.
All right. You may, did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Plall, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. That attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies and critically acclaimed roles. He has at times been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Dwayne Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs. by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was his nephew and also a highly respected member of the Southside Conference. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name, Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Dwayne Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Dwayne Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Dwayne Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Dwayne "Keefy" Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west, in order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the Death Row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MJ Grand. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Dwayne Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Dwayne Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was at that time by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Dwayne Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Dwayne Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Dwayne Davis would later describe himself in the secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So what we learn is that Dwayne Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, no, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Dwayne Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in-gang culture. Dwayne Davis decides he is going to organize a retaliation, that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was a connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun and that he can come help him out.
Well, hey, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right now? You tell Zip, hey, we're gonna go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, y'all want us to come? Like, you know what I'm gonna do? It was, they gonna get 662 Club.
Who said that?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody. You know,
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Did she tell
it
you?
was in the lobby, in the lobby. I got one.
And did you ask her? Do you have one or just tells you, yeah, I got one?
Yeah, that's when they asked me, we need some help. I said, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't know what he gave you.
Yeah.
So later, Dwayne Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. And you'll hear that Dwayne Davis wasn't initially in the white Cadillac. He goes into a van, and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac, and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went up to 626 Club. They didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes. They didn't show up. So it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van. They had to jump in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Dwayne Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Dwayne Davis himself, DVD, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Dwayne Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. He's a little liquor store right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Long Bay Boulevard. And shit. Here they come that BMW on the corner. And bros, Tupac. I was like, there you go. Made a U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just on the U-turn. They was in a little lane. We just pulled up on the side, checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac, he gave us some away. Otherwise, they would have gone away. He all had nothing. You know how they do. They was
U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys are in the car. Have you already handed him the gun at this point, or at what point did you hand him the gun?
I thought he was gonna go on my side. No, that's one of them, going to the out, man. You know, he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting the blast if you had to, or you were just?
Yeah, we would have been on my side all the time.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear me.
I gave it to Dre, and Dre was like, no. And I ain't like, dude, fuck.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis say, admit, is that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Dwayne Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Dwayne Davis has the firearm. It's a firearm he got from Eric Von Zit Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Dwayne Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Dwayne Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Dwayne Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah.
How do you hear this?
I just know he does something to say, you know.
When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In the
of
back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside
And
that
jump
car?
in. I see the bullet going through, yeah, I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead. He was straight or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
And he had the thing in the head.
A little gray.
I thought he was dead.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the two girls? Did both stop the car and let them get off?
Yeah. And we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you cool, let off.
Yeah. We made the right and so for all the Seabury homeless. Stupid bitches. We shot their window around and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what should do? Nothing?
So, yeah. He couldn't really look because he was too big, you know. Yeah.
One other thing Dwayne Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. Car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of them. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were, in fact, communicating with Suge at Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees the white Cadillac flee, and then what Dwayne Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Dwayne Davis and the other people in the white car as they are fleeing. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrives, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while People were afraid to come forward to police. The police knew, and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn is that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Dwayne Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Dwayne Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI again. And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Dwayne Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today, in a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, somebody who is known as Biggie Smalls, so the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Dwayne Davis. Christopher Wallace there was a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala, and Dwayne Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Dwayne Davis. And the thing we know about Dwayne Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Dwayne Davis. And as a result, Dwayne Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Dwayne Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Dwayne Davis says is, I don't have any information about that thing, but I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that that's about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly recorded and released later. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Dwayne Davis. In 2009, though, Dwayne Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Dwayne Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Dwayne Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas, that he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beat, that he was the boss, that he was in the white Cadillac, and that he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading, the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Dwayne Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Dwayne Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells the story about Davis' admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Dwayne Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Dwayne Davis, because that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Dwayne Davis's life story. So, in 2017, Dwayne Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET. And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
When I went in TV days, I was popping, kingpin, drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac Shakur. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth.
Dwayne Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac, and he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from health issues. Remarkably, in 2019, Dwayne Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core remains. He was mad about Orlando Anderson the beating of Orlando Anderson, his nephew. He was in Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the sheriff. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Dwayne Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then, Dwayne Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them? Yeah, the car was on, yeah. We running in, went to the light on Sunset and Flamingo, and dude, we act like he was in a parade or something, and that BMW hanging out with us, hey, this Tupac, he's Tupac. And them bitches, shit, they was hollering for him. Yeah, they were that motherfucker. They came suicidal. Shit.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private ones. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Suge, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac and Suge. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Dwayne Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
He didn't not necessarily jump on fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with two motherfucking shit. I mean, don't you think he was wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have, reacted in a better way.
You listen, you don't think that man is wrong?
He could have reacted in a better way, I guess.
I'm talking. Vlad is fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man.
He was wrong, man. That was only done out of loyalty, man.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. He never jumped. My nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew. A kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. He was a grown ass man, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was a fucking kid, dude. That's why he had on the channel. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? They was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. They jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And this anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son. He talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur, nearly 30 years after the murder. Years later, that is the visceral anger that Dwayne Davis had for Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Dwayne Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Dwayne Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews and public statements, and even in private calls, Dwayne Davis has repeatedly told us over and over again about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Dwayne Davis accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Stamps, do you wish to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Wait a second. Quick second.
Of course, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Yeah.
think this is the HMI cable.
You got it, or do you want IT to assist you?
I think I got it. This is it, right?
That was terrible.
What did you say?
Now we.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. We spent a lot of time, I think, when we were picking a jury to determine who would be the right jurors for a case like this. Obviously, we want people who are going to reserve judgment until the end, but really look at the evidence with a critical eye. Now, what the state has just told you what they believe to be the evidence in this case. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if what they're saying is really truth or fiction, fact or fiction. I don't know if some of you recall, but I had asked the question specifically about what you were holding in your hands. And right now, for instance, you're all holding notepads and pens. That would be a fact, right? And in this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of, I can just do this, right? Microphone. I'd ask some of you, if that microphone was buried and dug up 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they are telling you, they're representing it to be a fact when it really is fiction. And it's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case. Now, I'm going to give you a timeline here for you to understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize some things. And what I've done is really just sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He works the file. He's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 15 years or so. And then it ends with Detective Long, who presents this to the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is because you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this: what facts do they have after 30 years? Now, Detective Becker does what every homicide detective does when he arrives on scene. He's assigned to the case. He starts his investigation. At that particular time, though, Tupac Shakur was not dead. He was critically injured. He was at UMC. And it isn't until 6 days later that he passes away. But Detective Becker starts his initial investigation because it's pretty serious. And as a result, he just takes over the investigation. What he will testify to is that Flamingo Pool on a Saturday night in the middle of a fight between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, it was very busy when he arrived. And he arrived at a time where he was able to determine cartridge casings, .40 caliber, that was found at the scene. That's another fact for you. But at some point they're going to learn, he learns that potentially it was a Glock 40 that was the actual firearm that was used in this case. And then when crime scene analysts arrive on scene, they document the evidence. And they document the cars. That will be important, and you'll determine at some point why the cars are documented. And with regard to Detective Becker, what he'll tell you is police officers write reports. Critical. Hugely important. Why? Because at some point in the future, like in this case, 30 years later, Detective Becker will not remember details like he would if he had what? His report in front of him. And that's going to be important for you to consider in this case. Now, what Detective Becker does, though, is because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock and key. Because he was worried about leaks in Metro, leaking information out to the public, because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened and who did this to Tupac Shakur. Now, what you're going to find is, when Detective Becker testifies in this case, that a lot of his reports are now missing. They're gone. which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective, and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton PD. Why is that important in this case? Because there's an individual by the name of Reggie Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant working in Compton in charge of the gangs in Compton in terms of investigations. His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Death Row Records, the same security that was here in Las Vegas on the 9th of September 7th, 1996. Death Row Records was affiliated with Mob Pyru Blood, and Detectives Ladd and Brennan from Compton answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust Compton PD. And the one thing that he really didn't trust is that most of their information came from confidential informants that were not reliable. And he'll tell you that. And because of his intuition, Compton PD was shut down in September of 2000 due to internal corruption. They just evaporated that police department, and the sheriff's department for LA County absorbed the responsibilities for the police department in Compton because of the corruption that was there. Now, what facts, right? Just like the pads of paper that you have in your hand and the pens that you have in your hand, what facts can we determine from Detective Becker's efforts? First and foremost, we know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Cobalt. That's also a fact, right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle during rush of night, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts that will not be refuted by anybody in this courtroom during the time that we spend together. But here's the one thing. There are no facts to point to Keefe. Not one. You're going to hear about this over and over and over again. No facts like the microphone in your hand or the pad of paper that you have that you write on. Detective Long takes over the case in 2002, and he has it from 2002 to 2017. He was, interestingly enough, on the gang unit, and at the time of the shooting, he was in the gangs, and he had been one of the first to arrive on scene. He will testify and tell you that every time he did something on this file, he wrote a report. Because that's important. That's what you do as a police officer. And he conducted follow-up interviews, and he made some travel to Compton. He will tell you those things. That's his role in all of this. But here's the thing. Detective Long also encountered some challenges in this case. They had to hide the case file with Metro because people were still accessing the file in Metro, and they weren't authorized to do so. So they changed the case number so that people couldn't find the file. In addition to that, what you're going to learn is LAPD reached out to him, called him up and said, hey, Detective Long, we have the gun. And we've tested it, and it matches back to what you're looking for in terms of the weapon that killed Tupac Shakur. Detective Long goes to LAPD, gets the gun, transports it back, gets it tested, and it comes out as not a match. LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton. This is what's happening during this time period. These, according to Detective Long, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow up with people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing because of that time. So Detective Long had these challenges. But here's what Detective Long does. He interviews Keefe in 2009. Sits him down, has an interview with Keefe, just like the state said. And guess what happens? Detective Long doesn't even know that Keith had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Long or Metro what was going on. And you know who was in the room in 2008? You had FBI in the room. You had DEA in the room. You had LAPD in the room. You had the United States Attorney for the Central District of California in that room. And Detective Long does not know about any of that. What you will also learn is out of all those people in that room, not one person verifies what TPD tells them. That the FBI, the gold standard of investigation in our country, did not go out and follow up on what was said. Now, one of the things the state showed you was a picture of a car and indicated there was 4 individuals in that car. And he tell you that at some point, 3 of those individuals are dead and Keefe is the only one that's remaining. But at the time that he gives his statement to the task force in 2008, there's another individual that's still alive. They never interviewed that individual to verify if that information was true. Why not? Because the FBI just fell asleep, that the LAPD just didn't care. Keefe was never charged for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap. Otherwise they would have. Why wouldn't they? When Detective Long comes back to Las Vegas, he goes and he talks it over with the Clark County District Attorney's Office. And you know what happened then? They didn't charge the case either. In 2009. Ask yourself the reason why that is. It's because they just didn't care about Tupac Shakur or his life? Or is it because they looked into it and realized we can't verify this information, we don't believe this to be true? Why would the Clark County District Attorney's Office not charge him in 2009? Now, what facts do we get out of Detective Long based upon what he did for those 15 years? We don't have any facts. Outside of statements made, allegedly by TPD and other people, we don't have anything to verify any of that information. Not one single thing to corroborate the statements made by that man in 2008 or 2009. Not only by Metro, but by the FBI, by LAPD, by the DEA, by the United States Attorney's Office. No one corroborates any of this. So, 2017 comes along, and an entity called the Center of Investigative Reporting, they file what's called a FOIA request with Metro. And what that means is, FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. It allows or requires government agencies to give up information if you ask for it. That's the goal, is to be transparent. And people wanted to know what was going on with the murder files. This is 2017. This is years after any of the statements that were made and anything else. Where's the investigation? What's going on? Well, Metro said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So in 2018, the Center turns around and files a lawsuit against Metro to force them to give them the file, to show them what work had you been doing over, at that particular point, I don't know, what's that, 20 years? That's when Detective Mogg enters the picture. What you will learn is that Detective Mogg basically says, I'm here just to close out the case. He's not here to solve the mystery of who killed Tupac. So with everything you have in front of you that you're now hearing for the first time in terms of the statements that were made in 2008, 1998, 1990, whatever, Detective Mogg comes along and says, I'm just here to close out the case. That's his role. And what you're going to learn is Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018. It's not a deposition. It's not testimony under oath. It's edited. and it's done for educational purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why? So, Keefe writes a book allegedly, right? Allegedly, he writes this book called Conference Tree Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is no charges filed. What is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed when the interview happens. No charges are filed when the book is written. What is going on? 5 years goes by, and nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keefe D's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements, they can't be corroborated. So now they're saying, we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence that's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is they don't find it. And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there. The defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors, and you have people come up and they testify under oath. And there's really no way for the defense to challenge any of it because it's done in secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mogg is sworn to testify truthfully. And you know what Mr. Mogg does? He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read pages of a book into the record. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand, and reads the book as if it's the gospel truth. And that's what he does. He treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker and not like Detective Long. And not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's a Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator. And as an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case. Even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective with Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans from 2018 to current and we just received it about 5 weeks ago. The importance of capturing everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of, college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and, get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because according to that report that he submitted 5 weeks ago or so, he never verified the book. According to that report, he never investigated any of the alternate theories that were out there. You're going to hear about those alternate theories. There are people who have developed over time answers to the question, who did this and why? He never looked into any of it. Which I think, at the end of the day, don't you want to see what's out there to help you with your investigation? And according to his report, he did more on the case after he became an investigator than he did before when he was a detective. What I'm going to tell you right now is what you're going to find when you listen to all the evidence, that his work was biased, sloppy, and incomplete. Those are the three things you're going to determine for Mr. Mogg. Now, because of the fact that in terms of the evidence itself, he doesn't have much, the state's going to lean pretty heavily on their witnesses. And I'm going to give you a sampling of the type of people you're going to run across in this trial based upon their witness list in this case. First person is this guy named Reggie Wright Jr. He's the security company for Death Row Records. And what he is a felon. Second of all, you're also going to find that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're going to learn about that. And his father, like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang unit. What you're also going to learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place. What you're also going to learn is he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to police during their investigation. That's going to be qualified then. That guy's going to be qualified then. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Death Row Records? Reggie Wright Jr. Now, the state is also going to bring in other people with unreliable positions, including criminal histories, financial motivations, and inconsistent statements. That are the people and the quality of the evidence that you're going to listen to in this case. Just to give you another example, there's going to be an individual by the name of Devonta Dirt Rockley. Who is he? He's been a paid informant for years. You're going to hear that they have paid him to be an informant. He will, of course, say whatever he needs to say to avoid his own criminal actions, but his testimony will be inconsistent. And that's what you have to really rely on, is what exactly is he going to say, and can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about a disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Kading. The state told you about him. He wrote a book. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to Keithy. Now, Greg Kading, he stole the file. What you're going to learn is he actually stole the file. He took the Tupac and the Biggie case files and walked out the door. This is an LAPD detective that they are using, or one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, and then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg Kading. That's the LAPD detective. Now, what you're also going to learn is Greg Cady, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to cases being overturned as a result. There was a court finding on this issue. A judge determined that. And there we go. That's Greg Cady. That's a witness in this case from that. Now, your challenges, right? I mean, gosh, we're sitting here, there's cameras in the room. I mean, things going on. But it's really time. Like, how do you, as jurors, try to figure out time on this case? There's been so much time. Delays. By who, though? And there's corruption. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just like skepticism? Like, you're gonna look at this stuff and be like, well, I mean, you have a motive to lie. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actual facts. When you get past all the talk and me talking, just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what KPD said or any of his interviews or in the book? When you look at this relevant timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put KPD in a car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of those other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that KPD was even in Las Vegas on the night of the fight. Receipts, credit cards, a picture of him standing next to somebody else, maybe watching the fight from another casino. Something. Give me something. In the book, you're going to learn that Kiki says that he was at the fight. He was sitting on the second row. He was sitting with all the celebrities, and he's dressed in his finest gear. There's not one iota of proof that he was ever at that fight. But you know who does show an iota of proof that he was at the fight? Suge Knight. Suge Knight was raided, and at some point, there is a ticket stub to that fight, the Tyson versus Selden fight with Suge Knight's possession. Because he went to the fight. And you would think, a fight like this, you want to show everyone that you were at the fight. There's no evidence at all that man was even at the fight. When we take fact versus fiction, really at the end of the day, what you're going to hear from witnesses that will testify to this is that KPD was known to do this. That's the testimony you're going to hear in this case. That's what you're going to hear about that man right there. And so you have to ask yourself the question. If I just say things, is that going to end up being one of those things where I'm going to be headed up for a murder if I just keep repeating the fiction? I keep repeating that? The answer is no. You have to corroborate everything I say in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it's just that. Or fiction. And at the end of all the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt the claim that Kiki had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. State, at this time, are you prepared to proceed with your case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury.
Oh my.
For the record, the jury just exited the room. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence?
Hang on.
Okay, you guys are just gonna work on marking those exhibits so it goes a little smoother.
I was gonna bring the box in. We've already given our list and marked, and then I just need to grab the exhibits for the witnesses today.
Sounds good. All right. And then we'll give you about an hour, or when we return about an hour and 15 before we have a break.
We're still on the record, so everybody still needs to remain quiet. I have to stop at 12:15.
No, I'm just saying, we may be done before 12.
Oh, gosh.
This is terrible. I can't believe they brought this to court.
Well,
Is somebody playing with me?
look,
What? They have no evidence.
that's what it sounds.
Oh my God.
That's why we're here. We'll definitely found out because I seen your little message you posted. I did catch that, right? But what I'm saying is, yeah. Now, when I seen the prosecutor go out and say what he had to say, I'm like, yeah, okay, well, they gonna have some. And then the defense attorney come on and just let me know they ain't really showed you shit. They very corrupt. And then he said they very corrupt.
Can I sue the state for putting this mess on social media? This is a disgrace.
If we go through this court case and waste all this time, maybe you could file a civil lawsuit for wasting our time.
I'm not going to waste my time. I'm putting this on the backup channel tomorrow because this is ridiculous. I'll leave the link in the chat. We will continue to watch this, but I'm gonna sue the state because this is ridiculous. It's not going on my main channel. They have no new evidence. Although I will say that Keefe D's attorney, I'm just gonna call him D because that last name, he's got swag. He's got the middle part afro. I like that little medallion. But besides that, I'm sitting in the chat talking about damn Krishan.
Well, yeah, I seen you. But then,
no, I didn't mean to talk about Krishan. Y'all don't let me talk about Krishan in this case right now. But we are going on tonight talking about that. But they have no evidence. None.
But at this pace, though, you might be covering her trial soon the way she's moving. But
we can't talk about Krishan now.
But
we'll
anyway,
talk about Krishan as soon as I'm done. But this is
no. But for real though, look, the whole thing is this. Yeah, the prosecution come out and lay out all the stuff to give you some background. And you're like, okay, maybe they got something here, there, or maybe, because the jurors still could look at him and say, hey, we believe you did it no matter how good your attorney is. Because the attorney is creating doubt, right?
Yeah.
And then too, it's hard to go, I got a witness when you find out they're a paid informant. Right? Or listen to this detective when he done stole some records. Now, if all this is true, right? But part of me thinking, Keefe D attorney know what the hell he talking about. But I think at the end of the day, whether they got proof or not, I believe Keefe D was there and all that. But the state is gonna have a problem trying to prove it.
It's like they did the last 30 years. I am just appalled. I told y'all not all attorneys are smart. And what is this evidence? So I had heard earlier there was missing evidence through the grand jury. They still haven't found the evidence, something that's supposed to prove the case. I don't want to hear about it if it's missing.
Right.
Missing evidence is just as good as no evidence. I am pissed. This is the worst trial ever. I'm pissed. You're going to come to court and not have a stitch of evidence? And we all know Keefe D lying. We all know he was in the car. We know it. But you have to prove it. And I thought that they taught that in attorney school. What'd you say, Perry?
I said, no, you're definitely right. You got to prove things like that.
Yeah.
And if that was my son, no, you got to prove it, whether he was there or not. If I was there, you got to prove it. Without a reasonable doubt. But his attorney is doing pretty good, so far to me.
Yeah, Afro Man.
He's saying, look, yeah, I mean, that you got to bring me something.
Yep.
All these years, you didn't do shit. You didn't file a report. You didn't do this. And then, but you want to get him just because he's a liar? Look at him. That's what his attorney said. But look at him. He's a liar. But you want him to go to prison for the rest of his life because he needed some money or something, and he just felt the need to lie.
And they put Keefe D in a suit.
Yeah.
This case is trash. I cannot believe they're wasting our time with this nonsense. You don't have any proof. Because he wrote a book is not proof. You cannot use a person's book, and you can't use people's lyrics to a song. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. I'm pissed off. I'm going to start complaining, and it's just, oh my. I will cover, though, I think, on my backup channel.
You don't have to start. You already complaining.
It's really Eric, I thought they were going to introduce something that we didn't know about.
We got to give them a chance. We got to give them a chance.
You got to give them a chance. Like,
we also thought, okay, now let's keep it real. We also thought the same thing in the P. Diddy trial, that they would give us something new about the kids in the basement. It was no kids.
Oh, yeah.
So these cases just come out of the woodwork when somebody want a pay raise.
But there's a difference about what you heard on the internet, what we do, the gossip channels, than an attorney, what's presented in court. I could have put this case on by myself. I know that they're not going to win this case. This is just ridiculous. And then when they start talking, they said, oh, Reggie Wright Jr. is a felon. Tell exactly what he did. Okay? He drug dealer and a cop / cop. How you gonna look buying your drugs from the damn cops? It's a mess. It's just a mess.
He's testifying for the state, I think.
Right. Oh, I didn't tell you. You didn't hear what I said earlier. Reggie Wright Jr. and his father got indicted for drug trafficking. Instead of going to court, they decided to just shut the unit down, and they worked out some secret plea deal. And he got a lot of nerve bringing his fat ass on the internet, trying to talk about Suge or anybody else. You are a felon, sir. You are the worst thing that there ever is, and that's a corrupt cop. You will expect me to believe a corrupt cop? Your information, whatever you have to say, is good as nothing. I'm not going to believe a felon. A cop, you're a cop. Your job was to protect us. You did not protect us. You worried about your own wallet. So Reggie Wright, Gene Deal, Keefe D, y'all ain't nothing but snitches. None of y'all have no credibility at all. I wish Gene Deal would bring his old ass up on the stage. He talking about can't take the trial, know nothing about it. You knew a lot about it when you was running your mouth a couple months ago. I'm gonna do a full. I keep forgetting because I've been following Krishan and Blueface, but I got a whole Gene Deal video, and it's worse than we thought. He's snitch. He's like Vlad TV, and Vlad TV was at that party last night. Blueface, Nevaeh's what do you call it? Baby shower. I don't want to talk about Blueface now, but Vlad was there. Blueface knows exactly what he's doing, and I'll leave it at that. But this case is good as nothing. And are they coming back today or tomorrow?
Oh, this
trial? Yeah.
Well, at first I thought they said like a 15-minute break.
That's what I thought she said. Yeah.
Come back at 11, but then she said, "Well, we'll add an hour to it, an hour 15." Hold on, what are you gonna have it run through? Like, is it gonna be an hour and 15 minutes? Go back to the thing and see what they say to that little site and see what we got going on. But yeah, now, really, I don't know, but I think jurors can find, if his attorney seemed pretty good to muddy the waters.
Yeah.
Even he don't even believe that Keefe D wasn't there, but that's not his job. His job is to muddy the waters to make the other person think, no, you can't get them from this. Now the state got to have something. Maybe they don't have anything at all. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna bring on the crooked cops, it seems like Keefe D attorney is ready to attack their credibility. You know what I'm saying?
Now, finally, we got CNN saying there's no new evidence in this case. There you go. You cannot just write a stupid book. I cannot believe this. And they're confused. Let's see what someone else is saying. Hold on. This is just, I woke up early. Child, I cannot.
They had me at that courthouse in 110-degree weather last week.
Oh my God.
I might have
We're drifting in the chat. So look, I'm not going to talk about Krishan, but I cannot believe she went back. That girl is crazy. She got leave Nevaeh alone. Nevaeh is pregnant. Leave her alone.
She said she was going to pull up.
She said
she ain't no Keefe D. She mean what she say. I don't know. I mean, look, no person should get.
No, they're on a break. They'll come back. They're on a break. This is a mess.
Nobody should be incarcerated if you don't prove it. Like that's the only thing. Like people say, well, we know that. Look, if I was a betting man, if I was making a bet on something, I would say, yeah, I would bet that he was in the car. He had something to do with it. But since we in court, you got to prove that shit.
Yeah.
They would have to prove right or wrong. Like, I mean, because it could be any one of us facing time in court. You want them to prove it. That was my same point with the Diddy thing. People, he should go to jail for life. If they can prove it.
Yeah.
But these same people, I name 1,000 things that Diddy did, and they know he did it. But when I ask them, can you go to court and prove it? Their answer would be no. Well, they won't say no. They'll just say, I'm a Diddy supporter. But anyway.
I was just seeing if Krishan or Blueface are live. That's terrible. I'm losing interest in the case. They're not live though. But this is just a mess. I cannot believe that they brought this case back to court and they're just going to embarrass themselves just like last time. You don't bring a case to court if you don't feel that you have 100% conviction. It's just, you're going to make yourself look bad. There's no new evidence, nothing different from 30 years ago. And you're not going to put a crooked cop on the stand and expect me to believe him. He'll just say anything. When you wear a wire, you're the ultimate snitch. Y'all tried to get Diddy before, it's not working. Y'all need to leave that man alone. Leave this alone. Stay out of court. It's just ridiculous. And this state's attorney thinks he's going to get some kind of clout off the case. Not if you lose the case. That's why you have to be 100% accurate with the grand jury before you go to court. Missing evidence should not even be in your vocabulary the day of trial. The day of trial, you should not be talking about no damn missing evidence.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there.
Yeah. Oh, well, we got some missing evidence. We don't know what happened to the missing evidence, but it really will place them there. Don't bring it up if you don't know where the evidence is. And it's been a minute. Y'all didn't know where the missing evidence was last year. Y'all still harping on missing evidence. You had a whole damn year to look for this missing evidence.
I mean, wasn't the evidence missing, then found, then missing again? I don't know. But look, the whole thing is this. Yes, if we focus on that evidence, but at the same time, let's give them another couple of hours to see where they're heading with this whole thing, okay?
Now, I'm going to keep doing it, but I'm about to be really messy right now because Cam is really trying to get me out there. But why ain't Gene Deal testifying? Because he a liar with his, well, I won't call him FAT again, but he's an old man. He's a 63-year-old man that needs to make money. And so he found a racket, lies. I can go in here and lie and make sure. He said that Biggie passed away in his arms. I got it on tape. Gene Deal says this. When I find out that you weren't even there, you weren't even in the car. They took him to the hospital and the hospital pulled him out the car. Here we go, back in session. This boring ass trial.
Before court started back, Leah said in East Tennessee, it's 105. That got to be bad because I know it's humid too.
That's how did this here?
No, I'm talking about Tennessee. I'm saying like shit.
Yeah.
In
Oh yeah,
Vegas,
with their humidity.
yeah, we sort of used to it. Yeah.
And who put Keefe D in a damn suit?
It's
I'm
working
mad
so
about
far.
that.
That suit working so far.
No, they don't have a case. They don't have a case. They have wasted my time. They do not have a case.
Well, we'll see. I
Look,
mean,
look, the attorney got swag. Do you like his hair?
no, look like baby Jesus.
You don't like the attorney's hair? And the little thing on his.
Oh no.
I
No.
like his attorney. I can't say his last name.
I like
but
Keefe D hair.
This is a mess. This is a mess. And if they don't, so it looks like they're getting ready to wrap up opening statements.
And they're going to start back on record in State versus Davis. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring them in.
Actually, he looks a lot better than mine. So this is what she is. You don't want to do you want what it is? No. This one? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And that's the thing that was falling off there, which is why the cops are that's the same person built it. No, it's the female in the corner. And Ford, different people. Oh, okay. Different guy. The handwriting on this. Yeah, well, I guess maybe they get taught how to do that. Yeah, it's like in this class. Yeah, so that's what female architect. All right, he goes off and processes the stolen Dodge Caravan. I see. Thank you. Hey, 30 years later, we'll figure out the facts. Don't worry. We'll get there. As long as they're facts. What are facts? What are really facts? What are really facts?
Having a jury?
The party stipulates to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, State, you may call your first witness.
Gary Dale.
I'm surprised PPD attorney can understand it.
But again,
I said I'm surprised PPD attorney can
can
understand it.
And nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You may be seated.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Gary, Garry. Last name is Dale, Dale.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jacqueline, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in September of 1996, how were you employed?
I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years total.
September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
Direct your attention to right around 11 p.m. What part of the strip were you working?
I was working the little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Golgart.
While you were working on that area of the strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's on Market State's proposed exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two aerials of the Las Vegas Valley from generally around the time period of the 2096 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in. It
Oh,
works.
there it goes.
So it will work.
Trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. A car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No, I
When
did
they
not.
told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know. I mean, I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac Shakur and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I was just remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold or something like that he had around his neck."
Would you describe your interaction with them as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted. You may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, let's say, 10 minutes later, something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing riding on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had ran up on the median and was stopped there in the middle of the boulevard.
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle,
Is it you and Mr. Goldberg or
Mr.
Officer
yes,
Goldberg?
Officer Goldberg and I.
And do you see either of the two people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
He was telling us to take care of Tupac Shakur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I wanted to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT's working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me. Gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital
And
in the ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So something like that.
No, we'll take care
We'll
of
take
it.
care of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur.
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. Obviously, when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time.
Dan Ford.
Do you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken. But at the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or
Could he be a crime scene?
crime scene analyst, CSI.
And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Showing you state's proposed exhibits 5 through 8. Just flip through those.
Okay.
Is that how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene? Obviously without people in it.
Right. On the scene of the, where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
Judge, I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. The clerk's letting me know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle? Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you gotta answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still?
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And, oops.
Mr. DeJacmo,
Right now I
33
put the
also
wrong
not
one up.
admitted. Okay. Which one?
There you go. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like.
Yes.
Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Secure at the hospital.
Yes.
Judge, Mr. Samt has requested, and I've agreed, to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation?
Yes.
What exhibit did you want it to be?
I guess we should just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been looked at. I think it's not in front of us.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33. 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection needed.
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Samt, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is state proposed exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Okay.
Old school.
And you are Mr. Dale.
Yes.
Well, welcome back to the courtroom.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired?
13 years.
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Now, fair to say, though, in this particular case, what you had seen, or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
So there was no need to write a report about that.
No.
Okay. Did you write a report and with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. the area we stopped him in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that.
I see.
You know, nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the strip. So I heard that things were going on that night, but I was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time. So, you know, that's why they had us out there on bicycles. It's because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was going to have to stop and pull over, that he wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
And that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So, but there was always traffic in that area. So it's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to be congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind
Right.
of
It's not like that.
All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC.
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they are relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival? I
Don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the strip. You still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me this map, do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you.
Okay. So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the sphere, does it? Does it?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom. I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
Let me just scroll here real quick. Does that help you?
Yeah, they do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets, crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall.
yeah,
I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to, it's not a catch-up moment.
No, I
I'm not trying
understand.
to get you
Yeah, I
somewhere.
understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allow traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you.
Sure.
I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me, it was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon.
And when you and when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other like vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It looked cluttered with cars, so I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself.
Right.
Your partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. Budrafno?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process. Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
State may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, State calls Ingrid Stokes. Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware, okay, well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I'm even living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then And you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called, and we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
Women in the bathroom, 4 women in the bathroom did not work. But, we took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so, where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
Okay. And then, did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out, is what I call it, because the fight was already over. So everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all 4 of you go into the car?
Yes, all 4 of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible. And my girlfriend, Lauren, at the time, she knew Suge. And she told us, hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him. I'm going to ask them what they're doing. And so Shalane was the driver, and she slowed up close to them.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger? So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other 2 women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one.
And so then when you start driving, when you see Suge and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, what's going on? What's happening? We look over initially, we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us. And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. I believe States Exhibit 3 has been published there. Is this kind of the way they looked that night?
That was just like this.
And so you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club? Is that yes?
Yes, I'm so sorry, yes.
That's okay. And so do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to club?
We got behind them and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip. And it was weird because there was a car behind us and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on, or Flamingo, I think is what it's called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive them. We can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving.
Yeah, I didn't understand in hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pulled from around them, and then we stopped at the light, and
And before this, oh, that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
so I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So they were on the 3rd lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or 2 on the 2nd lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe 2 in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver, and after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when it's all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out and I scream, "What the hell?" I said, "What the hell?" And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down, and so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, "What the hell is going on?" And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly, but I know I put the car in drive, and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off. And
then did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turning lane. And it was a white 4-door. Can't tell you what combination. It was like white-ish. And we almost hit it. We were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or
we turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but it was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because just when we wondered what happened. Because we left, so we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence. And I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time. So I wanted to stop and talk to them and offer my help. But I also wanted to make sure if I could help, I would help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened, what happened when we left. And so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground on the sidewalk in front of everything. Cars are still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us. And then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had to sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get dishes. I'm saying, not the coolest, but yeah, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anyway in LA. It's not a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s. There was multiple reasons why, but I didn't see anything. So I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then I don't know. I was going to offer some assistance, what I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that we start shutting down because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talk?
Absolutely.
Objection,
Yeah.
Honor, to leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on your question that she's going to lay the foundation to.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sands.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Mr.
Hello.
You obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, I was in the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury, did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point, you go back to LA.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We didn't talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes,
as well?
she was driving.
I see.
That is right.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I mean, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that.
Was it
No,
cold?
it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening. So I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
Much as I can. Yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there as State's Exhibit number 1. Just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Does that help you at all?
No, not really. But I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You can use that to sort of move that mouse over to where. No, that doesn't do that. 'Cause it's-
I can point it, but
Now let me do this.
When you're on our computer, can you do that?
This doesn't here.
you can point it now.
All right. So would this be? And
Yes,
I'm using my
that's-
Sharpie. That's
yes,
the dot.
yes.
Okay. So yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay. And this, I'm pointing now once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Koval.
Coble, that sounds about right.
Now, you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view? And
I can try.
Okay. You want me to approach?
Yes, you may.
And what am I drawing exactly again?
If you can draw for us where, on that night, where Koval was. And just for the record, you're writing Koval, is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
We were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just going to make lanes and like, don't quote me. I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Suge and we were behind. So this was, I'm going to put I for me. And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but I stopped at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle.
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or-
Well, not in the car, but
Oh.
where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around and get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I,
The I, yes.
and then you pulled off onto Cole.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, no, this is Flamingo, I'm assuming. I'm guessing, like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off, right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. All right. Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A,
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
and move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
Thank you. Now, I've shown you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A. All right, and I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Coble is actually the street Coble, is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners. There's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here is, what lane is that?
That's the a small lane that you can turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Cobble.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see.
No,
Yeah.
I was looking down because I was initiating changing my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of, anything
No.
happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Shug. Shug was saying, "Hey, come to 662." Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Shug's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that.
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shook because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, Tupac, anything
No.
like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Shug's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Shug, he was relaxed, like sitting in the chair, sitting in the passenger seat. And Shug was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window.
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac.
No, there was no fans around. They were just driving in the car, listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light.
Yes.
Preventing you from moving forward. And I'm once again going back to Defense Exhibit A. There's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Coble.
No.
Okay, so everyone was stopped at that particular point.
Everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have one. Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question and then write the question on a full sheet of paper and then hand it to my marshal when you're done. Any questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach?
They muted it. It's not us.
Okay, right. So I had missed a little bit. So I asked people, did they think she was lying? Because I missed part of it. Because she sound like she knows some of it, but then it's like some of it seemed fabricated. But I think what his attorney just did, he asked for the specific location where she was and all that. But he did something that was sort of slick. That's an argument for later, right? Just to show that Keefe D's a liar, because that's what he want to portray.
Right.
He asked the girl, was any fans out there? Because she's supposed to have been one of the girls. Keefe D was that Tupac was out the window and all that. He asked her.
All right, one question from our juror, from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any fault? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm gonna say it was just
You're
too,
okay.
it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. That was fast. State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here, let's say 1:15, so that everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise for the jury.
So basically, Sherelle, what I was saying though, is I think PPD attorney just laid it out there to prove that even things that PPD said wasn't true. Tupac wasn't using the state's witness, saying wasn't nobody hanging out the window.
I've never heard anyone hang out the window, but we all know that Keefe D's a liar.
Keefe D said that he was hanging out the window yelling at some girls.
Mhm.
She is supposed to have been one of the girls.
Right.
And then Keefe D said when they pulled up, Tupac leaned back in the car and reached down to grab something, remember?
Mm-hmm.
But he just sort of discredited this witnesses by saying that basically, well, he sort of laid it out there that Keefe D just made some of this stuff up. It's
Yeah.
falling right in their favor at this
Right.
point. Yeah.
So then we go back to the same question. Can you lock somebody up for lying?
Well, no, I don't think you can really. Like for that, you have to prove some other else, some other way. Like you have to have some other evidence to make you think that that person could have lied here or there, but this person was there, and you get some kind of feeling that this person actually did something. But so far, it's like they taking whatever the state put out there.
I cannot believe everything on this trial is based on a book.
Mm-hmm.
With no other evidence. So that means that if they get a conviction, it will be circumstantial. But even the circumstantial evidence isn't there. Basically, you got a man that placed himself at the scene of the crime. People do this all the time. Some people get want to be famous, so they'll say that they were there. They really throw that out and disregard it. So I'm just wondering, there has to be some smoking gun, or maybe it's this missing evidence.
Well, Sherelle, and part of me until a few minutes ago, I would assume the witness that was supposedly there, the eyewitness, the little girl that just left the stand.
Mhm.
Not a little girl, but the young
Woman.
lady, right? Yeah. So but her stuff didn't sound credible or reliable. She didn't put herself in the spot to really tell us anything. But yeah, we was around, we was going to party, but she said enough that Tupac wasn't hanging out the window. That would mean Keefe D was a liar.
Again, yeah.
So if he lied about that, then he could have lied about the rest.
So let's do a poll. Can you convict someone of lying? Because I don't think you can, and I'm really let down that the state will bring this to a trial unless there's something else. Maybe there has to be. I'm going to hope that there's something else to make this make sense. If you would have brought this in 96,
right,
they couldn't get a conviction in 96. It's the same exact case, except now he wrote a book about it and lying about it. So I'm just confused. Do the test. I want to see what y'all think. I'm very confused. I really was hoping, and this is just the third witness or second?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I'm disregarding all the cops. I'm going to disregard the cops because, as you'll know, coming up, these are convicted felons. They're dirty cops. Why would you even want a dirty cop to take the stand? The first thing people are going to talk about is his past. Reggie Wright, I don't believe anything he says. You are a convicted felon, sir. You are a drug trafficker. You were working with the Mob Piru gang when your ass was a policeman. That is despicable. That is despicable. So I ain't listening to nothing. Reggie Wright Jr. says, or Senior, he was with you. I ain't listening to shit Gene Deal got to say. You're a liar too. And what makes it worse is these men profited. Reggie wrote a book. They're profiting off of these lies that they're telling. It's just disgusting. And at the end of the day, I'm going to go with, I think it's Suge Knight. It could be Diddy. But even if it's Diddy, where's the proof? I don't know who did it. Perry, who did it? I don't know who did it. I don't know who did it. But I know I don't see any evidence. And that's why this case has been cold for 30 years. Because you cannot get a conviction from a liar. A liar, and then it's going to get worse when they prove that Keefe D wore the wire, flew to New York with the intentions of setting up Diddy, but came out flat. So it shows that you guys really want to get him, which is okay, fine, you want to get Diddy, but you need evidence to do it. This is just a mess. Let's see what the chat has to say. This is just a mess. Cannot believe they went to court with this. I cannot.
Well, that's the shocking part, because typically if you take somebody to court for this,
I can hear you. Grab my water. I can hear you.
One would think, especially if you took somebody to court after 30 years, then you definitely got something, right? I mean, because if you didn't do it in 29 years, 28 years, 24, 20, 19, 5 years, you know what I'm saying? Like, at this point, it's just an unsolved crime.
Yeah.
Aid the black. They don't have those. But unless somebody want to use this to try to move up the ranks and think at this point that, no, we don't have evidence of nothing. We got crooked cops. We got all these things, but we can take this black guy's book and these interviews that he did, and we can use that against him, because that could be a possibility too. They think that he won't get the same justice as somebody else would. Like, basically, they'll hang him because he ain't nothing but a dumb black.
I think that they would have had a better result in making everybody think that Diddy did this if you made a movie out of it. Then the movie makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what part is real, which part is, but to actually bring this to court with no additional evidence except he wrote a book and he did some interviews, and then you got shady bloggers. This is just a mess. This is just, cannot believe it. What happened to, and it feels like recently that.
So, Sherelle, the ad posted up, do you think you can convict someone strictly off a story?
Lying.
Yes, right. Well, lying, right? I mean, because we don't know if he's lying or not, but just something he said with no evidence, right? 67% of people said yes.
They think they can get a conviction.
Oh, yeah. And it's I mean, look, I know you laugh every time I say this. It has been cases they never found the body, never found the weapon, right? But they had a motive. And a person has been convicted of that.
Listen, me and you are always at odds. I don't know how we got married. Perry, you cannot convict anybody for lying. You just can't do it. It's a really weak case, if you ask me. But you guys think it's a strong case.
Okay, no.
He places himself at the scene of the crime.
I'm agreeing with you. It's not, at this point, I can go to the left, I can go to the right. It's not seeming like a strong case to me right now. But like when the prosecutor spoke at first, I was like, okay, yeah, they're gonna have something. Then when the defense attorney spoke, I was like, yeah, he just calling them out for being corrupt and pointing out the obvious. If they really want to solve this, why is it 30 years later? Why is it missing evidence? Why is Reggie Wright selling drugs? You know what I'm saying? Like,
when they put these policemen on the stand, when Reggie Wright takes the stand and you see how corrupt LAPD is, I wonder if you guys will have that same opinion. They're horrible. They're liars. They're drug dealers. They're not. You take an oath to become a police officer, right? You take an oath. They are not abiding by their oath. They are scandalous.
Mm-hmm.
When they talk about David Mack and just how low these guys are and how they all work for Suge Knight, let's see if you take another poll. Ask them, does being a crooked officer change your opinion? No, do you believe crooked officers? Do they believe these liars? These crooked officers / drug dealers, I don't want to hear nothing that come out your mouth. Because it shows that you're seedy, you're shady. You're very shady to me. A cop stealing the drugs from the drug dealers and then selling them? Make it make sense, people. And how long has the United States been crooked? Okay, we are crooked. I don't know. I just don't see what y'all are talking about. But I'm always the underdog that you guys have to apologize to later after I win. It doesn't make sense. Nobody wanted to apologize to me in the Diddy trial. I kept saying, this is not Rico, not Rico. And this right here is not, this a book is not evidence. And they're surrounding the whole, and think about this. You can't get a single person to testify, except that girl, she is iffy. Maybe they're gonna bring on some. Listen, when I feel different, I will let you guys know and I will apologize. But right now, I'm not feeling like this is a case.
I would say this though. Like, I would have thought that because they always all the books and the stories. Yeah, he was out hanging out the car, yelling at these girls, talking about. Are you trying to talk and I can't hear you?
No.
You know what though? Because I was on the other screen and it does it, right? My bad. Now I was saying that I would have thought this would have been one of the biggest witnesses, right? Because who else would be around right before that moment? Tupac, according to all Keefe D stories, was hanging out the window yelling at these chicks, right? You know, trying to pick up on them, whatever, right? The girl said no, it wasn't that kind of conversation. He wasn't hanging out the window or none of that. It was just the one girl talking to Suge because she had knew him. And when she says that, it helps the defense saying that, see, none of this stuff never happened. So Keefe D was making all this up. But go ahead.
I think I would have a better case putting Suge Knight on the stand because all of these people died within months of each other and everybody's gone. I mean, I was alive in 1996 and all my friends probably were all alive. That many people died that had something to do with the crime.
So I asked people, should we believe these crooked cops? 56% says no. So close to half saying, yeah, even though they crooked, you might need to believe them.
I'm not listening to no damn cop that sell drugs and that got kicked off the force and you're not even a cop anymore because they found you being corrupt. Reggie, right?
Well, I see what people have to realize. Half these cops work for these gangs.
And they were on payroll.
They just crooked. Right. That's my point. Yeah.
At first, Reggie tried to deny that they knew Suge Knight until they proved that you were on his payroll. I'm not listening to none of these cops, these crooked ass cops. I don't know how many interviews that what's his name, Greg Kading has been on. You were the one. Now, this is the one time I do believe, just one and only time I do believe Keefe D is he said Greg Kading told him he had immunity. Anything to get you to wear that wire is what happened. So, you know, these people are crooked, all of them. And I ain't got no favorites. That don't mean I love Keefe D or I love anybody. I'm just saying how I feel about this case. And I don't want to make the norm where we could send somebody to court or send somebody to jail for the rest of their life for lying. Send somebody to the jail for the rest of their life for a lyrics in a song. No, because then that's going to backfire on everybody. If they are allowed now to send you to jail for something you said in a song, everybody going. We all going. You're going to be like, I ain't never thought Sherelle would be in jail. She shouldn't have wrote that song. Like, no, you shouldn't be able to.
People will have to stop lying. Life would be so boring, wouldn't it? What you do last night? You got to be honest. Nothing. Life would just change.
I mean, from these rap songs, like,
well, no, the rap songs, the reality shows, are just the social media reality stuff we watch, like Krishan and Blueface. They would have to stop. They would have to stop the
no,
cap. You know what I'm
that
saying?
song that he was playing last night, that
Mhm.
was real. But I just don't want to be able to send people to jail
Right.
for lyrics in a song. It should be some kind of evidence out there
Well,
that can.
I just feel like anytime you take somebody to court for something, you should the responsibility should be on you to prove it without a doubt. This person did whatever the hell you're accusing them of.
Because
what I think.
they can't even prove that Diddy gave Zip the $1 million. And that's what makes me think it's Suge Knight, because everybody's mysterious, or could still be Diddy. I don't know. Somebody getting rid of witnesses. Somebody's getting rid of witnesses. We're not dumb. Everybody's dead.
Yeah.
Everybody. That's crazy. Think about everybody in that car is dead. And maybe they needed, I don't know, they kept Keefe D alive so he can wear that damn wire.
Yeah.
And that's a proven fact. They have tried to pin this on Diddy before and it didn't work. That's why I thought, well, maybe they have more evidence now
Right.
to prove that
Well,
Diddy did it.
Right. See, it's almost the same thing. I was for sure like, damn, the Diddy thing. They got to have something. They got all these witnesses. Nothing came up. And the only thing they proved in Diddy case was that he found the right hoes to deal with. Because they would do anything for $1.
I cannot.
Right? That's all they proved. But then in this case, right now they haven't proved anything. It's still early. And I don't see this going 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah, no.
I mean, because where's all these lying ass cops at? You know how the girls sing at Young Miami? Is it where all these scamming fools at? Where's all these crooked cops at? We need to know. Bring them in.
They're going to testify. They're going to testify, and that's really weird. Why would you bring?
Okay, but I don't need them to testify to a damn thing if you didn't do nothing about it. From 1996 to
Okay, well,
2026.
that's what I'm talking about. It's going to be hard for me to believe a crooked cop. Period. Now, bring somebody in that I don't know, that hasn't wrote a book about it, that hasn't been on 38 YouTube channels talking about it. Where is the new evidence? Because we've seen Reggie Wright. He's been everywhere. Okay, everywhere, asking for paid interviews. This is why I have nothing against bloggers that pay for their interviews, but I don't pay for interviews because the more money I give you, the crazier the story gonna get.
And we're gonna keep it on the trial thing, but everybody know who I'm talking about without mentioning a name. If you gonna lock somebody up for lying, somebody would have been in prison a long time ago, because they lie every day they wake up. And well, I can't get into what it is, but they live in a big house, a White House.
You're messy.
Hey, check this out.
You are messy.
Let me take my grandson out, Sherelle. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a mess. Let me see if some attorneys are talking. Hold on. That is a mess, you guys. A mess. So you guys think they're gonna lock him up for putting himself on? And by the way, when they lock him up, good. Keefe D's an idiot. No offense, if his family's watching, but he's not. Keefe D's just not smart. I'll just put it that way. He's just he little. Y'all know. Hey Renee. Hey girl, how you been? Girl, we watching this boring ass case. They ain't got no evidence, and hopefully it'll pick up, because now I see a lot of people are covering it now, but it's not picking up. It's just, I don't know. But it's good to see you, Renee. I hope you're doing good. This case is a mess. I cannot just. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe you guys are right. Maybe they'll get a conviction, because he did place himself at the crime scene, which is what KVD is dumb. Like, I don't want to bash him, but because I don't want to hurt his family, but he's nah, y'all. KVD stupid. KVD stupid. You brought all this on yourself. Let's say it is true, and you know you've gotten away with it. Isn't that enough? You're writing books. You're going around to this blog and that blog asking for paid interviews. One person in this trial, I'm not going to tell you who it is, asked me to pay them $5,000 for an interview. No, I'll give you the bird and tell you to keep it stepping. And that might be another thing. Like, I kind of know some of the behind the scenes things and how grimy some of these bloggers get. And if I'm telling you publicly right now that Gene Deal is a liar, absolute liar, there's worse. He's horrible. He's absolutely horrible. And he's going to hell because you don't lie on people. You just don't do that. No matter what you think about them, no matter how mad you are at them, you just don't lie on people and then hurt other people in the process and say it's casualties. You're just a casualty of WAR. If I find out anybody lying on me, I lose it. Like, I can't stand liars. And they all making money off of this. Everybody got a book. Everybody got a book. Everybody asking for paid interviews on you know whose channel. And I'm telling you, this man, Blueface gonna be in jail in a couple weeks. You'll see. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Blueface is gonna be in jail in a couple weeks. It's just certain people you don't mess with when they're liars or informants, unless you just come out and tell the story yourself. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. Someone said, I'll say it for you. He really is. I don't want to call anybody stupid because I would get mad if somebody called me stupid, but there's absolutely no other word I can describe for Keefe D but stupid. I'm going to hell, but stupid. Keefe D is stupid. And if he goes to jail, it's not like I'm team Keefe D. Then he put himself in there. Bye. Bye, Keefe D. Keefe D pretty dumb. No offense. I wouldn't want anybody calling me stupid, but I don't think I would do something so lame, go and write a damn book. He wrote a book putting himself. It's not funny. I don't know why I'm laughing. But he put a book. He wrote a book and put himself at the scene of the crime. He didn't say, I heard. He could have made up a lie that his cousin Nunu, he could have made up, Nunu told me this is what happened. No, he put himself at the scene of the crime and introduced one of the biggest kingpins of our era, Big Meech. What? You're stupid if Big Meech wasn't there, and you're in trouble if he was there. Child, he gonna come up missing next. Sorry, you guys, I'm just playing around. But who knows? Keefe D might come. But he said in one of the interviews that he had stage 4 cancer and it was time for the truth. I still wouldn't have put myself. I'm going to hell. Y'all don't listen to me either. I'm going to hell too. I still wouldn't have put myself at the scene of the crime. Maybe I'll write it down and when I flatline, I tell my sister, make sure you give this to the press. But besides that, I'm never putting myself at the scene of the crime and still live. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm showing out. I'm going to hell. I don't care. If I was there, I would never place myself at the crime scene. I would write a letter and put it in a vault with some combinations and with the thing saying, people do that. You can't open this until I'm dead. I ain't saying shit. But if I got CPOD or irritable bowel movement, something that I'm still living, I ain't telling shit. But maybe if I, was on my deathbed, maybe. I don't know. He's so damn dumb. I'm not enjoying this at all. It's just a mess. So Perry's going to be on the news, you guys. I don't know who wanted to interview Perry, but he's going to be on the news. Let me see if I can find it. I wonder what news station it was. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this channel. Hold on. Hold on. This dumbass case is crazy. No. Child, this is a mess. Yeah, no. This is just a mess. It's just a mess, people. I don't care what nobody says. Oh, wow. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. Some people think that the lady just did a good job. Whatever. Whatever. These people are crazy. But I know this. I just have a feeling that when they give you jury instructions, if you follow the jury instructions, the only way they will get a conviction is if the jurors really saw through the lies and trying to kind of put together themselves what makes common sense. That's called circumstantial evidence, what makes common sense. But I don't see them. Okay, I guess we're going to take the book as the truth. And then if that's the case, then he's going bye-bye. But if what is his name? Reggie Wright. Oh my God. You are full on police/drug trafficker. Can you believe that? We'll make a cop turn so dirty like that. And all y'all be listening to Reggie Wright. He is a liar and a drug dealer, and so is daddy. I don't like to talk about nobody's father, but dad's crooked, really crooked. And I think the crookedest one of them all, and I wonder if they're going to let David Mack take the stand. David Mack is the most crooked cop of them all. Robbing banks? Oh my God, you're robbing banks? And I'm supposed to believe your story now? He was getting bank. They were getting big money from Suge Knight. Big money. Suge Knight is one of the most disgusting people I've ever seen since I've been born, and I'm 55 years old. Suge Knight is so untrustworthy that I know my son claims he doesn't have any pool anymore, and he's just. Is there? Perry's not here. Does anybody in the chat like Suge Knight? Put a yes or no in the chat. The man is dangerous and deserves where he needs to be. Them giving them so much freedom in prison to have a YouTube channel and social media and can do interviews. Hell, I think the warden might be scared of him. He is weird. He's a bully. He is a bully. He is, oh my God. Michelle, I felt bad for her. He's horrible. She's like really small like me. I'm 5 feet. I think Michelle is around 5 feet too. He broke her jaw. Oh, you're a real man. You can put your hands on a woman. He paid the nephew $60,000 so he would not go to jail. I believe it. I believe it. Y'all not scared of Queen? You not scared of Suge Knight? She said no. Child, he dangling people over the balconies. You should be glad, Queen, that you didn't have a record deal at that time, because he would be dangling you next. Like, he's horrible. Who wants to deal with that? Poor little Vanilla Ice. He didn't know what was going on. It's not funny. I don't know why I'm laughing. No, but can you imagine them dangling Vanilla Ice over the balcony like they did Big Red in, was it The Temptations? No, it's another movie out there with Robert Townsend of the singing group. I cannot remember this movie. It's really funny, but they was dangling the guy over the balcony. They got that from Suge Knight. Y'all say Suge okay. Well, y'all go love and be in love with Suge Knight. Don't bring him up. 5 Heartbeats. I have not seen that movie in years. I kind of vaguely remember it, but I remember Big Red dangling somebody over the balcony, and he reminded me of Suge Knight. Oh my God. But look, he dangled, child. Somebody that was not going to fight back. That poor little Vanilla Ice. He didn't even know what was going on. He was pretending up until that point that he grew up in the hood. Okay, I need to stop. I'm tired, y'all, because remember, I had a party yesterday. Everybody went on hold while the party went on while I came in and talked about Krishan. That was crazy. The 5 Heartbeats. I haven't seen it in a long time, but you don't need nobody. We don't need nobody like that running around in society. And I really believe that Suge Knight has something to do with this. I really, really do. Now, I don't know about the hit. Maybe Diddy did put a hit out, but we can't prove it. That's how he lost Death Road, not going into court. I mean, and so this weekend, a couple days ago, somebody was telling me that was going down to the court that they were upset that Suge is not going to testify, and they was trying to figure out what can they do to him, because usually you will hold the person in contempt of court with the threat of going to prison, but prison's his home. That's where he lived. That's where he feel more comfortable. It's really nothing they can do to Suge Knight at this point if he doesn't want to testify. And why should he testify? I mean, it's nothing. If he did it, there's no reason to testify to have everybody looking at you now. If he didn't do it, he don't want to be a snitch. So, I don't think he testified. They said him, Foxy Brown, it was somebody else famous that doesn't want to testify. Cannot remember who it is. I don't know. I'm going to write a book full of lies and see if I go to jail. His impact on hip hop culture, the years of unanswered questions, and the pain. Hold on. I lost where I was. The pain his family and friends carried for decades. You talking about Suge? Look, I hear that Suge has some of the sweetest children. He has a son. I cannot remember his name. I don't know how, and they love their father. I don't know how that's possible, but they love their father. You should, hold on. Why didn't they ask WAC 100? He seems to be in everyone's business with his messy stuff. Okay, WAC 100 is awful. He is terrible. WAC 100, how do we know, WAC, that you're not a snitch? Because all of a sudden you're so concerned about Big Meech. You better not sleep at night. All of a sudden you got to run your mouth and say all this stuff to a person you know cannot say anything to you publicly. Big Meech already been in jail 20 years. He ain't trying to go back. Here you go playing tough guy. Nobody likes you. Let me be quiet. But WAC 100 is in everybody's business, just like that woman says. Everybody's business but his own. Because I heard that when when was it Blueface went to jail? Anyway, when you stopped having money coming in, you had to go work as a truck driver. Is that true, Whack 100? Are you driving trucks for extra cash? Because Blue ain't giving it up no more. I'm going to hell. Are you a truck driver? Do you need to be worried about, where you need to be going on the road instead of getting in everybody's business? Anthony. And he's talking to someone. Sorry, who's not a good person? Tupac. Oh, y'all don't think Tupac's a good person? Well, I've always connected his talent with his personality. But if you look on paper, he's done some crazy stuff. I guess, he argued that girl. He was found guilty. What else did he do? I remember being in Atlanta when he shot a cop in the butt. Remember that, y'all? And he did something else. And that girl who talked about it, was it on Tasha K's show? She came back years later and said, no, he really argued me. And he's been gone. But he will be celebrated because he's such a talent. He is one of a kind. Whack and Keefe D on the same level, if you ask me. Listen, I wouldn't put it past Whack 100 to wear a wire. He's awfully cozy with Vlad TV, isn't he? I wouldn't put it past him. The whole industry is a hot mess. Listen, I'm not being mean. I'm not full of jealousy, but Hollywood, the famous people, is a special place. Okay? Them people got a lot of problems. I believe Keefe, though, about Big Meech. Look, I really like Big Meech. I know. I don't know why I like him, but I'm not going to say he's not, he's probably done things he's not proud of too. But I like Big Meech. I like, this weekend he threw a party a couple days ago. First of all, he parties every night like he used to. Like he's 58 years old. You not tired? He's still partying all the time, but he's got a good personality. He's funny. She came on Vlad. Was it Vlad TV? She said Tupac did not R her. What? And took a picture at his M trial. On his mural. I need glasses. Now see, I don't believe none of these people. None of them. Do y'all believe that Tupac R the R case? Well, this girl just said that he didn't. I don't know. I think he got convicted for it. You don't care for Big Meech? Tupac was a poet. In 1992, he spoke. Hold on, let me get it here. He spoke of, that. Yep, I seen that. I can't say that. I believe if Tupac was still alive, he would have changed the world. He knows how to communicate. He knew how to communicate. And the things that he said, truth is truth, that came out of his mouth. He was a unique guy, and I don't think we've had a Tupac since. Because my son asked me the other day, I had to stop my son from doing one of those things, what my mom was like in the 90s. No, you will not be doing that. But never mind. Tupac is talented. We cannot deny that. You never believed her. You never believed the girl shoot. Well, that's a hell of a thing. Like these people be lying. These people be lying. I hope she didn't lie about something like that and made that man go to jail. His mother raised him well. She's a Black Panther. Is Afeni still alive, you guys? Let me look that up. Afeni Shakur. Kind of liked her too, a lot, actually. Even though they said she was a crackhead. Oh, she's dead. I wonder. Afeni's dead. So supposedly Tupac's stepbrother Mopreme and his blood sister Keisha was coming to the trial. They might be there. She died in 2016. Poor Afeni. His sister has the estate. Isn't her name Keisha, Renee? It's Keisha and then Mopreme. Don't Baby Lane look like Tupac to y'all? No. No, you must be a man and not no one. No, hell no. Tupac had a sexy appeal. Tupac was cute, not Orlando, okay? She died of cancer. Even she died. Can you imagine losing your son the way that she did? They are not here at the church. They're not there? Wow. I don't think y'all realize how big a Compton legend Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is. Child, I don't know what a legend he is. I don't know about that, but I know the way that he died was just unbelievable. Like everybody died. They just spitting bullets all over the place. She passed away about 10 years ago. That's sad. Who is this, Renee? Let me see what she say. He was one more, but Takara has the estate. Oh, he has more siblings. The defense attorney, I'm going to say something really crazy about the defense attorney, okay? Don't hate me. I think he's cute. He's got like the little afro on the side. I don't know, something about the defense attorney. I think he's cute. They might be called to testify. His sister was a child then. Oh gosh, I don't want Keisha on the stand. I feel like we talk about Tupac in passing, but that was her brother. He got another sister. We'll see what happened. But right now, I'm just like, I'm not impressed by what I see at all. But I hope listen, let's turn a negative into a positive. Let's put Reggie on the stand and let's talk about your past. You snitch. Let's talk about it. What y'all say? He had more than swag, baby. I thought he was cute. Well, I think the defense attorney is cute. I can't pronounce his name for the life of me, but I thought he was cute. I don't know who Miss Smokes is. This lunch is going to be an hour and a half. I don't have nothing to occupy the time. Let me see if I can find some else. That's crazy. A lot of people are covering this trial. Nobody has like a lot of positive things to say right now. I wonder if they find him guilty, how long they're going to put him away. Keefe D also has another case. Let me see if I can pull that case up. Hold on, you guys. Let me see if I can pull it up. Where did I find that case? Hold on 1 second. Keefe D currently has another lawsuit. See if I can find it. Okay. So they're saying that Keefe D's been catching hell in jail and that somebody almost tried to unalive him. And I'm going to read the court documents to you if I can. Let me see. I don't know what my password is. Okay, let me see if I can find this case. Hold on, guys. So I really think that Keefe D should be scared for his life. I really do. Because them people, no shade to, they live by different codes. hell is this? Try it again. Hold on, guys. Okay, good. Let me see if I can find his name. God, what is Keefe D's real name? Dwayne Davis. I have to read to you guys this case. Oh my gosh, he has so many lawsuits. Is this a joke? My God, this man got a record, y'all. My goodness. Ugh. This is too many. Let's see if I can narrow it down. Keefe D been going to jail since he was a teenager. This is crazy. No wonder he lied. He don't know. I think somebody told me, you guys, that Keefe D dropped out of school in the 6th grade. Swear to God, I'm not even lying. Is this it right now? No, that's not it. What was this? Why does he have so many? State. Geez. Let me go look up this man. Oh my God. That's why you don't know if he lying or not. He got a record as long as my arm. I'm on another screen, you guys. I'm trying to look this case up really quick. He got a record as long as my arm. Let's try this. What? Oh my God. Okay. 2CASA. This is crazy. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. This boy been, I can't get through. I don't know. Let's see. Perry's gone. He's not back yet. Bobby, 5th grade and a half is when he dropped out. 5th grade and a half. Keefe D dropped out in 3rd grade, child. He dropped out of school, I believe it was 6th grade. I'm not even joking. He dropped out really early. I'm trying to find this court case. They almost unalive Keefe D in jail. I wanted to pull it up. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. I can't pull up cases for free anymore. Ridiculous. RHUG. RH. Okay, stop. Oh my God. Yeah, I can't get it. Damn, I had it somewhere. Let me look in my own records. Hold on. Because I had read that case. I have so many cases on file. It's crazy. I can't find it. Anyway, he's catching hell in jail. and it's been catching hell for a minute. Also, too, he was supposed to be sick with cancer. They said stage 4 cancer. I believe it's colon cancer. I'm back on the right page. Before he even opened his mouth, he looked dumb. He does. He talked like he got a mouthful of burgers. He ate, swallowed it. Like, oh my God, he cannot talk. Oh my gosh. So much going on. I cannot find that case. Let me try this. Hold on, guys. Keefe D. No, Dwayne T. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to look up this case. Ugh, this is so ridiculous. They're really making me pay for this. It's ridiculous. Let's see if I can get it. So now, you guys, when we pull up court records, they make you pay before they'll tell you that there's a case, yes or no. Ridiculous. It's not working. They're also sealing certain records that were open. That's really weird. Good thing I have a copy. Ugh, I'm done. Never mind, you guys. This is crazy. But anyway, Keefe D's been catching hell in jail. I guess gang members are starting fights with him and all this stuff. And he's really an old man. I think he's in his 60s. He's old. These young kids need to leave him alone. Even if he did something, that was a long time ago. Y'all wasn't even here. Why y'all messing with Keefe D? Y'all wasn't even born, okay? Them YNs, they are just too much. Too much. I had to go get something to eat earlier. I think Perry's doing the same thing now. Well, every news station you can think of is most definitely covering this case. And a lot of people seem to think that they're going to get a conviction. I don't see how, but that's what they think. They think he can get he's going to jail. So how long are they going to send him to jail? For life? Probably. But I hear he has stage 4. This is going to sound really bad. Here he has stage 4 cancer anyway. And, cancer's no joke. Hopefully he'll be, I heard it was prostate or colon, one of those really difficult ones to get rid of. So we hope you get better, Keefe D. I don't want nobody to have cancer. With that being said, you're going to be there a while. I don't remember my E-word. Oh my God, my password. Oh, Jesus, this is a mess. Mm. Let me just start. I don't know. Hold on. I can't find the case. Another reason why a lot of people didn't come, I'm thinking in person, because it's so damn hot outside. It's so hot. I'm gonna read this out loud. Hold on, this just came in. Let's see what this says. Opening statements are underway. Prosecutors allege Keefe D. Okay. Is it on YouTube? Mhm. Okay. Okay. Not yet. I'm pulling it up right now. I don't see it. Yeah. Send it to my email. I was reading this. It says prosecutors allege Keefe D. Davis was motivated to seek revenge on Shakur after the rapper and his entourage assaulted his nephew in the lobby of the MGM Grand Hotel on the night of September 7th, 1996. In his words, there is no question that a response is required. Prosecutor, I cannot say his last name, during his opening statements, you will learn that Dwayne Davis got the GUN and will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Davis made sure that the POW power was armed and ready to execute. Thank you. Did you send it to me? Okay, let me go get it. Okay. Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Okay, Perry wants me to show you this. It's not working. Hold on. Perry wanted me to go to CNN. I don't know what they're talking about, but let's try it.
Find any of those other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that Keefe D was even in Las.
They're just replaying the trial. What was said this morning? Oh, okay. Let me see.
Is in Las Vegas. Josh, who is on the stand right now?
So right now there is a former Las Vegas Metropolitan Police bike police officer who was there that day. We're talking 30 years ago near the Las Vegas Strip. He said he was there on patrol whenever this happened, whenever these shots rang out. This officer, Officer Dale, says that he rode with Shakur to the hospital after the shooting. And there was this conversation where they're trying to figure out, well, what exactly happened, law enforcement. And Shakur responds, well, we'll take care of it, when asked who the actual assailants were. And so, again, they're laying the foundation about what actually occurred that night. We're now three decades after that incident. Dwayne Davis now on trial, not for pulling the trigger that night, but for being in the vehicle and being described as the so-called shot caller by authorities whenever this happened. He had previously indicated in statements that he had handed a firearm to his nephew, who was in the backseat of a vehicle that pulled along Shakur. That nephew then ultimately fired the shot. Now, we're getting a true indication here based on opening statements alone about what the strategies will be here by both the prosecution as well as the defense. Interestingly, the prosecution is using a lot of Dwayne Davis's own words. Now, several years ago, he was interviewed by law enforcement, including the FBI, as part of a separate case. When he was asked about what happened that night with Tupac Shakur, he was actually given immunity to speak about that. He didn't think that those words would ever be used against him, but he did a lot of speaking to the media afterwards. He even wrote a book talking about what actually occurred. It appears all of that is now coming into play as the authorities try to prosecute him. On the other side, with the defense, what they're doing now is essentially trying to go after the witnesses that the prosecution will be calling upon, go after their credibility, calling some of the police officers essentially corrupt. And then the final point here is that what's so fascinating is that the defense is essentially saying, look, even if Davis said before that, yes, he was there, he was involved, he knew what was happening, don't believe him. In fact, the defense actually put up on screen a word for the jury to see. I'll apologize to our viewers for the language and to my saintly mother watching, but he said his client is full of bullshit, basically. He said, don't believe what he was saying at the time. He is known to exaggerate. And so that will be interesting to see how that actually lands with this jury. They're saying he wasn't accurate then. He's being truthful now. The prosecutor's obviously saying he's culpable. This just now getting underway. Already very fascinating, guys.
Opening statements are underway for the man accused of planning the deadly 1996 ambush shooting of hip-hop legend Tupac Shakur. Shakur was killed in a drive-by shooting near the Las Vegas Strip. It was an escalation in the East Coast, West Coast rap feud at that time. Earlier, the prosecution pointed to an interview a suspect Dwayne Davis gave on the murder of Biggie Smalls, which they say helped connect him to Shakur's murder. Joey Jackson joins me now. I mean, Joey, let's just reflect on what a cultural icon he was in his lifetime, but also afterwards, because he left this legacy, didn't he, which we still see in culture and music today, even though many people may not realize it.
Oh, without question. Absolutely a big industry and a big deal in pop culture, and just had so much promise. In addition to being an outstanding rap artist, he was also on his way to becoming a fine actor. And so, yes, there was a domination by him in the 90s in pop culture. And I think that had a lot to do with how they selected the jury, asking people what they knew about him, about his music, about his legacy, just about, in addition to that, in selecting the jury max, about gangs, about pop culture, about police misconduct, etc., in order for them to get a fair jury. And so it's been a long time in coming. This happened, of course, in September of 1996. And here we are 30 years later, when finally that is authorities and prosecutors attempting to identify the parties that were involved. And the other ones, as we look at Tupac there, of course, are dead. The people who might have been involved in a shooting, the person who is on trial, Keefe D. Mr. Davis, is a person who is alive and well. There were 4 people in the car. He, according to prosecutors, was one of them. And he, according to prosecutors, called the shots. And that's why he's on trial today for this icon who left way too soon at 25, murder.
We've seen some key witnesses who were there on the night also already appearing in this case. How difficult is it going to be for the prosecutors, considering the amount of time that's passed?
I think it's a challenge. I think you saw them talk about that as prosecutors in their opening statement, the fact that there was a quote unquote confession here. Prosecutors are really relying upon a 2008 interview that Keefe D., the defendant in the case, gave to law enforcement, where he talked about his involvement procuring the weapon, procuring the car that was used, the Cadillac, handing the gun off. In addition to that, prosecutors are not only talking about the 2008 interview, but the subsequent podcasts that Keefe D. went on to talk about his involvement, the Netflix, series relating to that, YouTube that he went on, and then, of course, this book, which was a memoir in 2019. And so prosecutors are really relying upon his own words, that is the defendant in this case, to say he's guilty. The defense, for their part, are really saying, hey, you know what? You can't even show he was there. Our client was engaged in puffery. This was pure fiction. It was entertainment. He was just feeding a narrative that was false so he could support himself. But when it comes down to it, there's no physical evidence, no weapon, no DNA, no fingerprints, nothing, they will say, the defense with respect to establishing that he was involved at all. And let's remember, Max, this is not about showing for prosecutors that he pulled the trigger. It's about demonstrating that he was an aider and abetter, an encourager, a facilitator. That in law terms is called accomplice liability. You don't have to show he pulled the trigger, just that he was intricately involved as the quote unquote shot caller. And if they do that, then they would have their conviction. But certainly given the length of time, and we'll see what witnesses have to actually say, we don't believe there are any eyewitnesses who are going to say, hey, I saw him do it. We'll see how the jury really receives that information. If they receive it favorably, then of course there'll be a conviction. In the event it's not enough, then he'll be acquitted.
How long could it go on for, considering, there's going to be so many arguments about every piece of evidence if they haven't got the direct evidence?
Yeah, trials are very fluid. There's indications it could be 4 weeks, it could be 5 weeks, it could be 6 weeks. And so you really don't know. It's a function of many things, not only the witnesses who are called, but the length of their interviews, because in terms of trial process, you have direct examination. What that means is prosecutors eliciting evidence, testimony, information. Where were you? What did you see? What did you know? Who else was involved? And then the defense cross-examines, right, by attempting to belittle each witness to establish that, hey, my client didn't do it. And so it depends upon that dynamic, right, with respect to how long the prosecution goes, how long the defense goes, how muddled up that is, how many witnesses are actually called. I should say that, yes, you have, there's hundreds of witnesses, but generally just because you notice the actual judge that there's going to be this numerous amount of witnesses, prosecutors don't always call them. After a while, it becomes cumulative. What are they actually going to say? So I think it's got to play out. But in the playing out, remember the narratives and the battle of those narratives are what's key. Could you really, if you're a juror, the defense will say, convict Keefe D, the defendant, based on his own words? Or do you really need the physical evidence? And in the event the jurors believe those words were just done because he's a guy trying to support himself, just to give out false information so that he could make money and profit, it's one thing. If prosecutors are able to establish that what he said was credible and they could support it, not only with his own words, but maybe from people on the street who he spoke with who will come in and say, he did tell me this, then that's quite another. But I think what's really critical also is the absence of physical evidence. We're in a generation where people like to see, Max, the physical evidence. Show me the prints, show me the murder weapons, show me the ballistics, show me eyewitnesses. And in the absence of that, it could be challenging, but it can go on for quite some time. That's an open question.
Happening right now after nearly 30 years after his death, the trial to find out who
I
killed
told you
Rabbi
guys.
Tupac Shakur is now underway. Opening statements beginning just moments ago in a Las Vegas courtroom. Now, the only person ever charged in this case, Dwayne Davis, is on trial here for the September 1996 murder. He's accused of being the mastermind.
You will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger.
And let me say this.
But what he did do was...
You guys, this is gonna be bad. But Keefe D, and we've said it in this chat, seems illiterate, seems uneducated. You expect us to believe he was the mastermind? Mastermind at what? He has low credit scores. All he's been doing is being arrested since 15. He's not a smart criminal. You have your dumb criminals and you have your smart criminals. And we all just said Keefe D dumb. He's really dumb.
As far as the evidence in their charges against Dwayne Davis, and part of that, his own words. They just played a video a short time ago. This goes back to several years ago when Dwayne Davis was actually interviewed by law enforcement. This was part of a separate investigation involving drugs and drug trafficking, and they essentially gave him immunity to talk to to them about what happened that night here in Las Vegas near the Strip back in 1996, whenever Tupac Shakur was murdered. And what he told them at the time was he didn't pull the trigger. He's not being charged with pulling the trigger. He's being charged as the so-called shot orchestrated this. He says that after this brawl that occurred at the MGM Grand Hotel, when his own nephew was in this brawl that was essentially beat up by Shakur's entourage, they then are driving near the Las Vegas Strip, pull up next to Tupac Shakur's car. Dwayne Davis says he handed a firearm to the back seat and that it was his own nephew who then pulled the trigger. Here's the thing. Everyone who was in that car except Davis is now dead. So he is now the only potential person who would be held accountable. And that is interesting. He may have thought that he had immunity from what he told investigators back then, but he's done so many media interviews since. He even wrote a book talking about that night. It appears that is all fair game that prosecutors are now using. The final point I'll note is that we got a bit of an indication in recent interviews from Dwayne Davis talking to the media about what his defense will be. He will essentially be claiming all that stuff I said in interviews, I made it up. All the stuff that was in that book, I made that up. I didn't even write the book. He said that he told all those stories in order to make money. What is so remarkable now, 3 decades later, one of the most infamous cold case murder cases involving an entertainment celebrity now goes to trial. Opening statements start right now. Of course, this will all come down to what do the juries believe? Do they believe what he said then or what he says now? And the big question, is there any new evidence that we don't know about yet that prosecutors may lay out that could point to his culpability? It'll be quite a trial. And as I mentioned, 30 years in the making, Erica.
30 years in the making. It also has quite a witness list, right? A very high profile, number of very high profile. If I could only get this out, Josh, a number of high profile people on that witness list. Walk us through who we may be hearing from.
You're right. I mean, some of the names are stunning. We know that producer Suge Knight, who was in the black BMW with Tupac Shakur that night, he was also struck by gunfire. He didn't die. It was Shakur who died days later. He is on that list as a potential witness who could be called. Interestingly, he's in jail as you and I speak right now in California, serving a lengthy sentence for an unrelated case. He's already said that if he is called to testify, he's not going to be saying anything, probably not going to be fruitful for either side. He said that in one interview, he said that he wouldn't wish prison time on anyone, which is really fascinating to hear now 30 years later when the person who was responsible, alleged to have killed his friend, is now on trial. Another big name on that list, Sean Diddy Combs, who himself also currently incarcerated. He faced a series of sexual assault allegations, was eventually convicted. It will be quite a logistical hurdle to get either of those witnesses to actually testify, whether that happens in person, whether that happens remotely. That's yet to be seen. We don't expect all 200 people, obviously, on this witness list to be called. But it is important in this case because, you know, you and I have covered so many trials, Erica, and cases that are more modern, where you have lots of evidence, you have forensic technology, you have CCTV cameras that are now ubiquitous in every major American city. 30 years ago, that wasn't the case. We don't actually see footage of the actual murder itself. A lot of this will rely on what witnesses actually say. We'll see what they say. If there's anything new that could be stunning that we don't yet know about. And again, as prosecutors build their case, it will ultimately be up to this jury to determine what they believe. Do they believe that Dwayne Davis is in fact innocent? He has pleaded not guilty, or does the totality of the evidence presented point to his guilt, Erica?
Opening statements, just wrapping. The first witness is on the stand now in the murder trial of the only man ever charged in Tupac Shakur's 1996 killing. And of course, it's taken nearly 30 years now for that case to finally reach a courtroom after the deadly drive-by shooting that claimed Shakur's life on the Las Vegas Strip.
And prosecutors say that this man, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, masterminded Shakur's killing because the then 25-year-old rapper was part of a mob that beat Davis's nephew inside the MGM Grand Casino. The defense argues, though, that the state's facts in the case are questionable.
What facts do they have after 30 years? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of those other individuals on the videos.
I don't know what's wrong with me, but I think that attorney's cute. He got a lot going on, okay? He got the hair, got the little thing on the shirt. Something wrong with me. Listen, I want to answer this question really quick. Do you really need physical evidence when the person is admitting to the crime? He's admitting to it. It was like he was begging to be blamed and convicted. There are a lot of people. So if when there are high profile cases, some people want to implicate themselves just to be involved. Okay, there are a lot of people that call in with phony tips. There's a lot of people that claim that they did something. No, the answer to that is no. I have never seen anybody that puts themselves in the place of the crime and get convicted without any evidence. And that's what my problem is. Where's the evidence? I don't have a problem, believe me. I don't have a problem with Keefe D going to jail, okay? Because he's not like the rest of us. No shade, okay? But I'm just saying, we're a nation full of laws. I just can't put people in jail because I think you did something or I don't like you. There has to be evidence. And this is what the news is saying in a polite way. Where is the evidence? Even if he admitted it in the book, what corroborates that admission? Well, I cannot. If I walked in right now and just told the police, I just shot Susie Q, take me to jail, I'm not going to jail. You have to have evidence. That's the part. And I think you guys get me wrong. Y'all think that I love Keefe D or Team Diddy or what? No, I'm just saying, okay, that if we start putting people in jail because they lied and wanted to put themselves at the scene of the crime, that doesn't follow our rules. We are a nation full of rules, and we've got to follow the rules because it makes it easy for everybody in society. Some people who put their stuff at the crime scene could be dealing with mental health issues. This could be Keefe D. Something wrong with him. He always dragging when he talks. Everything he says makes no sense. How do we know that he's not schizophrenic? You just can't you have to have evidence. And that's all I'm saying. But every time I say you have to have evidence, you like Keefe D. I don't know Keefe D and don't want to know Keefe D. I'm not too impressed with Keefe D. Your 6th grade dropout, no offense, but Keefe D dumb. He couldn't be my friend, okay? I don't hang out with people like that. Let's go back and see what CNN's talking about.
Shooting of hip-hop legend Tupac Shakur, killed in a drive-by shooting in the Las Vegas Strip. It was an escalation in the East Coast, West Coast rap feud at that time. Earlier, the prosecution pointed to an interview suspect Dwayne Davis gave on the murder of Biggie Smalls, which they say helped connect him to Shakur's murder. Joey Jackson joins me now. I mean, Joey, let's just reflect on what a cultural icon he was in his lifetime, but also afterwards, because he left this legacy, didn't he, which we still see in culture and music today, even though many people may not realize it.
Also, too, you guys, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this because they're just going over a loop right now because we're on a break. Not only do I think it's not right to convict people with no evidence whatsoever, because even when it's circumstantial evidence, that circumstantial evidence has to make sense. Like maybe you rented a car that night and they can put you in the area, stuff like that. That circumstantial evidence has to make sense. They have no circumstantial evidence that makes any sense. Another thing is the whole story, Suge Knight's story, just doesn't add up itself. That's why he's not going to court. Everybody's no longer alive, and they started immediately after Tupac's death. It sounds like a manuscript that I got from Goodfellas. Do you remember in Goodfellas? I think it was Joe Pesci's character that started taking people out one by one, saying, well, a dead man can't testify. That's what that feels like to me. Everybody's dead? Everybody? That doesn't alarm you guys? Everybody's dead. Sounds like a manuscript I wrote out of The Godfather. I think it's Suge Knight. Y'all can't tell me nothing different. Or maybe it was Diddy. But everybody starts dying one at a time. I just don't trust Suge Knight. I know y'all ain't scared of him and y'all love him. And no, something wrong with Suge Knight. He's a unaliver, and he just didn't do. In my opinion, I think he did Tupac, and I think he did Biggie, and he's done other people. I can't get out of my mind what he did to the Carter guy that got him in there. It was heinous. He's just an unaliver. He's more than a bully. A bully will talk shit to you, and that's it. But this idiot will go do it. Who gave Keefe D sunglasses? Y'all trying to clean him up. He is a Crip. Let me see if this is real. If they're going back in. Yes, hold on, guys. So we're gonna put Keefe D in a suit. This is crazy. Hold on, and give him sunglasses. And to be quite honest, you guys, it's not that hot today in Vegas. Hold on. Let me do it again. Hold on. Who cleaned him up and gave him a suit? Okay, who did it? I want to know. Boy ain't been to a dentist. I'm not trying to be mean to him either, but it's true. I'm gonna put this on the screen so we don't miss it when they walk back in. Let me get rid of that. And another thing, you know how everybody tries to clean up for court? That's the best Keefe D can do. Okay, I need to stop. That suit didn't look like it fit. No shade. Like nobody took him to Nordstrom's real quick. That's a mess. Someone says, now, in my infinite wisdom, why would I implement myself in a crime somebody else? Hold on. In my infinite wisdom, why would I implement myself in a crime somebody else is saying they did? Because you're sixth grade dropout, your name Keefe D. Somebody has to be the brains of the operation. Suge is not about implementing himself in this. Keefe D is not smart. Just take a listen to him. Well, I don't think he's going to take the stand, and he shouldn't take the stand. He's just not smart at all, especially to pull off a heist as large as Unalive, one of the most popular rapper in the country, in the nation, in the world at that time. He's so dumb. No offense. I don't see him being the mastermind of nothing. He couldn't even drug traffic. And did y'all see Keefe D's record? Not only did he drop out of school in sixth grade, I'm not joking about that. He's been getting locked up in and out of prison since probably 13, 14 years old. He was an early teenager when he started going to prison. He don't know how to drug traffic. They tried to compare. Now, this is how you know. They tried to compare Keefe D to Big Meech. Come on now. Big Meech is the best, if you had to be a drug lord, of all times. And he shows things of how smart he is. Like he had, 500 people working for you? You're not stupid. Keefe D's some dropout Crip. Okay? Crip people claim in a stupid neighborhood that they don't even probably live in anymore. It's just stupid. I just don't see him being the mastermind of nothing. But he the king of dumb.
Okay. Look, but however, grade school, whatever, drop out, get a man some credit now. As far as
what credit, Perry?
He was a leader of the, I think, Compton Crips.
Them dropouts?
But what I'm saying is, he did have some kind of leadership skill.
Nobody's going to listen to Keefe D unless you just as dumb as he is. Because I
Right.
would have been like, whoa, this plan don't make no sense. Like, I need something that won't come back on me. Like, well, I guarantee you, catch him at the red light wasn't a part of the plan. In the book, he said they looked for him for 2 days and he had to go get Big Meech to help him. I ain't make that up. Big Meech was supposed to be running around town with him, helping him find Keefe D. Big Meech didn't help you do shit. He got his. Why would Big Meech benefit from Tupac not being alive when Big Meech opened his own record company and it only benefited him if he can get collabs with Tupac? Like,
Yeah, it don't make sense. The Big Meech thing don't make sense at all, though. Like,
None of
even
it.
in a real world, why would Big Meech be in a back seat and Keefe D be in the front? Let's keep it real.
No, in the real world, what kind of world will we live in if you don't know who Big Meech is? Then you don't need to be playing no kind of unaliving. You don't even know who the main players are. He said some dude from Detroit. Okay, I'm just done with
So,
him.
I mean, we answering our own questions. Like, I guess we can debate whether he's a liar or not. We know he's a liar, but I still feel like he was there. Partially of what he's saying is true. And then
What
he
part,
fabricated a little bit. I mean, that he was in the car when Tupac got shot.
Mhm.
And
He
he was next to him. And he also said he seen him reaching for something. He ducked down. Then he passed the weapon, but he would have did it himself if he was on the other side.
Right. In the book, he says, and this is what they're going by. In the book, he says Tupac reaches for a gun, and there was this massive shootout on the strip. Not true. So if he lying about that, couldn't he be lying about putting himself at the scene of a crime? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, possibly.
If you want to arrest that bad.
I mean, nobody has came up and said they seen him there. He could have, whoever could have really did it, could have came back and told the story. Then he took their story. You know,
and if you're gonna convict him from the book, right? You said that this is what he said in the book, and this are his words. Then you gotta arrest Big Meech because he's saying Big Meech was there. So don't just accept the things that make sense for your story. If you're gonna accept the book, accept the entire book and go arrest Big Meech.
Because he said, yeah, well.
So now I'm picking and choosing what parts of the book I want to believe.
Good job.
It makes no sense, you guys. If you really believe that what he said in the book, then you got to go arrest Big Meech. And I tell you, he don't want you to do that. Keefe D would soil his pants if they arrested Big Meech. So he clearly was lying.
Well, yeah, I mean, from the state witness that he was lying because he said Tupac had his body out the car pretty much hollering at these girls. The girl said Tupac never said nothing. He just sat in the seat, and the only girl that was talking was the driver because she knew Suge. So that's not looking too tight right there to me.
He said that they got into a shootout with Tupac Shakur, and they didn't bring that up in the book, and they need to bring that up. You said that there was a shootout and Big Meech was with you. Now, if I'm going to convict you of a life sentence, then I'm bringing in Meech too. And I don't want y'all to arrest Big Meech. I don't think he was there, but you can't accept some of the things in the book and not others.
Right.
So if Keefe D gets convicted, Big Meech needs to be convicted too.
You just explaining how a fantasy it was when he was out here touring, writing books and all stuff. Like, a lot of people go to that, right? If they are around, like, Keefe D would have it as he one of these big drug lords, right? That he was out there with Big Meech, rolling with the big boys. But a lot of people do. Gene act like he was on Diddy's level.
I know.
Gene do. You was a worker.
Gene Deal was the biggest liar that there ever was. And when you ask people, how come he don't have no evidence and how come he didn't testify? I believe in my heart, Gene Deal self said that he was a parole officer. I think he was planted in that situation. I think Gene Deal is a snitch that saw opportunity to make money like that no good Reggie Wright, and he went with. I think Gene Deal's the biggest liar there ever was.
Yeah.
He always was there when the scene of the crime happened, but never can testify.
I seen him get the butt plugs. Well,
he said that.
Okay. I mean, I walked in the office. He was doing this. I seen him slap her, but you did nothing. Come on, like stop. But people believe it because, oh no, he was around them. Look, Diddy had a lot of employees. He had housemaids, he had cooks, and he had bodyguards. Same level. Same thing. You ain't on Diddy's level, but that's how Gene is like. But it works because people buy into it. He was around him. He worked for him, so he would know. Yeah, he would lie too. But anyway,
I just say if you're gonna put Keefe D behind bars for the rest of his life and say that the book was true, then y'all need to arrest Big Meech too, and take him to court. Let's put Big Meech, and I like Big Meech. I don't think he was there. I think Keefe D's completely lying. But my point of that is, I cannot take parts of the book that work for me.
Right.
Well, yeah, the pick and choose which parts are true.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna make the book the model, then the whole book has to be the model,
right,
for the whole trial.
You saying you can't say, look at him, he's a liar here, but he's telling the truth over here.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, this is gonna be a trip. I mean, they're gonna have to bring some kind of other evidence. Now, that little one eyewitness, which I thought might be something, didn't work. She didn't move the needle for me.
Jury selection, but at this point, I think both parties would be invoking the exclusionary rule.
Okay, so if we have anyone present in the courtroom who's on the witness list, you do need to step out at this time until you're allowed to come back in. Additionally, for everybody who's here as in the audience, obviously we're in court, so I expect that there'll be no outbursts or speaking audibly that the jury can hear. Otherwise, we might have to remove you. Additionally, if you guys could all check and make sure that your cell phones are turned off or are at least on silent so that we don't have any distractions while we get going.
Yeah, no, with regard to the exclusionary order, because of the fact that this is being broadcast, are we instructing as well witnesses to not be watching the broadcast prior to their testimony as well?
Great point. Yes.
Okay.
Anything further? All right. Let's bring in the jury.
So, Sherelle, I asked everybody in the chat, do they think it's a good day so far for Keefe D? And let me see. I mean, for me, I feel like he haven't lost anything today. I know it's just starting, and it's supposed to go 4 to 5 weeks, but I don't see how we're gonna go 4 to 5 weeks with this nonsense. I mean, either you're gonna have some proof. Let's get to that. I don't need no detective who ain't did their job in 30 years to come and sit down and tell me a damn thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear my grandson. What's he doing, Perry?
Are they waiting on the jurors to come in?
Yeah.
Well, so far it's 50-50 whether QVD is having a good day or not.
Stand for the jury.
All right. You may, did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Blall, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. And that attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996 on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles occupied over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night.
Okay, what's going on? This is the opening statement. Like, I'm confused. It's the opening statement.
CEO of the record label Death Row Records.
Let's give him a second, right?
Because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members.
Right, we already did the opening statement.
They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has at times been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to note here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Dwayne Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing...
So I don't know what's going on. This is...
Yeah, I mean, go to Court TV is another one too, but maybe they still in recess or something.
They've got to be. They've got to be.
Well, yeah, it was another one, and they had some people talking, but it wasn't in court though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hold on. Cause we already seen that sad opening statement already. It was.
Yeah, but no, it's another Court TV. Go to that one.
Hold on a second.
At least you got somebody's talking about whatever. Maybe they still in recess. Law and Crime, the same thing. Go to Law and Crime.
Hold on.
Okay. Don't tell me.
This is Court TV.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah. So maybe haven't started back up yet.
Because I don't want to hear that shit again. I heard that.
You got the mob on this side, then you got the south side.
I heard that sad story already. And that I really did think when I say, huh?
I didn't say that.
I really do have a point when I said, if you're going to believe the book, let's believe the whole damn book. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You can't hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, something's wrong.
Yeah. You can't hear me?
So, Long Time is not live.
And now I can't hear it with what's playing in the background though.
It's not, I turned it down.
Okay.
Just that same guy's talking.
Yeah, because I thought she said 1:15 they was gonna come back.
Convoy or
She did. I don't know what's
It's
going on.
1:40.
Let me go double check.
Yeah.
You guys listen to him. I'll be right back.
at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Suge and Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Yafula Fula? I'm not even going to say his name right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group, the I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only four that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only four. Plus, I know there were a couple other guys they're mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them. And I think they must have got stopped by General Assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
I want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson Seldon fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did you did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty, because we also saw some video where they had talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said. And then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't want to come, he didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Kalisis, who were all 3 attorneys who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid. And to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid, and I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
Your impression was he was withholding information about what happened.
He just basically said he didn't know anything. He couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days, or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and I don't know, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriff's came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by actors. If I remember right, there might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others that would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Just Trevon Lane.
Yes, that Trevon Lane was found familiar. They ended up identifying a bunch of people. We ended up getting
Can you guys hear me?
a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting. And we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations as 124. I'd offer it.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then did you have law enforcement outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not, Homicide did not. Apparently there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off duty because of whatever the event was.
And so did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Suge's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something. And we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside. And we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed. And
that's when the incident occurs.
That's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, do you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and Southside Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips?
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs, but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
Were you present in Compton when those warrants were executed?
Mike Franks and I did travel down and were present to witness the search warrants being served by Compton and I believe the I don't know if the Los Angeles County Sheriffs participated, the actual deputies. I know that their jail facility people were there.
And you talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yeah, I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but then when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur. I offer it at this time.
You want to make your approach?
Yes.
I guess it wasn't a joke. That jacket's a little big.
That will be a minute.
Okay, now I'm going to try my best here to share my screen with you and see if we can. I want to show you just one little portion of this particular record. All right, share screen. Guess I should have it up. All right, here. Are you seeing my screen at all? And then I'm gonna zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button. Is this gonna let me zoom in here? There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
right.
It zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay.
So on page
All right.
2 here, there's
I
some
see.
handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust and Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up on this record? What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. It's dated September 8th. Says they're local calls, and I put Stardust for one phone number, and then the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
Does that suggest to you you were looking to see who Orlando Anderson, what other hotels he was calling?
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be if it's correct, 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946, and then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947 again.
Now, there's been some discussions, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit farther, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was becoming concerned to the point that in our office we had shelves behind, not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it. So I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just the computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports early on that I still don't know where they are. We did a pen register early on that I guess nobody can find. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
I was, after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the autopsy room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that had, it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards because it was not a full photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to.
But needless to say, you yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
Now, going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m., it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I have marked state's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo I'd offer.
Any objection?
If I can have a moment, please.
Yeah.
Harry, I sent you a
Okay,
text.
there'll be a minute.
All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen. Ooh. Apparently screen sharing has stopped. Put it up first and then. Now I gotta go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm gonna jump down to the first page. There's a
Okay.
name, Corey Edwards, at
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here, a few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
It zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, it's Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. No, that's my handwriting.
And so, does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
Where those phone numbers?
the local
Yes.
phone numbers that are being called on it? I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when you guys learn about an individual by the name of David Keith that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. He gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time, because there were some names coming up, and we had developed the name of Davion Brooks, who apparently was a Southside Compton Crip. And he was a fair-skinned black male, and we thought he kind of was a bitch face. And he was the person that the pen register was related to in a place. It was south. I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana between the Boulevard and Koval. because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the PIN register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the report. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keith. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, that at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person. So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks. And I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davion Keith. Kind of fast forward, but in November of 96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula, from what I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly. I thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of 96 in New Jersey, does something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafu Fula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. We learned that Yafu Fula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts, because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports that there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafu Fula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward to March 9th of 1997. Did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G., was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask you this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Yes. Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in Orange County, somewhere, California. And I had taken probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared, because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records, and things turned around and he was willing to meet with us, and that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Judge, and I talked to Mr. Samp about not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Samp, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
And I'm going to start with number 10. Which is 85. Oops. I have to go in and out here a few times. But each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
Main players that were in these photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson was in there because of the beatdown at the MGM. I mean, and because of the information we'd acquired from Compton. Then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Dwayne Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Dwayne Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis, I think?
Let me just share my screen and we'll go through each one by one, okay?
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup. There was a reason for them being in there, just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those are the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record that's your name down there.
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Dwayne Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
that's Dwayne Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now, at this point in time, when you're showing these photo lineups, did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. We didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
Okay. And who was it? Who did you think was in the car?
Well, the 4 names that we were leaning on was Dwayne Davis, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we'd been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything. And I believe the CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm going to kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you. And you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and one or two of them lived in the LA area. And either, I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually, because it was, 97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of 86, and then state proposed exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 5 lineups. Excuse me.
No objection. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No objection.
They'll be there.
So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first. Oops. I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger. If I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier, but.
You're doing better than me, so.
These are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger.
These are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off. Because I'm seeing, Roger Williams would have been, wasn't a Southside Crip, from what I remember. He was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was coming up?
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on. And I think Compton had it. And as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo lineup, and that's 91.
Did you hear him say, I think? This is a disaster.
And he'd be in position number 3, correct?
Oh
wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so.
Let me share it with you. But if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is State's Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but. I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup, so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Sanford agreed.
What?
We have a yellow, red, blue that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
Number 6 didn't have a name.
number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have written is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have, let's go to number 2, which is State's Exhibit number 77. And we roll down here. Well, I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about. We roll down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay, you're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors. So that's why we had to cut him out.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the, something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Let's go to number 4. And if we roll down here, position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5, we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5. And if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid based upon what Yafula said that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things?
He's the guy we did the pen register on. Yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I got to share it with you. We roll down here. David Keith is in position number 1. And so that would be David Keith.
Yes. And the reason we put the tape on there is I think those were probably ID numbers or something. So we were again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this is a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keith worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
Hold the next one. Oops. Number 82. There we go. We roll down 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Dwayne Davis's brother.
I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative, but for some reason I thought they were brothers.
You recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's 2 firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Coette from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so, drug fire, which is, I think, the jury will hear later, is now called NIBIN. But drug fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depended on them.
So we only got 2 more here. Let's do your number 8, which is going to be my 83. In position number 2 is Terry Brown.
Terry Brown.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah.
Haven't.
Terry Brown would be in position number 2, correct?
Yeah, he's going to be in number 2. Okay. And I don't. Oh, there he is.
And
Yeah,
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
that's the old photo. Yes.
And then the last record I have for you, Detective. Oh, I have to share my screen with you. Excuse me a second. State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards in position 3.
Okay.
And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah. Does he always have that beard? I don't remember. It's been so long, but yeah.
Now, when you showed Mr. Alexander these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenridge?
I believe I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. And I think I learned later, because there's a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department, and we sat down with Malcolm and we offered to show him these photo lineups. And Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenridge?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were 2 witnesses that the Metropolitan Police Department were refusing to talk to, Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words. And that Malcolm Greenidge said he said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, right?
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And how many times did you trip to California, generally, in an effort to talk to people about this particular case?
We made 10 to 12 trips to California. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement, because it came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround. So
ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. So Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved at this fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson, apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Sand.
Detective Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just need to follow up with a couple things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada. You had mentioned that those police powers end at the border of Nevada. Is that what I heard before?
Yeah, our basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another state, I mean, you could have someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. And that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right. Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Correct.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was, yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. You don't say who in this lineup, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question.
Correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
Right, because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right?
you could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement. Yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, yeah, I would have them put that on there, say at 80%, 60%, whatever that is, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Piru or mob guy. So he's a Blood. But everybody else was a Crip, yes.
Right. And so because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the Southside Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were Piru Blood. And so you were identifying just Southside Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right. And even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they were conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
We witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering. I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not the original 10. I don't remember the exact number, but there are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent to, I believe, someone in LAPD. And I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups. And I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those.
And do you recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996.
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct.
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in a photo line and his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. You drew the short straw basically on this one, right?
Well, I guess I'm the guy that his name is all over everything, but yeah.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question though. As a police officer, Did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too. Yes. And
would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have written a officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No. If we'd have had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a one paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
I left, it was, yes.
Is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case files, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the district attorney's office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officers' reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor, I think. You had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles. I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
off the top of my head, I don't.
Right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I don't think I did an officer's report reference the ballet. No.
I have a document here. Looks like your signature is at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me, like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall, but if you have it, show it to me. I'd be happy. And,
do we run it over for you right now?
Yeah, if you could show it to me.
Let me do this.
Recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the documents that we reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too. So,
right.
But it's been a while. So
this would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
Okay. Wait a minute. Is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct. That's right.
Oh, okay. That report. Now I remember that report. Yes.
And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
Okay. But, I remember that report. Yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac. And one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor. He gets picked up in a long caravan of cars. And the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your investigation.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less you're getting a number and you're more or less recording those numbers. It's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case, you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls. And if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls. It's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be you would target someone's phone number, right? And so
Correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keefe D's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager or maybe, I don't know. I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keefe D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo, is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what it was. Their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing.
Yeah.
It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keefe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keefe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
And what did that mean to you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security, I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two parties.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Dwayne Davis, Keefe D, in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada saying, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why the victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Duckman? Okay. Of course.
All right, Detective. I'm going to jump in here just a little bit with you. Hold on one second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. And of course, no, I can't get that thing to come up so I can share the screen because this is in the way. Where the hell is my Zoom? There it is. I found it. Here we go. I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to put it up big for you here. Can you see that?
Just a minute. Okay, yeah, now I do.
So your understanding is that Suge and the entourage were coming down this way, westbound on Flamingo towards the 662 Club.
Yeah, Flamingo towards Cole, yes.
And after the shooting, what's your understanding as to what Mr. Suge?
Did you say westbound or eastbound?
I'm sorry, they were heading eastbound towards the 662, correct?
Correct.
What's your understanding as to what Suge and the majority of that entourage do after the shooting?
My understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and came to a stop. If that red dot is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, that's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other three gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. If Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else, so I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And two of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and close it than to start small and make it wider, because once you've made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in, and it's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I see the tape in the distance. Okay. And then,
That's exhibit number 6.
okay, is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard in Harmon.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
I'm going to go through exhibit number.
What's that white car?
Well, we're going to go through all of these for you
Okay,
in just a second. Of course, I got to do this the hard way. So now I'm going to show you number 20. Give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay. Okay.
There is 22. Oh, I'm gonna click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
You just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic then going by, I take it.
Then within the tape, this is State's Exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. There, 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think if you zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do this. There you
It's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
A Dodge Avenger. Okay. And the license plate number. Because I remember on the original crime report, there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Sampt asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay. There we go. Why is it not coming up? Stop. Share this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. All right, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah. Okay.
So the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
Okay. And then you also talked to Angel Zabalza.
Right.
Zavala. He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW or Mercedes, and two other black vehicles. Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Zabalza said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with four black males, was what he reported.
Right. That correct.
Thank you, Josh. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you. You are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, State. Any additional witnesses for today?
Will we approach that?
Come on.
You guys, that was a sheer disaster. A sheer disaster. I'll wait till they're done. But, Perry went to go pick up my granddaughter. I need to talk to somebody. It was a disaster. He was at best maybe a stage 1 dementia patient. He couldn't remember anything. The testimony was long. It wasn't engaging. People were falling asleep in the chat. I saw you, Bobby. I'm going to say, I think the reason for this testimony is to get ahead of the story, because the most important thing that he said is that when the detectives interviewed Suge Knight, he was timid. I take that to mean quiet, whatever, scared, nervous. But your best friend just got pow-powed, right? And then...
All right, we're going to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some Zoom things going. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back 3:30. Please rise for the jury. All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you, everyone.
All right, I gotta break it down to you guys. It was painful testimony, okay? I had, and you guys know me, I'm not lying. I have an aunt that has Alzheimer's, okay? This felt like stage 1 dementia, okay? It was 30 years ago. He's not what he used to be. He couldn't remember a damn thing. All of his answers, I don't know if you noticed, was I think and probably. No, you're on the stand. You are under Constitution law, okay? You made a vow to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I'm sure they did not interview you to bring you on so you could just say, I don't know, I don't remember. But then I remembered when the defense finally did their cross-examination, the most important thing they said, Suge Knight showed up very timid, not talkative, and nervous with 3 attorneys. What? My friend just got pow-powed. Why do I have 3 attorneys? Okay, y'all laughed at me earlier when I said Suge did it. And then Reggie Wright, look how they threw this in. Reggie Wright, the dirty boss the dirty cop I was telling you guys about, that's a cop / drug dealer, okay, who got indicted for drug trafficking, asked his people, his dirty LA cops, to lie to the Las Vegas cops. And that just took me 1 minute. I did not have to sit there 2.5 damn hours. Okay. I was bored. I was asleep. I almost started painting my nails. I forgot that I was looking at a very high profile case. It did not play very well, but they're trying to get ahead of the story. You know what's coming? Suge's bad behavior, Reggie Wright's drug dealing. The cops stealing drugs from the drug dealers. The cops are the drug dealers. And I don't give a damn what. No, somebody said something earlier, like all cops aren't bad. Well, I don't know no good ones, especially in LA. I don't know no good cops in LA. They're terrible. And they might not be much better now. What made the state think they could bring this case to trial with the only evidence being a book? And like I said when Perry's here, okay, if we're gonna make everything in the book true, because that's what they're saying, believe the book, he confessed. If I believe the book, then I believe there's another drug kingpin that needs to be on the stand. And his name is Big Meech. Even though I love him, I think he's the smoothest drug dealer ever. He's a drug lord. He's not a drug dealer. He's a very smart man, but you need to be on the stand too if you were in the car that night with Keefe D. If they're going to say that you weren't there, then we're not taking this book as Bible. Because they want us to say that this book is true. Everything in the book is true. Well, then if that's true, then I'm going to need Big Meech up on the stand. Demetrius Flannery, we're going to need you on the stand. I want to know what happened that night. So you can't pick and choose. Either the book is going to be what we're going by or not. And if it is, then there's some more people that need to be arrested. Child, almost put me damn asleep. I'm trying to tell you. I've watched paint dry and was more entertained. It was horrible. And if you're trying to get in front of a story because you know what's coming, you got to do a better job than that. Okay? That man he has dementia. I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell, people. I mean, oh my God. I don't know if I'm going to cover the case every day. I'm scared to miss something, but if it's going to be like this, I have paint to watch dry. It was terrible. Oh my God, you guys, the worst testimony ever thus far. And the state better pick it up, or I'm just going to start calling you guys idiots, because this is not a good case at all. You don't have any smoking guns so far. And if you do, you better hurry up and get to it before you lose the audience. I don't even know how much time I have in me. I'm already delegating this to my back channel tomorrow. This will be on my crime channel. My crime channel, I will leave the link, is called Sherelle World's Trials. This cannot be on my main page anymore. It just lost me. It was terrible. Oh my God. No, I didn't see Krishan fight that girl, but I'm going to do that as soon as we're done here. So they're going to be done at 4:30. That's an hour. We have another hour to take a nap. After that, it'll be 4:30. I'll probably come on at like 5:30, which is 8:30 Eastern time, because we got to talk about Krishan, which is much more don't judge me, but oh my, what if Blueface and Krishan go live tonight? I need to be there for that. Then this, no offense. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. It was very hard to watch testimony. Very hard. He couldn't remember a damn thing. Then I think they did that on purpose, so you could just like fall asleep like we did and not listen to the main things that he said. The most important thing that he said was Suge Knight coming to interview with the detectives, timid. When have we know Suge Knight to be quiet? Never. I watched the Suge Knight trial. They was telling him to shut up every 5 minutes. And then he came with 3 attorneys. Then I finally had to weed through all of the mess to get to what the purpose of this testimony was, to get ahead of the stories. How can you get ahead of the story that the top cop, Reggie Wright Jr. and his sorry father are acting worse than the drug dealers? You had to cut through the paint here and hear what he was saying. He said Reggie asked the officers under him to lie. I was throwing away all the cops' testimonies anyway. I done told y'all that earlier. But now that I know that they've been harassed and threatened, why are we going to bring Reggie Wright to the stand? Why is Gene Deal's name on the list to testify? The minute Gene Deal opens his mouth, because he's left a history. He left evidence. All of those tapes when he was telling different stories and lying, I got them all. Gene Deal cannot take the stand without incriminating himself. It's like you can told lies for like 5-6 years, and all the people y'all believe Gene Deal. Oh, he's the truth. Oh, he's so cool. Like, what? Do y'all just believe the best story out there, and no one says, "Well, where's your proof?" Like, where he told us that Diddy took him shopping to go buy butt plugs, and y'all believed it. Oh yeah, I tried butt plugs myself. I like them. Y'all, no one said, "Well, where's your evidence?" Just like, but I hopefully this new attorney, the one that I like, I cannot pronounce his name. This is Keefe D's attorney, is not playing. Hopefully he's going to call out all of these crooked cops. And I'm begging somebody, please, please, please put David Mack on the damn stand. Please, Reggie, right? I want Reggie to get on the stand. We need to do this tomorrow before I fall asleep. Put crooked Reggie right on the stand and his no good daddy. And we need to know why you were pretending to be a police officer when really your ass was a drug dealer. And how do you sleep at night? You've lied on people. Okay, he just called you. You lied on people. You served poison to your own neighborhoods. You're running around bullying people, being a thug, and people believe you. And you also wrote a book that ain't worth a damn. That's full of lies. Child, this is a mess. This is a mess. Oh boy, this is a mess. I hope we're done. She said 15 more minutes. We've got to wrap this up. We have to wrap it up. I mean, oh my gosh. If you're going to be a crooked, look at Perry. He's listening to me in the car. I don't know why Perry heading back down there. Bye, Perry. You was going to waste your time down there. There's nobody here. It's an old case. But I'm going to write it out, but I'm going to write it out on my backup channel. Backup channel is called Sherelle's World Trials, because I'm sure there's so many cases coming up this year that I had to do a backup channel. And I had to save this channel for Krishan Rock. I do like Krishan Rock, don't get it twisted, but I have to call her out when she's lying. I don't think she unalived anybody like my son was trying to say last night. They were clowning last night. But let's get this over with. Oh my God. Crooked. What she called the crooked cop trial. Crooked cop trial. And a lot of times when victims of crooked cops try to come forward and they say, well, I've been racially profiled. The public's usually like, we've heard that before, sir. They don't believe them. But right now, we have evidence that these are some crooked cops. And, to tell you the truth, I keep saying it, I don't think LA has reformed, not one single bit. It's like getting arrested in Mexico. Did I ever tell you guys my Mexico arrest story? Did I ever tell y'all that? They claim I stole a watch. My watch. They said it was stolen. It was a mess. You don't want to go to jail in Mexico, and you don't want to go to jail in LA. Because them cops ain't got no better. Trust me. Oh, boy. The white Cadillac at the Lexor with Suge and Tupac. Crazy work. A lot of crazy work. It's all crazy work. He's a rat. I hope you're talking about Reggie Wright. I hope you're talking about Gene Deal. Who else? David Mack, the Perez guy. It's a whole bunch of crooked officers down there. It's terrible. The only reason I go to LA is to visit family, but it's starting to be a state I don't even want to drive through. Good thing it's on the coast. Okay, there's no reason for me to go through. Talking about Suge. Suge is disgusting. He's just a horrible human being, a waste of life. Suge Knight is a bad. No, Perry, he's a bad man, and I don't give a damn. If he worried about some blogger, then that must mean I'm right. I don't give a damn. Suge Knight is a horrible human being. Horrible. And I know he has children. Who cares? He's not in there for being a good person. Can we agree with that? He's not in there for being a good person. Let's see what's going on here. He is not in there for being a good person. And if you really ask me, he probably is a serial unaliver. You know, when you get bold enough to unalive somebody and you know you're being videotaped, that's because you're comfortable with it and you've gotten away with it for so long. So that's what I had to say. He's a bad, bad man. And now, you know, he's just, oh, he's probably bullying the hell out of those guards. They let this man have a podcast, a say so. We don't care what Suge Knight has to say. Everything comes out of his mouth is a lie. Girl, Michelle, I don't know what you was thinking. Because that day, do you guys remember when she said Suge Knight broke her jaw, but she was too scared to go to the police? I mean, I kind of understand where she was coming from, but that would have been the last time I was around him. I would have turned state's evidence, or I just would have went on the run if I dated a maniac like him. He's a maniac. And the more, you know, I know y'all don't like Diddy, but if I had to go with who's behind it, Diddy or Suge, I'm going to go with Suge. I ain't saying Diddy no angel. It's a big difference than sleeping with prostitutes than unaliving people. To me, that's the worst crime because you're not God. You don't have a right to take anybody else's life. This is a mess. No, it's not over. We're praying that it gets over real soon, but it's not over. This has been the worst case I have watched. Opening statements were a disaster. Child, this is a mess. I think I know who did it. I'm 94% Suge Knight did it. 94%. Gotta leave room for error because hopefully they'll come up with some devastating, and they gotta find these files. Don't allude to the missing files until you find them. What good is it for us to know that there's missing files? That's probably taken, somebody probably shredded down at the LAPD. They probably burned it. You know how those thugs are. Okay, the Southside Compton Crips, they're a bunch of thugs, but so is the LAPD. Okay, and then the Las Vegas Metro, that's what they call them, Metro, y'all just like lackadaisical about everything. Like, okay, you know, I'll get to it. Like, this is crazy. I cannot believe today. And y'all know I've turned into, I'm not going to go on the internet every day unless it's something positive for me to say. I mean, unless it's a story that I'm really interested in, but you know, I will continue it. But tomorrow, this will be on my backup channel because, you know, I have to be on call for Krishan Rock because that's going to be a mess. Because I think after Nevaeh has her baby, and you better wait till she has her baby, you cannot put your hands on a pregnant woman, Krishan. You will never live it down. Their name. I don't care if people call your son. They got nothing to do with nothing. I don't care if you like Nevaeh, don't like Nevaeh. You cannot put your hands on a pregnant woman, or you deserve to go to jail. That's ridiculous. Like, leave her alone. Let her talk her shit. But when she's not pregnant, then I'm going to go on 24-hour, you know, watch. Y'all wake me up in the middle of the night. Mark my words, these two are going to duke it out. But Nevaeh, you need to go on the run. Krishan is a trained boxer. I ain't trying to fight Krishan Rock. No, ain't no way. You can have him. And then he did. They said he left with her last night. I got to go back and look at the tapes, talk about it. But girl, you can have him. I ain't fighting over Blueface. But anyway, that's way more interesting than this trial. It's the most boring trial ever. It better pick up. It better pick up or I'm out. I can't sit through. Like, did y'all see me laughing when the guy was asking him questions? It's so unprofessional to laugh. I couldn't believe what I was watching. They was like, "Do you remember this?" He was like, I think maybe." And they let him get away with saying that's probably what it was. They didn't say anything. Probably, you are under oath. Either it is or it's not. See, I should have been an attorney just for this damn case because I'm not letting you get away with the word probably. I'm not doing it. But he just wanted to get this dementia patient off the stand. No shade. I probably have dementia too. You know, no one knows if you're going to get Alzheimer's and all of that stuff. We don't know. But if there was a candidate, he would be it. I'm going to. If there was a candidate for dementia, that guy would be it. He's an ex-cop and he don't remember a damn thing. It was 30 years ago. Hell, I'm probably not going to remember a lot of stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm on the verge of saying that the state that brought this case to trial in the middle of Las Vegas heat, they might be idiots. I'm just saying. It just doesn't make sense. Does not make sense. On a book y'all read. Because I don't think they counted on the audience reading the whole book. I read that whole book. There's a lot of people that have been implicated. A lot. So if you're going to put Keefe D on trial, put everybody else in that book, with the biggest person being Big Meech. I want to see Big Meech take the stand and tear up this story. And maybe then y'all believe that Keefe D is a damn liar. Because y'all talking about, well, he put himself at the scene of the crime. He needs to go to jail for the rest of his life. No. It's a lot of people that lie. Lying is not a crime. If lying was a crime.
All right.
Apparently the media can hear me, so.
Yes. Go ahead.
Well, he's frozen now. Can you hear me, sir?
You're very faint, yes.
If I get closer to this microphone, is that any better?
There we go. I got you now.
Okay.
If you wanted to question him sitting, I have no problem with that. That'll help with the microphone issue.
I'm just going to speak up because I'm capable of asking questions in my chair.
Okay. Just offering some suggestions.
No, I appreciate the suggestion.
All right, Mr. Stamp, are we ready?
Yes, you are.
Okay. We have everybody. Anything we need to address before we bring the jury back in?
Not from the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring it in.
Staff of the jury.
The party stipulates to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, the state may call their next witness at this time.
Fred Miller.
Hi, Mr. Miller, can you hear me or are you frozen?
I can hear you, Honor.
Okay, great. I'm going to have my clerk swear you, and then
There
Mr.
seems to be a
John's going to have
pause.
some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. If you please raise your right hand to be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Fred Miller, Fredmiller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I used to be employed with the Los Angeles Police Department.
How long you were with LAPD?
Almost 30 years. On March 9th of 1997, what was your assignment? What section were you in? I've been assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, worked Homicide Special. Were you one of the two detectives assigned initially
the investigation into an individual identified as Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as the Notorious B.I.G.?
No, I did not receive the responsibility for the case until approximately 60 days later. We received it from the Wilshire Division, and then we took over the responsibility for the investigation.
Why would a case be transferred from Wilshire to RHD?
I'm sorry?
Why would a case at LAPD be transferred out of the Wilshire Division to the Robbery Homicide Division?
Because of the magnitude of the investigation that it looked like it was going to entail, they did not have the manpower that we had at Robbery Homicide to work a case of this magnitude.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn how Mr. Wallace died?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that for us?
Yes, he received, I believe, 4 9mm projectiles to his body that caused his demise.
And where was he when he got shot?
He was sitting in the right passenger seat of his limousine that was leaving the museum.
And was that the Peterson Automotive Museum in LA?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that was there a vibe after party after some award show that he was in attendance before he was shot?
That's correct.
And the fire marshals, did they shut down that party and that's why everyone was leaving?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Did you have information as to a suspect vehicle that you originally received?
That's correct. We received Aqua Dark newer Chevrolet S 4-door. It had very fancy rims on it. It was last seen going north on Fairfax and then eastbound on Wilshire Boulevard.
So I think what you just said was was a newer model Chevy Impala SS that was dark in color. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
And the race of your potential suspect, how was that identified to you?
Yes, it's a male black.
During the course of your investigation, did you receive information that a person by the name of Dwayne Davis might be a suspect in this homicide?
Yes, we did.
I think he's frozen just a second. Okay. And in addition to that, did you learn that Dwayne Davis was present at the the Peterson Automotive Museum during the party?
Yes, he was.
Did you also receive information that he potentially had a motive to harm Mr. Smalls because of some sort of monetary dispute?
Objection is a leading.
What's your response?
I'm just trying
There
to
was
lay a
some-
foundation through video.
Overruled. I'll allow it given the circumstances. You can answer, Mr. Miller.
He's not frozen. I don't think we caught your answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did you receive information that he potentially had a motive over money owed to him?
Yes, from several sources, we'd heard that there was a dispute between Mr. Davis and Tupac's organization.
And ultimately, did you learn that Mr. Davis lived at a residence at 1524 California?
Yes.
Did you also learn that he had driven or received a citation driving a black Chevy Impala SS?
Objection, Your Honor, lady.
Can I have the parties approach real quick?
Just redo this tomorrow.
Yes.
What's up, everybody? What did I miss in the last 30 minutes? Probably nothing. KVD. Oh, you said not much? Good.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess to see if we can fix the feed a little bit. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourself or with anyone else on any subject connected to the
Hey,
trial,
Val, happy
or read,
Monday.
watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I apologize for the constant in and out, but we do need to try to fix this. All right, please rise for the jury.
What's up, Bobo? Ain't nothing happening.
Yeah, now it's working perfect.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. I don't know what they want to do.
So, Jared, Jacob's going to call him and see if we get him closer to his Wi-Fi.
Okay. Okay. If you guys want to try to play around with it,
Hello.
see if it works, and let me know
Yeah.
what you decide. Okay. All right, we'll be in recess. The jury is exited.
Oh,
So I guess they're taking a 10-minute recess to fix the, I don't know, the audio feed coming in and shit. But anyway, in my opinion, you know, since I left to go and pick up my granddaughter, I don't feel like KVD had a bad day so far. I feel like the state ain't really put on the proper evidence or the witness yet. I could be wrong, but I don't see nothing happen so far. But they talking about 200 witnesses, 4 to 5 weeks. They got to come up with something better than just, well, you know, he said it. A little bit more than that, I'm thinking. But we'll find out. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, shit. He has cancer, I believe, too. I think my wife said he had cancer. But, and his age, I think he's 63, 64, something like that. What's up, Lorene? Yeah, we'll find out in 10 more. Well, we ain't gonna find out the answer today, but it's funny how you can bring these cops on there. Like, well, he was a detective back in 98, 2001, as if they got so much credibility. If they really had something back in 1998 or 2001, why didn't they do shit with it? will be the question. It's 30 years later. Now you're going to bring this man to trial with no more basically than what you had 30 years ago. Unless you're going to shock the world and you actually got some evidence. We just haven't seen it. And I don't see why all the time wasting practices. If you really have something, put it out there. Like, the best time to catch a juror is right in the opening statements and right when you lay out the shit. Lay out the hard evidence quickly. Don't waste around and have the jurors fall asleep. Hell, I had to drink 5 bottles of water to stay awake. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Let's get down to the point. Let's make it happen. That's why I'm here. Let's get to the evidence, the real shit. We ain't got time to, well, what you think about this? What about this lineup? You can show me a lineup of 10 other people. They ain't being charged right now. Let's stick with the Keefe D, get right to the point why he should be locked up forever or why he should be let free. Let's get to that part. Let's get to that part. Let me see. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, no, the shit will put you to sleep. Like, that's the toughest thing about covering a trial. Now, Diddy trial was a little different. It was moments where you fall asleep, but when you got those 304s running wild and the stories and all that, that was sort of interesting. Lies, but interesting. Like this, I'm saying just get to it. 30 years, we shouldn't be having to take no-dos to survive this. Instead of 4 or 5 weeks, make it one interesting week with nothing but hardcore shit. It's still fresh in the juror's mind what you got. You put enough evidence out, if you feel he did it, that would do it. If you drag it along, people are going to be, don't forgot what you said the first week, the second week. And, well, we got the game ender coming up in 5 weeks. Put it out there now. Don't wait. I'm going to really show you what I got in 4 or 5 weeks. Bullshit. Perry need to see it now. I need to see it now. Hey, Sherelle, I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yeah. What happened?
Nothing. That's the problem. They on recess right now because they had a bad audio feed, like the whatever, the video coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I asked somebody, what did I miss while I was gone? They said not a damn thing. I've been fighting sleep all day. Right?
No, Perry. This is this is what you missed, right? That dementia patient that they were interviewing.
He didn't fall asleep, did it?
No. But he said something very valuable. He said that when Suge Knight came in to talk to the investigators, he was not arrested or even detained. He came in with 3 attorneys and he was very timid. He hardly said anything. Okay, that's number 1. That's what I'm thinking. Now I was at 92%. Now I'm at 93%. Suge did it. Then he said that Reggie Wright told his men, the officers under him, to lie to him. They didn't say what the lie was. They're getting to it. So they're trying to get ahead of the story. But this man, the man before him, the dementia patient, he don't know shit. He don't remember anything. And it was 30 years ago. And right. I keep saying, and I hate to say this, if you're going to say everything in the book is true enough to send Keefe D to jail for the rest of his life, then it should be true enough to bring in Big Meech and put Big Meech on the stand. They don't want to do that. No, that part of the book is not true because they even scared of Big Meech. Bring him in. He said Big Meech was with him at the time of the crime. So either the book gonna tell the damn truth or you're gonna throw everything away and call the book a lie. Now I'm tired of them and they BS, okay? This is a chumped up case that should have never been brought to court. And then the news guy just said that Diddy's supposed to take the stand. I guarantee you he's not taking that stand.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Number 1.
There's no need for him to take the stand.
It's no need. And there's no need for the actual power, because if you ask me, Suge Knight did it. Suge Knight's not going to take the stand. Number one, it could go wrong for him.
Mm-hmm.
He talk about street code. No, you're worried about what's going to come out on you, you big liar. Suge Knight is probably one of the worst men I've ever dealt with in the entertainment business. I don't know him, but I meant like I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a horrible human being that doesn't deserve to be with the rest of us. Why isn't he in the hole? So instead of being scared of Suge Knight, no, just as long as he stay in jail. Ain't nobody scared. Listen, what's getting ready to happen to Suge Knight is happening to Suge Knight. He can't stop karma. You can't stop karma. You're a bad man that bullied people and unalived people. And you unalive more than just that guy you rolled over a truck with. Who does that? Who rides over a truck and claims he was scared? You weren't scared. You're just a coward that's used to getting away with unaliving people. I don't believe shit Suge says. Reggie Wright, Gene Deal. Y'all all should feel silly for listening to Gene Deal with his old ass. Who else is a liar? Huh?
Do you believe these detectives that they bringing on?
Huh?
Do you believe in these detectives that they're bringing to the stand?
Go down that list. But the detective that I need to take the stand is David Mack, the one that robbed the bank. What kind of cop robs a bank, goes it sounds like I'm making this up, goes to Vegas and spend all the money from the robbery?
Oh, they always say it's better to spend somebody else's money than your own.
What?
So,
I want to hear, but I want Reggie Wright to take the stand because people were calling him the truth. You're listening to a cop / drug dealer. That him and Jaguar Wright, they knew the truth. They know what's going on. They're two basket cases, and I think Reggie Wright might be schizophrenic.
So, and the state is bringing him on as a witness for them, right?
Yes.
That's the part I don't understand.
Sure, let's do that.
Just with regards to this witness's testimony earlier,
Okay.
okay, I don't think it's going to hurt his feelings. The information that was garnered by the state specifically, I think, just falls towards a other bad act issue, and that is the testimony is that he's a suspect in a murder of Biggie Smalls, and there's some indication at this particular point. I know how the story ends. The problem is though is that it still infers a bad act in terms of him being the suspect in this case. So as a result,
I have no problem. The court already admitted this by way of our motion to eliminate. I have no problem with the court instructing the jury that neither the state nor the LAPD believes that Mr. Davis is involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace. I have no problem with that instruction.
Did you want a contemporaneous instruction, or do you want that to be included in the jury instruction packet, Mr. Stamps?
I think it should be some kind of an impression right now, so if
Okay.
contemporaneous instruction on it.
So the suggestion was neither the court nor LAPD believe
at this point
that Mr. Davis was involved in any way in the death of Mr. Wallace?
Sure.
Does that work?
That's fine.
Okay.
But shit, EPD know you're working.
Okay, let's bring in the jury.
It's weird. Why would
Stand for the jury.
All right, so the parties to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Before we go back to Mr. Miller's testimony, I did want to admonish you as follows. Neither the court nor the LAPD believe at this point that Mr. Davis was involved in the death of Mr. Wallace. I want that to be clear. Going back to you, Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed with Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
So you received information that Dwayne Davis could potentially be your suspect. Is that accurate? I think that's where we left off.
That's correct.
And you also receive information that potentially Mr. Davis feels like he's owed money by either Mr. Wallace or Puffy Combs' Bad Boy Records. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
You also learned that he was driving or ticketed on March 8th of 1997, a black 1996 Chevy Impala SS. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so based upon all of that, do you, along with, well, on May 27th of 1997, Compton PD executes a search warrant at 1524 California. And then on the 28th, you get a warrant to search the vehicle, the 1996 Chevy Impala, correct?
Correct.
And the vehicle was actually registered to a Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Eventually, fast forward to June 20th of 1997, do you and your partner, Detective Poole, wind up having a conversation with Mr. Davis at his lawyer's office, Edie Fall?
That's correct.
Judge, I've had marked as 116 as well as, it's old school, so it's two sides of a tape, 108 and 109, which is transcripts. It's the audio and the transcripts. I'd offer them at this point.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted. And further, pursuant to your stipulation, we're going to play those after Mr. Miller's done testifying, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Sir, during the execution of that search warrant that you did, in the trunk of the vehicle, did you collect a Polaroid photograph?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to share my screen with you. Can you see that Polaroid?
Yes, I can.
And is that the Polaroid that you collected out of the vehicle?
That's correct.
I move to admit 66.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
So admitted?
I pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Santos?
Mr. Miller, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
This Polaroid that's on screen right now, which is State 66 that you see in front of you,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Can't hear you very well. You're breaking out just a little bit.
I apologize. So this exhibit that you see in front of you right now, do you see the Polaroid still, which is State's Exhibit 66 for the record?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what this means?
What it means?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Polaroid. Is there anything about this particular photograph that means anything?
I really don't get your questions right. It just means there's a group of guys together who enjoyed themselves, apparently.
Right. Can you tell us when that photograph was taken?
No, I can't.
Can you tell us where that photograph was taken?
No.
In terms of the clothing that everyone's wearing at this particular point, do you know if that was how Mr. Davis dressed normally?
I have no idea how Mr. Davis dresses normally.
Now, this photograph that was taken from the 96 Chevy Impala, that was pursuant to your search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for evidence that would help you substantiate as to who was responsible for the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
Yes.
So can you tell us how this photograph helps you learn any more information as to who killed Biggie Smalls?
It may not be the actual person who pulled the trigger, but it may be one of the people who could lead us to who did pull that trigger.
All right. So who are the other people that are in the photograph?
I don't recall the names. Orlando Anderson was one, and I don't recall the others.
Okay, but fair to say, of course, if there was a Polaroid with these people in there, it would have been part of your job as a detective at the time to look into and identify who those other individuals are, correct?
Yes.
And that didn't happen in this case?
I believe we did find out there was three or four more.
All right. And once again, did it help you solve the murder of Biggie Smalls?
No.
And fair to say, though, even though we've been talking about Mr. Dwayne Davis as somebody that was a potential target for your investigation, ultimately, at the end of the day, he was never charged with the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
That's correct.
Now, in addition to that, fair to say that in your course and scope as a detective, when you do your investigations, you would have ran Mr. Davis's criminal history as part of your investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Was there any indication on any of his criminal history that he'd ever been arrested or charged or convicted of any violent felony?
I don't recall.
Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony here is that you did an investigation on Mr. Davis. Did you ever at any point look into the actual Impala itself? You said it was owned by somebody else, so Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
It was owned by someone other than Mr. Davis, yes.
And with regard to that, did you ever interview Mr. Parker?
I do not recall.
And when you went to 1524, what was the purpose of going to that particular address?
I'm sorry, what?
You said you went to 1524 California. I apologize. That was my bad. But you went to 1524 California. Why to that address?
Because that's where we heard that Mr. Davis lived and that we'd had air units go by and check the location, and they observed a black Chevy Impala parked in the back. That's why. Did you ever search the 1524 California residence in furtherance of your investigation? I didn't. It was searched by the Compton Police Department. Okay. And in their search of the 1524 California residence, fair to say that there was no evidence that was located that would have been helpful for your investigation? Not at this point. That's correct. Okay. What about the anything to do with a potential issue with Tupac Shakur's murder? Any evidence found at the 1524 California residence? I'm not sure. That was not my case. Now, at some point, your testimony is that there was a meeting between yourself, Mr. Davis, as well as Edie Fall, his attorney. Yes, sir. And in that meeting, it was recorded? Yes. And was that recorded surreptitiously, meaning it was done without their knowledge, or was it done with their knowledge? I don't recall whether they were informed or not. And just for our edification, where was the location of that meeting and recording? Wow, I don't recall. I want to say it was at Parker Center, but I don't actually remember. Is that where would that have been LAPD headquarters, or are you talking about some other location? No, it'd be 150 North of Los Angeles Street. I don't know where that's at. Is that a? It no longer exists. It was the old Parker Center. Yes. Okay. The old police administration building. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness by the jurors? We do have at least one, so hang on with us, Mr. Miller, while we go through the question process.
Thank you.
Damn, he just tore up his testimony.
Can I have the parties approach?
That's them. They're on mute.
Yeah.
What happened really quickly?
Huh?
What happened real quick?
Well, basically, Keefe D, defense attorney, just basically came on and made this guy's testimony non-existent. Basically,
all right,
I'm walking away now saying that we don't know shit.
Okay, Mr. Miller, can you still hear me?
I'm sorry, what, Your Honor?
Okay, excellent. A question from one of our jurors. If the car was owned by someone else, why weren't they questioned?
I don't understand. I'm not hearing you correctly, Your Honor.
If the car was owned by someone else, why were they not questioned?
More likely he was, like I said, I do not recall whether he was interviewed or not. He was not by me that I remember.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Any follow-up, Mr. Sanders?
I do have one further question, Your Honor.
About that? Or about something else?
Sure.
Any objection to him reopening questioning?
No.
Okay. Mr. Samp, you may proceed with a different question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Thank you to the state as well. Sir, you had told us earlier that there was some indication that you believed that either Biggie or Sean Puffy Combs had owed my client money. You recall that line of questioning?
I remember that question, yes.
Was there any evidence that he actually was owed money by either one of those two individuals?
Not that I'm aware of.
No further questions, John.
Any questions based on that state?
Wow.
All right. Any questions based on that by the jurors? Seeing nothing at this time, Mr. Miller, you are excused. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think this is our last witness for the day. Is that correct, State?
Yes, although we can play that 1997 recording.
Okay.
At least part of it.
I think we do have time. You said it was about 40 minutes?
I think part A is 40 minutes, and then there's a little bit that we may have to finish in the morning, but we can at least
Sounds
do
good.
part of it.
Let's get started.
We got to switch over to the.
Damn. I should go ahead and apologize to you now, Sherelle. Shit. Like, this defense attorney, what the fuck the state doing? They ain't objecting. He's sitting there ripping their witness up, and they can't even stop that. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just making up shit. He owe them money. Where's the evidence? They don't have any.
Coffee or soda? Yeah, soda. Yeah, soda. What would you like? And soda. That's okay. You have that, remember? Coke. Coke? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were out in the valley earlier. It's really hot out there. Yeah. That's okay? That's fine. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Davis, Detective Miller, my partner, Detective Poole. Mr. Davis here with Attorney Paul. The easiest way to do this is tell you what we're here and what we're all about. We are working the Christopher Wallace murder. Christopher Wallace is his wife's BIG. During the course of the investigation, as you know, you've been through hundreds of these, as I have. Many police come in, anonymous calls, investigation, just to try and run down everybody. People say, was at the party, may have seen something, whatever. I mean, there were 1,700 people at that party. That's right. So what we're trying to do is contact as many of those people as we can, find out if they saw anything. No. That's what we're coming with. I'm aware of your traffic warrants. I take care of that about those. I'm not a traffic cop. Okay? And I got Mr. Paul aware of that. So during the time period when from he got killed, Chris got killed until today, like I said, we received lots of calls. Originally, when this murder went down, there was a description given of a dark, possible four-door car. Okay. Some of the witnesses said it was Chrysler, some said it should be SS. That's part of the investigation. To this day, I can't be positive. I can't tell you if I'm positive or not. So that's where we're at, and that's why you're here to find out. We heard you were at the party. You're on SS, a dark one. You know, just like about 85 other people we've talked to that have dark Chryslers or Chevys. So let me ask this: were you at the, I guess it's called the after park Fort Training Award party tonight? Oh, okay. And were you alone? Did you ride with somebody else?
Okay, I was riding with a few friends, but you know.
No, it's fine. Give me Mr. Fall explained that to me. And I'm sure he's already advised you. My thing is to you. All I want to know, if you saw anything, what happened there? Did you see anything unusual?
I didn't see anything unusual. I was, when he got shot, I was up under the parking garage waiting on the valet man with my car. You know, the whole crowd just started running up under the parking garage. You know, talking about Biggie got shot. Biggie got shot. I said, Lord. So about 3-4 minutes later, the man pulled over my car. Officer in the middle of the thing, waving us out of it, you know, waving the cars on. Get up out of here, you know.
From the parking structure, you mean?
From the parking structure.
Okay. It may be advantageous at this point sometimes if one of these witnesses was in just to verify. And like I said, right now, I'm not going to ask the names. I'm sure that, yeah, we need them, you know.
Yeah, sure. At this point, his main interest is to tell you where he was,
right,
what car he was in, to exclude any suspicion that his car was involved or that he was involved. I was in a green Cutlass.
Okay.
Green.
They were older.
It was 95 Cutlass.
And how many people were with you?
It was 3 on it. It was me, Wendell Prince, and that's all.
Okay.
I don't, you know, his name Wonder Mike. I don't know his last name.
Wonder Mike?
Yeah.
Wonder? W-O-N-D-E-R? Okay, let me back up. Let's start. What time did you arrive at the party? Did you call?
Maybe about 11:30, 11 o'clock.
11:30?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you arrived there, there are 2 entrances to the location there, you know, that little street you put on.
Yeah.
With the park structure on one side and the museum on the other. Yeah. Okay. You heard you come down Fairfax or down Orange? You know there? Or?
And what's that side street there?
Orange? Orange, right?
Orange Grove?
Orange Grove?
No, on the big one, Fairfax.
Fairfax?
Fairfax, yeah.
Okay. And then you pulled into the lot there?
Pulled in, yeah, got my car valet. No, I didn't get the car valet. It was up in the corner. It was ready, parked right up here in the corner.
Okay, there are 3 levels to that parking structure.
Yeah.
Do you remember which level you were on?
The first
level?
In the corner.
Okay. Up front towards the museum or on the back side?
On the back side. When he pulled, no, I was valet. He pulled the car up and I just, the man told us, waved us up out there, big tall cop. He was going like this.
Okay. When you pulled out, did you pull out on Fairfax or did they make you go out the other way?
Pulled out on Fairfax.
Okay. When you pulled out on Fairfax, what did you see? Did you see anything? I mean,
I didn't see nothing.
I mean, the cars parked in the street.
There's a lot of limos right there to the right.
Along the curb there on Fairfax?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the cars that Biggie was in?
I seen it when he was up under the parking garage.
Okay. Did you see that car in the street, you know, when you left? Or did you see it out there at
No,
all?
it wasn't out there.
No, it wasn't? Okay.
The crowd just came running up under the parking before everybody was running. Said, Biggie got shot, Biggie got shot. Lord have mercy. And then, we went to our car, and the man just waited us up out of there. Usually time they just like hold everybody there.
Right.
Yeah, because I was over here at the airport hotel, right there by the Swan.
Right.
And it was a gang shooting up in there. And they hold everybody there overnight in the hotel room and all that. You know.
Well, I'll ask you a couple questions, then I hope I'm not even, but what kind of business are you in? Are you in the entertainment business? I don't know.
No, I'm not in no.
Okay.
Do hydraulic cars.
I'm sorry?
Hydraulic cars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You have your own business?
No, it's like a co-business.
No, partnership.
Yeah, partnership, yeah.
Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yes.
1524, California.
South California.
Yeah.
And the phone number?
638 9042
Okay. 818?
3132.
Okay. And your business address?
520 Long Beach Boulevard.
520. And your phone number there?
I don't know it right offhand. It's just like seasonal with the hydraulics, you know. Like in the winter, it really don't work. So, you know, when it get hot, that's when.
What's the name of the business?
Compton Hydraulics.
Okay. So you arrived there between 11:30. How long were you there at the party before you left? I mean,
It was about an hour.
okay. And while you were there, I'm sure you're roaming around. Did you see any problems in the museum? Anything unusual?
You know,
No.
there was a lot of stars there. Football players, basketball players, just a whole lot of stars there.
Yeah, we got some. We did. Like I said, there was probably 11 or 1,200 people there at one time.
Right. The fire department closed it down because I think it was overcrowded or something.
Right. Okay. Did you see Biggie there or Puffy there? Did you know who Puffy comes this?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Did you see them at the party?
So you can, yeah, I think both of them.
Okay. Do you know them?
Do I know them?
Yeah. I mean, were you sitting with them or drinking with them or anything?
I wasn't sitting with them.
Okay. Do you recall who was with them when you saw them?
Him, Puffy, the little Caesar, and it was his entourage. You know, his bodyguard and stuff.
Okay. The little Caesar, you know what his name is?
I don't know what his real name. Yeah,
Was he a rapper?
Rapper, yeah,
Okay.
he's a rapper.
How old is Lucy? I mean,
He a kid though. He's 18, 19.
do you know who what company he sings for? Or
Bad Boys.
Bad Boy?
Yeah. Little Caesar.
Anybody else that you recognize was there at the table or around him? I said there were so many people that are celebrities.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think if you can remember seeing him at the table or anybody he was talking to. That's no. Okay. Did you go up and talk to him, or did you sit at the table?
No, I said it.
Did you talk to him? You know
He
him?
came by and spoke. How you doing? Gave me Dawn very on. So,
Who's he talking?
Sean.
Oh, okay, Combs. Okay. Do you know Combs?
Oh, I know him a little bit.
I business associate or
Yeah, I wasn't on
Basically, he wants to talk about where he was and what he was doing.
Right. Okay.
as opposed to his relationship with any individual.
Okay, that's fine. You might tell us where you were prior to the party?
Was in Compton.
In Compton?
Yeah.
And you came from Compton up to the party?
So we went to a state basketball championship.
Where was that at?
That was at the pond. At the pond. Pond.
I gotta say, you got a ticket to get in. Did you have a guest pass to get in?
Yes, yes. Yeah, we had like, I had like 1 year.
And Mike, tell us who you got that from?
No, I don't think he was getting some.
Oh. Okay, when you pull out of the parking lot in Fairfax, you turn left or right, you remember? After the party?
No, they was making sure everybody go right.
Right?
Yeah, they was making sure he was right there. Officer, big tall officer. He was like waving
Was
everybody.
everybody north on, or
Yeah,
right on?
right,
Fairfax?
yeah.
Okay.
He pushing everybody the other way. I guess he didn't know what happened or that, you know. I don't know, he just waving everybody out. Cars was coming out, and I just followed, the car.
Okay, when you were leaving the party, you said you saw Mr. Wallace in the parking structure, or I mean the parking area?
He was on the stairs, he came down, got in that truck, and it was just.
What was the truck at?
It was right in front of the parking area. Right, as you go down the stairs.
Right.
Yeah, it was right there, parked with it.
Oh, okay. Did you see any problems or anything unusual out there when you're walking down?
I see that.
Okay, and you came downstairs, went in the first level, got your car, and you pulled in there.
No, everybody was out there talking, boom. They left out. Then, about 5 minutes later, everybody started running. I didn't even hear the shots or nothing like that. I didn't hear the shots.
Were you in your car? I'm sorry. Were you in your car when people came rushing back, or?
No, I was outside.
You still standing outside?
Still outside. Yeah. Got it on surveillance camera too. You could just check them out. Got on a blue jumpsuit, blue Michael Jordans.
That's what you were asking?
That's what I had on. Check the surveillance camera. I was right up under the parking lot.
And you said that Mr. Prince was with you?
Yes.
What was he dressed in, do you remember?
Oh, yeah. All I know was Michael Jordan. They came out like a couple of days before then. It was blue, yeah. I brought the blue jump and the blue shoes, tennis shoes, and the blue jumpsuit. Okay. And over to the basketball game. My little friend, he plays basketball in the meantime.
Okay. Your friend, what's your friend's name?
Saying Tayshawn Prince.
Tayshawn?
Tayshawn Prince.
Is he a senior?
He was the junior.
At the time this thing happened, he was a junior?
Yeah. Crowd just got to running. It was, you know how people run.
Oh, yeah.
They was running, and they just pulled hard up. I just got in my car when he pulled up, and the officer was leading people out like this. Just made a right, went onto the freeway. Went to what was that place? Jerry's Deli out there in Marine.
What time do you think it was when you got the juries? You have any idea? Okay.
You say it was a police officer, was that LAPD police officer?
I know y'all didn't heard it before. Everybody was about it.
And that's why I'm trying to get the time, because the police didn't get there until about 6 minutes after the accident. You were sitting there.
Okay, it was about that, you know.
Yeah, that's why. Please, there's just so many people there that people in time, as you know, it's difficult when there's a small period of time to try and put everything together. Was it your car, the one you drove there?
No, it was a rental car.
And
The green Olds is a rent a car?
That was it.
A 2-door, 4-door?
It was a 4-door.
You know what model?
A little bitty one. I don't know, SL or something like that.
Who rented it?
My mother.
What's your mother's name?
Oh, we have it on paper. Yeah.
Bernice Davis, that's my stepmom.
All right.
Bernice Davis.
Yeah, and usual or fancy thing about that car. I mean, just waiting for you out the videotape, the security camera.
No, it's a rental car.
Yeah.
96.
Okay.
95, 96. Green rental car.
Dark green.
Dark green.
And you said there's 3 of you in that car?
3.
Okay. Was there any particular reason that you left the party after being an hour?
So they closed the party down.
Okay. Who closed it down?
I think the fire department, that's what they said on the thing, turned on the lights and said, party's over, and said the fire department closed it down, so overcrowded.
Did you see any of your friends there at the party?
My friends?
Yeah. I mean, you went with 2 other friends. Did you see some more friends that, say, from your neighborhood where you live? Or
Other people you know?
Yeah, friends. Yeah, I don't know if he wants to get into that. Again, he wants to limit himself to what he did or what he did not do. Okay. The reason why I asked, we're trying to identify everybody who was there so we can interview them, see if we can't find out some more information about this.
Well, you only tell you the truth opinion.
Okay.
Y'all barking up the wrong tree. You know what I'm saying? Y'all wasting a lot of taxpayers' money. Every time something happens, y'all just blame that little neighborhood over there. The guy from Compton Police, Brennan, he got y'all on the wild goose chase. Look.
Well, as you're trying to get things, I'm sure you're thinking, we get hundreds and hundreds of clues.
Well, okay.
We can't, if we don't do something, we'll do something in court.
The next day after it happened, next day after the Vicky got killed, he pulled over one of my nephews, saying, "We know you did it," and Kamani, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I understand your problems, and that's why, you'll find.
I know you called y'all to say, come take these guys out.
No, I didn't meet him until here probably 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, when he pulled my nephew over, he probably was the night of his kid. He's so obsessed with bringing somebody, to jail. I don't know what's his problem. He said we could have been 3 times.
Well, see, that's a problem. I can explain to you. We get on.
I'm 33 years old. I'm not gonna piss on cotton, man. I've been at 3 strikes before the law came out. Straight out. I'm not gonna piss on cotton.
Okay, I just want you to know, we haven't picked you up from anybody. Now, we have.
We have taken on you to relax.
Yeah. If we thought you were involved, we would have.
You know, I could put it on a long time ago. Yeah, you would have put it on TV. Well, why? That's what I said. You know what I'm saying?
We went through your attorney to have you come down here. Just because somebody gave us a clue that you were at the party. That's the only reason why you're here. Let me tell you his concerns. You're hearing some type of anger or frustration from him. The reason being, we're talking about something very dangerous. Once word gets out that you are associated with certain crime, your life.
Watch your head, man.
Your life. I know. I understand. That's why we try. I understand what you're saying. That's why your life is in danger.
I'm riding down the street.
You understand? The reason we're doing this is because not just because others, because so many people have put a connection supposedly between Tupac and Nestor. Well, I don't. Okay. And then he wants to come here because we know you're not Compton PD. No. We know you're not Brennan. Okay? And we don't have to hide anything. You probably had everything about Brennan and his family. The thing is, he thought if it comes to LAPD, answer your question as to where he was, what he was doing, hopefully that will quell the rumor that was out there. That's what we believe, because nothing that we believe that's Brennan more in the rumors. And he doesn't want to be involved. That's what, I knew you had wars. We could come down to your house and drug you out and all this. I'm too busy to play silly little games. I got, believe me, lots of people to talk to. And because of the anonymous calls, people call in and say, hey, checking this, checking that. And in your car, I had to eliminate it, I had to talk to you. And that's why I went through your attorney. And I said, we could have done this, do down there. But, the appointment schedule works great. Because everybody has a busy schedule, okay? If you're my target, you've been booked by now. Okay? That's right. We've talked to lots of people prior to you, and, they said, hey, we saw TV there. We're just trying to confirm this and find out what people saw.
They seen me up under the parking garage.
Well, see, that's when we learned something new. We now know where you were at.
We can pay this camera, man. I'm in a blue jumpsuit, North Carolina hat on, and some blue jumpman. Jordan.
That's what I'm saying. As much as you can tell us, it makes it easier for us to try and eliminate people or put them in spots so we can see that. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well,
okay, so that's what. Just relax. Okay,
the last thing you said was that we're barking up the tree. Is there a direction that you can lead us in to help us out? I mean,
you guys know, you know what I'm saying? I ain't,
we're talking about Suge Knight.
I ain't saying nothing, but y'all know.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Let me, everyone may have their own theories. Theories are just some facts. Here, you should just limit yourself to facts.
Okay.
Things you know, things you don't know. Don't get into what you think, because I don't want to get into what you think. That's fine.
Well, I was up in the parking garage. Well, the car ain't been moved 6 months. GM been looking for the car since January, December. You can call and check with them too.
Let me go back now to that. When you're in a parking structure and when you hear these people coming back or
running in there,
where were they coming from? Did you recognize anybody, or
they were just running,
It's possibly anybody that came running from on Fairfax in that parking structure that you knew that may have been out there. So I'm saying, you may have seen it. Did you recognize any stars? Anybody that was running around from there, or anybody? Okay. Did you hear any conversations with anybody that may have seen a suspect, a car, or anything while you were there in the parking lot, waiting to get out?
Okay, when you left, you made the right turn. Where did you go then after that?
What's that?
I mean, what was your destination after you left the party?
Dropped Wonder Mike. We went to eat. Then I went and dropped Wonder Mike off.
Where'd you eat at?
Curious.
Jerry's in the marina.
Yeah.
Okay, and then where'd you go from there?
We went to drop Wonder Mike off. Then we drove in.
They live in Compton or that area? I'm just gonna try to direction of travel.
Yeah, or what am I in jail? In jail.
I mean, where you dropping them off?
He's in jail. Yeah.
Where you dropping off? I mean, was it Los Angeles, Compton?
Compton.
Okay. So you left yours and went towards Compton?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then the next.
And I dropped window prints on.
Okay. Same area?
Yeah.
Okay, then what?
Well, what you did?
Which address?
1524.
You didn't talk to anybody else at all, after? Just went straight home?
Yeah.
About what time was that?
What time was that? Maybe about 2 o'clock. 2 or 3 o'clock.
I have you in. No, you don't. Oh, you haven't. Thank you.
2 or 3 o'clock.
Went to bed between 2 and 3?
Yeah. And I was,
That's AM, right?
yeah.
Now, at some point, I guess I'm gonna have to talk to both of you about his car. Because I'm trying to get picked up in connection with this investigation. At some point, I would expect that you would either rule the car in and then keep it for evidence, or rule it out and have to, you know.
GMAC made a claim against the car.
They have made a claim.
Yeah, they came and got it.
Okay, they don't do that. Okay, that's fine.
Whose car is it? It's GM's car right now.
Okay, GM's car, but how did you purchase the car?
No, I did not.
We get those pictures, let's make sure we're car. We've been trying to keep car out, so you're aware. This is the car? Sure.
Looks like it.
That's it.
Okay. So that'd be one of the California license plate 3 New World Mary Robert 071, is it on? Yeah, okay.
Okay, who purchased the car?
You know who purchased it.
You don't wanna get into, well, I need to find, what's the history behind it? Is it registered to you?
No, it's not.
Who's it registered? I think the registration.
No, it's a public record.
It's a public record. That's the thing. What makes it your car? That's what I'm trying to find out here. Well, he had possession, he had control over that car. Now, if the MAC, who is the lien holder, is making a claim, of course, he's gonna respect that claim. You know,
That's between you and him.
Yeah, right. So we don't wanna get into that. But the car was registered, that's another public record. Okay,
No.
the question is he didn't purchase the car, he's in possession of the car. How does that
That's what we're trying to find out.
how does it make it your car?
Did you buy it from somebody?
Again, that car was parked in a garage or backyard, in the backyard, and he parked it there. He had use of that car before this incident. You see, you know,
How long
a
have
simple question.
How long have you had possession of the car? Or how long has the car been in your possession?
What, July last year.
July 96? Okay. Has it been involved in any accidents or anything like that? Since you've had it?
Have I had it?
Yeah.
But I can remember.
And again, Detective Poole, our concern in terms of my not allowing him to answer more questions regarding how he got control of the car and so forth, have nothing to do with your criminal investigation. These are certain civil aspects of certain transactions that I don't want you to comment on. It's entirely civil. It has nothing to do with your criminal investigation.
Well, Mr. Fall, we're here just to get the truth, okay? And it's strange to me, something simple as the possession of a car. It appears to me that what's there to hide? If it's your car, tell us how you got the car. That's what I'm saying.
But the point is, he has already informed you, he was there, he said he had control of that car.
Correct.
Around this time period. So, if he was trying to run away from anything, he would say, I have nothing to do with that car. It's not in my name. It's not registered in my, I have nothing to, but he's telling you that he had some control over that car. So that means he's not trying to hide anything from the point of view of your investigation.
I'll make a determination whether it's.
Okay, that is fine, that is fine. But he's here voluntarily talking to you. But in terms of any contract between GMAC and him and someone else and so forth, that's a question of contract between him and he just doesn't want to get into.
Okay, we'll go on another track. How many sets of keys are there to the car?
That you know of.
Yeah, that's your aware of, yeah.
Just one second.
Okay, who has that key?
I have a key. Y'all got it now.
Okay, that's the key that, was her name?
Paula?
Paula.
Is Paula your girlfriend? What's her last name?
Close.
We talked to thousands of people.
No,
It's ridiculous. When was the last time you drove the car?
I pulled it out about 2 weeks before y'all came over here. My niece drove it to the prom.
Okay, that's what someone said. Paula said it, actually. Hopefully Paula or something.
And that was the only time that car being used.
For how long have you been parked back there, would you say?
If you tell you the truth,
Yeah.
it was up under the thing since August.
August of '96?
Yeah, up under the thing. If you go
The awning there on the side of the
yeah,
house?
yeah, yeah. It was up under there. Then GMC came around the corner and my parents' address, knocked on yours. They came looking for the car with the repossessors. So I pulled it in the back and shut the gate and locked, and pulled up out of here. Period.
Did you cover the car up with something when it was back there? I mean,
So when they first got there, it got covered over. Got covered up, but I didn't have a long enough.
I was fresh, the cover?
Yeah, I didn't have a long enough cover, so the car was dirty anyway. I just kept it off.
And to your knowledge, who else has driven that car other than you? That you're aware of, that you remember. Who else has driven that? Other than Patrick, I know he drove.
Yeah, okay. Just me and him.
Okay. I mean, did you ever loan it out to anybody for a couple of days or anything like that? Okay. Anything else in the plan?
I have a lot of questions, but.
Well, yeah, I know. About the, if you know, when the car was purchased, did it come with the sunroof?
No.
Okay. Then this side, let's just talk about that, if that came with it or not. On the side, on the driver's side and rear, there is, it says Impala SS. Oh, here's a better picture, I'm sorry. That comes stock or? I've seen it both ways.
You got the purchase it.
Oh, you do? Okay, when you bought it, the ones I've seen that are on the cars are black. So this didn't come with it, or?
It's black. Yeah, it didn't come with it.
Okay, so you put this You had the,
Well,
okay.
the car did get wrecked though before.
Oh, okay, what damage, you know, what part of the car was damaged, or, well, there's no damage there now, it's fixed apparently.
Yeah, the driver's side. The man just backed up and came down the street, so wide sweat.
I gotta ask you, how much did you pay for those tires? That's gotta be expensive. Did you see those? Those are beautiful.
It's a show car.
Yeah, no, it was very pretty. Anything else about? Yeah.
Just a comment that such a beautiful car sitting in the backyard, collecting dust. Why is it?
I got a lowrider that chrome everything everywhere, and the LP will leave it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, a daddy truck I was in one day, driving down the street, get shot up. You know what I'm saying? A daddy truck. So I just.
What kind of truck is that?
Is that
the new truck?
Yeah. And he got shot up. They dropped the police note, and I ain't been in no car where nobody know where I be in at all. Cause I, to get all this press, all that, man, that's just putting my life in danger, you know.
Well, what cars are registered to you? Do you have any cars that are registered to you at all?
No.
You just rent cars, or do you own any cars?
No.
Okay. You drive other people's cars, like, does your girlfriend Paula have a car?
Yeah.
You drive her car?
Sometimes.
Oh, which car is that?
A 240, sometimes.
240 what?
The 240, the 240 Nissan. The 240 Nissan.
240 Nissan?
Yeah.
240Z?
No, that other little car. SE or something.
Okay, when we were over there was a Toyota Land Cruiser or something. Whose car is that?
Her mother's car.
Her mother?
Yeah.
And this Nissan 240 is Paula's?
Yeah.
Land Cruiser is her mom's.
Right.
Were you at any time involved in the purchase of this car at all?
What part?
This Impala.
I think it's the same question that I told you earlier.
I didn't do all that. If you just think about what I'm trying to get from you is if you can call anybody, in that parking structure area when you first heard that he was shot or whatever. I mean, entertainers, anything you would call anybody, that's it might have been in that area where you were at. Might be sort of being, they may have seen something.
I'm sorry. The question is,
okay, when he was walking there towards his car and he saw the people come running back around, my question is, did he recognize anybody, stars, whoever might have been running there, so I can talk to them and see if they need a witness, because they're coming back towards that parking structure. They may have been walking up the sidewalk on the east side of Fairfax towards Wilshire, where the cars are parked, and my hope was, well, we might find somebody that may have witnessed something like this. But, we've identified a lot of people, and we talked to a lot of people already, but I said, they didn't see everybody, they only knew a few people. It's like me, because you may know one or two people, you won't know everybody was there. So we have to do the same thing to see if maybe they can get another possible witness. Is that fair?
yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
I know that's beyond the scope of what we had in mind. What we had in mind was I'll come and tell you what he was, where he was, what he did, everything about him. But he made it very clear he doesn't want to be involved with other people.
And that question is about other people. Okay, I think we're here to try to clear up some questions here, and there's several questions that up to now have been unanswered that I'm not satisfied with. I'd like to just interview him one time, because, you know, we still got many other people to talk to. And I got many questions to ask, and I mean, we're here all to get the truth. If he's not involved in anything, I don't see any reason.
I'm not involved in nothing.
Well, that's why I'm saying, well, why not answer some of these very simple questions?
Because I think you know the reason, detective. You know the reason. There's some. He doesn't want to be involved. He doesn't want to get involved. He does not want to get involved. He believes that he knows he was there. He was not involved in this crime, and he doesn't want to be dragged into it in any.
So we should drop all investigations?
No, of course not.
Say, hey, the hell with it.
No, you're doing the right thing. You're doing your job. That's why I'm not faulting you at all. You're doing your job. You're going out, locating people, talking to them, and I hope you continue to do. I don't have a problem with it.
But I'm saying, I was gonna say, I didn't, you know, like I said, my concern is just to talk to these people. I can fit us what they're into. Most of them we know we're entertainers of something.
Yeah.
My concern is, did they see something?
He doesn't want to be in a situation where what gets around that. He said
Yeah.
this, and he said
I
that.
think we told you where he got his name, or who told us about it? We don't do that.
No, the impression I have, this is my first time meeting you. And
No,
I do have,
second time.
and I do have a good impression of you, and I have no reason to question either of you. But he's had very bad problems with the Compton Police Department, and where things have been leaked out, putting him in a bad light, and he's very concerned about.
I understand that. That's why.
It has nothing to do with NLP.
That's why we took our time and consideration and went through you. Because, like I said, if he was a suspect, you know he'd be right now. Okay? He'd be in jail, and all I'm trying to do is, I do the same thing if it was your brother or your cousin, whoever got killed. And you can imagine some blood would talk shit to it. If they stood right there in front and saw it. Well, people got to get out of this fucking mentality and start realizing that human life was destroyed.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay? And that's all my concern is, you know, this could be just a kid or any other guy. It had to be somebody who was famous. It doesn't make my job any different as a human being.
Why don't let me suggest something. Let me walk out and have a chat with him, and we'll come.
Sure. Oh, it's fine.
Because I have not discussed this with him. And one thing, the condition he made clear to me.
Oh, no, I understand. That's why I said that's where the future could talk.
He did not want to do anything
Right.
that goes beyond talking about himself. Now, I understand what you're doing, and I again, I have no problem with it, but
Say what you
let me take a moment to
Sure.
chat with him,
Yeah.
and then we'll say.
Oh, give me a chance to remember. You can go right in the next room, or you can sit out here, whatever's comfortable. Okay, you just, yeah,
Okay, 4 minutes to spare. All right, we're going to take a recess for the evening. We're having everyone back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any means of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please call Marshall Spees. Please rise, please.
The worst case ever. Ever. Okay. I mean, I don't know what they're trying to prove. It showed how incompetent the police are. They could have whittled that conversation down instead of you leading the damn witness. It's terrible. I'm not bringing this case back to my main channel. I'll leave the link in the description. My channel's called Sherelle's World Trials.
For the record, the
And
jury has exited the room.
I will keep covering this boring trial because I
You want to
need
approach?
it.
Sure. Come on in. Up.
It's terrible. He said, "Well, I can't." Perry, the state should be sued for bringing such a whack ass case.
Or
Oh
really,
my God.
all the witnesses need to be on trial. He's like this Miller guy. Now, the state bring him on. He talk all this bullshit. The
Cops
defense
are
attorney
rough.
jump up there and discredit everything he said to really to clean it up. That you up here talking for a half an hour, but you ain't said shit. You don't know nothing. He just destroyed him, right? And then that wasn't good enough. The guy couldn't even answer the questions, and then the state still wanted to put on this 40-minute interview that it doesn't matter.
I know.
Is this about
terrible.
Biggie?
Terrible.
Is it about Biggie or Tupac?
Right. I
So,
mean, I was like, what is happening? I thought this was the Tupac trial. Tupac
Right.
slash Biggie. Oh my God, it's terrible.
It's
If they,
ridiculous.
you're not gonna understand.
Wow.
Why are we still here? You should say goodbye 2 minutes ago. It's terrible.
You're not in trouble. Don't worry. Come on up.
They're incompetent. I will be following the trial tomorrow. Like I said, it'll be on my backup channel. I'll leave the link in this description and all my other social media. I'll save it for tomorrow morning because I'm going to come on early and we'll just talk about how they're getting ready to blow this case. Like, oh my God, I cannot believe it. And you guys, Sherelle, people don't go to court unless they know what they're talking about. Okay, whatever. They clearly do not know what they're talking about. It's bad.
Right.
Hurry up. Will you please leave the courtroom? It was terrible. It was terrible. The one, I mean, it shows how incompetent the cops are.
They need to be having a meeting because that shit is whack. For real.
Well, let's stop it here so I can come back with Krishan.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's
I
do that.
I need to step outside and smoke. I got to go.
All right, you guys. Thank you for listening. I don't know why we lost Facebook 2 hours ago. Whatever. Is there a timeline on it?
I think so because Diddy used to cut off around about that 8-hour mark.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. I mean, hopefully we'll be more refreshed, and maybe they have some, some good evidence. Maybe today was just a trial run. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys. Again, I'll be on my backup channel tomorrow. I will leave that link in my description, or the name of my channel is called Sherelle's World Trials. Thanks for sitting with us for that long. So we appreciate it. See you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.